I only have one message to give you. I don't care what you think of me. I don't care what you call me. I do care what you do with this information because it is important to our survival as a species.
This of doing it. I have no fear, and I will finish what I start, or someone will, because it needs to be done. Tonight I begin to narrate to you a special report of the Executive Intelligence Review entitled The Ugly Truth about the ADL. Now I want you to understand something. I am not talking about Jews. I am talking about a branch of the Illuminati, the control structure that is bringing one world government into fruition, destroying the sovereignty of nations, and many, many other things. As you will see, ladies and gentlemen, the ADL does not represent the Jewish people, but instead is using them and is manipulating them so that they innocently, as many of you have done throughout your life innocently, are helping to bring about the destruction of the sovereignty of individual nations, the destruction of individual creator-endowed, constitutionally guaranteed rights, and the formation of a one-world, totalitarian, socialist government. I want it clearly understood that the hour of the time has stated on many, many occasions that we oppose racism of any kind, in any form, by anyone. What you're going to discover is that the ADL, while calling many, many people anti-Semitic, are themselves one of the greatest racist groups that has ever existed upon the face of this earth. On April 14th, 1865, the day President Abraham Lincoln was shot, will live forever, ladies and gentlemen, as a day of infamy for American patriots and lovers of freedom all over the world. But for the leadership of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry and the Order of B'nai B'rith and its 20th century secret police arm, the Anti-Defamation League, April 14th, 1865, is a day that will be long remembered for a very different reason. The B'nai B'rith, a pivotal player in the British Freemasonic plot to destroy the Union, was implicated in Lincoln's assassination, something that you've never been taught. That fact does not square very well with its long cultivated but totally unwarranted reputation as a Jewish social service organization. Taking command of the Western Front in 1862, General Grant issued Order Number 11, which expelled all Jews from the military district within 24 hours of its implementation. U.S. Grant was no anti-Semite, ladies and gentlemen. He was reacting to the activities of B'nai B'rith and leading Confederates like Judah P. Benjamin. Lincoln, however, cognizant of the need to avoid blanket attacks against religious or ethnic groups, rescinded the order, which was the proper thing to do. For all Jews are not members of B'nai B'rith, and B'nai B'rith was not solely at guilt. The Civil War was actually engineered and brought about by British intelligence through their arm of the Illuminati in the United States, headed by Albert Pike, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, whose headquarters at that time was in Charleston, South Carolina. In 1987, B'nai B'rith authorized biography of Simon Wolf by Esther L. Panitz offered the following highly suggestive, albeit incomplete, description of Wolf's personal relationship with President Lincoln's assassin, John Wilkes Booth. Now bear in mind, folks, that this biography written on the basis of B'nai B'rith's archives, own archives, paints Wolfe in the most favorable of lights. The mere fact that the author had to include Wolfe's links to Booth and Wolfe's earlier arrest as an alleged Confederate spy and blockade runner implies that the actual story is far uglier. I quote from the history of the B'nai B'rith. Wolfe's concern for culture first expressed itself in the formation of a private club devoted to the arts and humanities and frequented by young men avid for learning. Were pride and ambition his only motives in seeking the intellectual life? Clearly, Wolfe hoped that if he and his friends would devote themselves to the pursuit of learning, they would deflect the prejudicial statements of their Christian neighbors. Wolfe was upset that terms such as money changers, cotton traders, and clothes dealers had become words of reproach. Locally, the group's theatrical productions received a good press. Wolfe, who would often play the ghost in Hamlet or Shylock in The Merchant of Venice, bore an uncanny resemblance to John Wilkes Booth, Lincoln's assassin. Earlier in Cleveland, Booth had joined Wolfe and Piazzotto in dramatic performances. Years afterward, Wolfe remembered that he had met Booth once again at the Willard Hotel on the morning of the day Lincoln was shot. There at the bar, Booth explained that Senator John P. Hale's daughter had just rejected his marriage proposal. Wolfe attributed Lincoln's murder to this personal tragedy in Booth's own life. Wolfe also recalled that once he sat for a picture entitled, quote, "The Assassination of President Lincoln," end quote. In his own book, ladies and gentlemen, entitled Presidents I Have Known, Wolfe says that he and his longtime acquaintance John Wilkes Booth did some drinking together at the Willard Hotel on the day Booth shot Lincoln. Wolfe's and a second leading B'nai B'rith figure, Benjamin Piazzotto's dealings with John Wilkes Booth were hardly cultural. Nor could Wolfe have possibly believed that Abraham Lincoln was killed because of John Wilkes Booth's unrequited love affair. Even John Hinckley, the would-be assassin of President Ronald Reagan, was declared insane when he tried to peddle the line that he had tried to kill Ronald Reagan due to an unfulfilled fantasy love affair with actress Jodie Foster. To understand the circumstances under which B'nai B'rith's Washington, D.C. leader and one of its founding members were circumstantially tied to the Lincoln assassination conspiracy and explicitly linked to the secessionist insurrection against the Union, it is necessary to look briefly at the circumstances under which the Order of B'nai B'rith was founded in 1843. Following the American Revolution, the British monarchy and its East India Company colonist apparatus never for a moment abandoned their commitment to reconquer the lost colonies in North America. Although the military effort at reconquest in the War of 1812 failed, other efforts to seed the United States with British agents, some drawn from the ranks of anti-Republican Tories who were permitted to retain their citizenship and property in America under the terms of the Treaty of Paris of 1783, were more successful. In 1801, the Tory faction of United States Freemasonry, the grouping of Freemasons who had sided with England during the American Revolution, opened up shop as the Grand Council of the Princes of Jerusalem, of the Mother Supreme Council, of the Knights Commander, of the House of the Temple of Solomon, of the 33rd degree, of the ancient and accepted order of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry in the United States. This United States-based British Freemasonic Lodge was chartered in Charleston, South Carolina. The members of this British-led secret society would direct the Confederate secessionist insurrection a half-century later, and other Scottish Rite members would be among the founders of the B'nai B'rith. They, too, would be leading Confederates. Apart from the esoteric mission of spreading an explicitly anti-Christian form of Roman pagan worship and occultism among the early generations of American citizens, the Charleston Lodge also sought to build up a network of pro-British merchants, spies, and politicians in both the North and the South, who would one day play a pivotal role in the reconquest. Many of these early Masons became wealthy through their business dealings with the British East India Company and the Dutch West India Company in both the cotton and the slave trade. Among the founding members of the Charleston Scottish Rite Lodge were many prominent Jews, including Isaac de Costa, Moses Cohen, Israel de Liban, Dr. Isaac Held, Moses Levy, and Moses Piexoto. Many of these men, ladies and gentlemen, were Sephardic Jews from North Africa or from Spain, who had originally settled in the Caribbean and engaged in the early slave trade. These Jewish Masons set up their organizations, which also maintained active liaison to Great Britain's powerful Jewish community. The Hebrew Orphan Aid Society was one such nominally benign group that would produce one of the most rabid secessionist leaders, Judah P. Benjamin. Although today, any reports of the Freemasonic roots and structure of B'nai B'rith are usually greeted with a torrent of allegations of anti-Semitism, back in the formative years, B'nai B'rith's own magazine, The Menorah, offered the following information about the founders of the group, and listen to this very carefully. Quote, "Their reunions were frequent, and several of them being members of existing benevolent societies, especially the Order of Freemasons and Oddfellows, they finally concluded that a somewhat similar organization, but based upon the Jewish idea, would best obtain their object. The Jewish religion has many observances and customs corresponding to the secret societies known to us. The synagogue, for instance, might be compared to a lodge room. It used to be open twice a day. For a Jew desiring to find a friend, they had but to go there and make themselves known by a certain sign and token. The sign consisted of a grip with a full hand and the magical word, Shalom Aleichem. The mezuzah on the doorpost was the countersign. Shema Israel, Hear, O Israel, was the password." End quote. Indeed, to this day, all local chapters of the B'nai B'rith are referred to as lodges, a practice borrowed whole cloth from the Scottish Rite. When Moses saw some Jews of this B'nai B'rith type who tried to make their religion into a pagan secret society, he took the calf which they had made and burned it in the fire and ground it into powder. And Moses returned unto the Lord and said, "O this people have sinned a great sin and made them gods of gold." The majority of Jews in America during the first generations following independence were opposed to the idea of a Jewish Freemasonic secret society. Most Jews are ordinary people like all of you listening and don't know anything anymore about what's happening in the world than you do. They are lied to just like you are lied to. They are deceived just like you are deceived, and they are easily manipulated because throughout the history of the world, they have been chosen as the scapegoat, as the enemy. And because of that, they can be easily led by organizations such as B'nai B'rith and the Anti-Defamation League. Israel Joseph Benjamin, a noted European Jew, in his memoirs 3 Years in America, 1859 to 62, wrote of the B'nai B'rith that, quote, "This is a secret society like the Freemasons with passwords and the like, and was quite a new phenomenon for me. Still, I think the existence of such a society not at all necessary," end quote. He was right, ladies and gentlemen. The secret agenda of the B'nai B'rith, like that of the southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite, was to destroy the Union and pave the way for reconquest. The ultimate goal, one world totalitarian socialist government. You see, B'nai B'rith is not the synagogue. B'nai B'rith is not Jews. B'nai B'rith is not Judaism. B'nai B'rith is just another organ under a different name of the ages-old Illuminati, who practiced the ancient mystery religion of Babylon in secret. They call themselves the Great White Brotherhood, the Brotherhood of Man. the illumined ones. And if you've listened to our series on Mystery Babylon, you know the rest. Two leading B'nai B'rith allied figures would serve as exemplars of the strategy for permanently dividing the Union. One was Judah P. Benjamin and the other August Belmont. Benjamin, who lived from 1811 to 1884, was born in the British West Indies to Sephardic Jewish parents who moved to Charleston, South Carolina in 1827. He was inducted into the Charleston Hebrew Orphan Aid Society, one of the precursors of the B'nai B'rith. After attending Yale College in New Haven, Connecticut, he was forced to drop out under a cloud of scandal. Benjamin surfaced in New Orleans, where he quickly won the patronage of John Slidell. Slidell, a United States senator who would later play a pivotal role in the Confederacy, and sponsored the career of August Belmont, who married Slidell's daughter. With Slidell's assistance, Benjamin became a prominent attorney, even serving for a period of time in the United States Attorney for New Orleans. Benjamin gained notoriety for covering up the growing terrorist activities of the Scottish Rite-sponsored Knights of the Golden Circle, while serving as the local federal prosecutor. In 1852, Benjamin was elected United States Senator, a post he retained until the outbreak of the Civil War in 1861, when he resigned to serve the Confederacy. Benjamin was the first Confederate Attorney General. He later served as Secretary of War and Secretary of State, ultimately running the Confederate Secret Service on behalf of Confederate President Jefferson Davis. And as the Mossad does today, he used innocent Jews in the North who were opposed to the dissolution of the Union to furnish information to the intelligence arm of the Confederacy. Judah Benjamin escaped to England following the defeat of the Confederate secessionist plot. It was Benjamin's Confederate Secret Service which organized and supervised such figures in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln as John Wilkes Booth and his accomplice, John Surratt. Benjamin was charged with sedition for the Lincoln assassination, although he was never brought to trial due to his protectus status in England. With the help of a leading Rothschild political asset in England, Baron Pollock, Benjamin continued his legal career in London. He never abandoned his commitment to subvert and destroy the American Republic. However, as a wealthy lawyer for the British merchant oligarchs, Judah Benjamin collaborated with other exiled Confederate and Masonic strategists in England, such as James D. Bullock and Robert Toombs. Benjamin's continuing preoccupation with defeating Reconstruction is indicated in letters he wrote back to the United States with complaints such as these. Quote, "I have always looked with the utmost dread and distrust on the experiment of emancipation so suddenly enforced on the South by the event of the war. God knows how it will all end," end quote. And then he went on to say, quote, "The South is kept crushed under Negro rule. I can never consent to go to New Orleans and break my heart witnessing the rule of Negroes and carpetbaggers. Nothing is so abhorrent to me as radicalism which seeks to elevate the populace into the governing class," end quote. And that indeed is the sympathy of all of those who call themselves illumined. You see, we are all nothing but cattle, stupid animals, and they are the only ones who have truly mature minds, and thus are the only ones with the right to rule. The Ku Klux Klan, none of you were ever taught this, but it's the truth. The Ku Klux Klan, KKK, was founded in Tennessee in the late 1860s by the Southern Scottish Rite leadership under Albert Pike. The KKK drew its membership from the pre-Civil War Knights of the Golden Circle. Judah P. Benjamin's early role in sponsoring and protecting both the Knights of the Golden Circle and the Ku Klux Klan offers a crucial insight into the B'nai B'rith. ADL's later role in fostering the revival of the KKK in the post-World War II period. We shall return to that sordid tale, ladies and gentlemen, later in this series of broadcasts. Another Rothschild and B'nai B'rith ally who enjoyed the political patronage of Arch-Confederate John Slidell, August Belmont, was Judah Benjamin's northern counterpart, a private secretary to the British House of Rothschild who arrived in New York City from London in 1837. Belmont rose to the chairmanship of the Democratic Party, a position he held for 20 years. Belmont was a leading advocate of free trade and states' rights, both cornerstones of the British Reconquest scheme. Prior to his emergence as a leading figure in the National Democratic Party, Belmont worked closely with the Charleston, South Carolina B'nai B'rith in fomenting radicalism among Americans' youth. The effort was in this case run directly by the Mother Lodge of the Scottish Rite in England, then under the command of Britain's Prime Minister, Lord Palmerston. At Belmont's behest, Charleston's B'nai B'rith leader, Edwin de Leon, wrote a pamphlet in the early 1850s entitled The Position and Duties of Young American. De Leon, whose family were slave traders, B'nai B'rith founders, and later leading Confederates, peddled free trade and openly advocated a strong Anglo-American alliance. While by today's standards, the appeal for a strong Anglo-American alliance may seem palatable to some, back in the middle of the 19th century, this was borderline treason. Ladies and gentlemen, the phone is ringing off the wall as the fanatics try to get through to deny this. It is the truth. The original research was done by the Executive Intelligence Review. CAGI has duplicated the research down to the T to make sure that this material is true. And it is absolutely 100% legitimate and historical truth from beginning to end. And that's why the ADL and B'nai B'rith has never sued the Executive Intelligence Review over this report. Belmont's Young America members were among the draft rioters and radical abolitionists who disrupted Lincoln's Union war mobilization to the benefit of the Confederacy and England. During the early phase of the Civil War, England tried repeatedly to intervene into the conflict with ceasefire plans that would have ensured the permanent dissolution of the Union. During the Civil War itself, while the majority of American Jews sided with the North, make sure you understand this, folks, so you know that this is not a racist or anti-Semitic program or report. The majority of American Jews sided with the North and fought valiantly to preserve the Union. The B'nai B'rith was predominantly pro-Confederate. Even in New York City, the lodges preached secession. The Baltimore Hebrew congregation, founded by Dutch Jews who made their money in the slave trade, heard sermons by Rabbi Morris Raphael and the following. And he said this, quote, "Who can blame our brethren of the South for their being inclined to succeed from a society under whose government their ends cannot be attained, and whose union is kept together by heavy iron ties of violence and arbitrary force? Who can blame our brethren of the South for succeeding from a society whose government cannot and will not protect property rights and privileges of a great portion of the Union?" End quote. Following the Civil War and the assassination of President Lincoln, many of the Jewish slave and cotton traders from the South, typified by the Lehman Brothers, moved to New York City and became prominent in Wall Street banking and stock brokerages. With the defeat of President Lincoln's Reconstruction program following his assassination, President Andrew Johnson pardoned the Scottish Rite insurrectionists. Now listen to this closely. President Andrew Johnson pardoned the Scottish Rite insurrectionists, including General Albert Pike, and accepted a rank of 32nd degree in the Southern Jurisdiction Freemasons. That was his reward. Suspected Lincoln assassination plotter Simon Wolfe was also absolved of any criminal culpability for his wartime activities. Only non-Freemasons and non-B'nai B'rith were prosecuted for the crimes they committed during the Civil War. The legacy of British Freemasonic treachery against the Union survived intact, including the B'nai B'rith. although the slave trade nominally was banned in the United States as a result of Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, a new form of slavery had already been launched by the British East India Company and its Scottish Rite directors, including the same Lord Palmerston who had played so pivotal a role in the secessionist insurrection. Keep dialing, you blithering idiots. I hope your fingers start bleeding. I'm not going to answer the phone until the program is over. This is really funny, folks. This is going to be done. I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of the deception and the manipulation of all of you people out there. I'm tired of you peddling off fantasy for truth. I'm tired of our children growing up never knowing what the reality of the world is and never having a chance for the future because of it. I'm tired of seeing blacks manipulated. I'm tired of seeing whites manipulated. I'm tired of seeing Jews manipulated. I'm tired of seeing American Indians manipulated. I'm sick to death of it, and there's not a damn thing that you can say or do that will stop this broadcast or the ones to follow. And you better get that through your stupid thick heads. ADL is up to their neck in it. They stink from it. The new form of slavery was drugs, opium. Henry Carey, one of the architects of Abraham Lincoln's Reconstruction program and a leading proponent of the American system of political economy, warned about Britain's opium war against China and India in his 1853 book, The Slave Trade, Domestic and Foreign. Get the book and read it. He described the trade in, quote, that pernicious drug opium, end quote, as, quote, one of perfect free trade, end quote. Defeated in the secessionist insurrectionist plot, Britain and its fifth column of agents in both the North and the South would eventually regroup around a strategy for running an opium war against the United States. As the reader will learn in later chapters, the B'nai B'rith and its Anti-Defamation League's secret lodge played a central role in the drugging of America. Let's fast forward to 1992, folks, in the nation's capital, where B'nai B'rith lawyer Simon Wolf conspired on behalf of the southern slave trade. The streets in many parts of town are dominated now by drug traffickers whose deadly poison has inflicted both a subculture of addiction and violence, and a spread of AIDS among the predominantly black population. Community-based efforts led by the Nation of Islam have begun to roll back that new subculture of slavery and despair, restoring safety and dignity to some of the most desperately poor neighborhoods in the United States. And as soon as they began to be successful, they came under attack by the ADL. True to its history, the B'nai B'rith ADL intercedes to turn back the clock to the days of slavery. For drug addiction is a form of euphemistic slavery, and those who are addicted are subject to the whims of those who have enslaved them. They can even control the which way society goes, ladies and gentlemen. You see, if they want to create more crime in order to take rights away from the people, indeed, to make the people scream to have their rights taken away in order to take the fear away, get the crime and the drugs off our streets, they just elevate the price of the drugs so that the poor addict cannot afford to pay for them. So he has to go out and steal and rob and mug somebody and even kill to satisfy the terrible craving of his flesh. You never thought of it that way, did you? But it's true. Want to make it look like the police are succeeding? Want to make a politician look good? Lower the price of drugs way down to almost nothing and crime disappears overnight. One of these days you'll begin to understand how we've all been enslaved for most of our lives. All of us. Caucasian, Jew, black, Indian, Oriental, it doesn't make any difference. We've all been lied to, we've all been deceived, we've all been manipulated, and we've all been puppets on the end of somebody's strings. It is the purpose of the hour of the time to stop that. I'm not so foolish as to think we're going to be successful and stop it all. But we may be able to stop most of it. And we may be able to hang those that are responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, was caught red-handed in an ugly attempt to shut down any government contact with what has been the only effective effort to clean up drug and crime-infested areas in the nation's capital. The Nation of Islam's now famous dope busters. If you've investigated what happened in Waco, Texas, ladies and gentlemen, you always run up against the ADL and B'nai B'rith. They instigated it. They brought it into being. They promoted it. They pressed it. And they are the ones who released the lies to the press around the country that kept the American people in the dark. When Washington, D.C. Mayor Sharon Pratt Kelly issued an official proclamation honoring Nation of Islam leader Dr. Abdul Alim Muhammad for his leadership in the Dope Busters campaign and for his groundbreaking work in treating AIDS patients with Imuvirin, an African-developed anti-AIDS drug, the ADL went absolutely insane. They had ignored these people until they began to take the drugs off the streets. Make sure you understand that. Kelly was repeatedly hit with ADL organized delegations demanding that the proclamation be rescinded lest she too be identified as an anti-Semite. And this is how they blackmail leaders and police chiefs and mayors and military officers into doing their bidding for fear of being labeled anti-Semitic. You've all learned you can call me whatever you want. Doesn't make any difference. I'll tell the truth no matter what. Always. Always. When she refused, the ADL engaged in a national barrage of media attacks against the Nation of Islam. The attacks culminated in an article run in the Washington Times, co-authored by ADL National Director Abe Foxman and fact-finding director Myra Lansky-Boland. Ultimately, Kelly succumbed to ADL demands and issued an open letter to the community in which she continued to praise Dr. Muhammad's work against drugs, violence, and AIDS, but condemned alleged anti-Semitic statements attributed to him by the ADL. You see how it works, folks? She caved in because she was afraid she wouldn't be reelected mayor in the next election. She lost my respect. She probably lost a lot of people's respect. But she doesn't care. Her political career is safe. What was really at the heart of the Washington Times article, which was otherwise a potpourri of outrageous and unsubstantiated charges against the Nation of Islam, was a demand that Congress defeat the major appropriations bill for the Department of Housing and Urban Development over the question of whether HUD rules should permit a HUD contractor to hire the dope busters to provide security for a federally subsidized housing project in Los Angeles. The ADL was particularly upset about the national attention the successful dope busters drug eradication program was getting. The Dope Busters were founded in Washington, D.C. in 1988. Since then, unarmed dope buster patrols have been able to eradicate drug trafficking at the street level in 9 Washington ghetto neighborhoods and private housing projects, completely and totally disrupting the plans of the Illuminati to control those people. They've done this with no deaths and very, very little violence. Exemplary of the success of the program is the Mayfair Mansions housing complex in Northeast Washington. Mayfair Mansions went from an ugly, unsafe, open-air drug market in 1988 to being a handsomely restored, safe, vibrant community as a result of dope buster patrols. When HUD Secretary Jack Kemp visited Mayfair Mansions earlier this year, he admitted that the Nation of Islam's dope busters deserved the credit and indicated that he was open to granting the patrols federal government contracts. Actually, it wasn't this year. Ladies and gentlemen, it was in 1992. Tenants in public and private housing projects from New York to Baltimore to Los Angeles are demanding dope buster patrols. In most cases, the idea has the support of local police and government agencies who have failed to find any other effective way to curtail the intensifying pattern of drug trafficking and violence. In almost every case, the ADL has attempted to block the tenant's choice of security force. The tenant leaders who refuse to back down have been subjected to threats, harassments, break-ins, and other forms of intimidation. This time, however, the ADL may have committed a fatal error in launching such an open and vicious attack on the Nation of Islam. Dr. Abdul Alim Mohammed is not only a leader of the Nation of Islam, he's one of the most respected community leaders in the Washington area, and his pioneering work against AIDS is gaining him international recognition. The black and Hispanic communities in the United States are disproportionately infected by the deadly virus, but have had almost no access to the accepted treatment, which consists of the prohibitively expensive and highly toxic AZT, DDI, or DDC, and as we've revealed on this program, those drugs may really be the cause of death of AIDS patients. Dr. Mohammed and New York City physician Dr. Barbara Justice have reported dramatic success in treating more than 600 patients who are HIV positive with Immunoviron, the drug they brought back from Kenya. The pair is also credited with bringing vital information concerning this new treatment modality to both the general public and the medical profession, taking the point in a courageous effort to avert what would otherwise be the worst Holocaust to hit the human race. Similarly, the ADL's charges against the dope busters carry little credibility and leave the ADL completely exposed as nothing more than a protection racket for the drug cartel. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the truth. The dope busters enjoy the intense support of the communities they serve and have an unprecedented record of success. Wherever they go, the dope busters convey an unmistakable message of hope and inspiration to the community that the war on drugs can be won. Interviews with the residents of the communities served by the dope busters make clear that they believe that it is that message and nothing else that has made the Nation of Islam and the dope busters a target of ADL attack. In a community where the twin plagues of drug addiction and AIDS are the most visible vestiges of slavery, the ADL has shown that despite the passage of time, its true loyalties lie with the slave masters. Now, in 1985, the ADL proudly gave its Torch of Liberty Award to Las Vegas businessman Morris Barney Dalitz. You don't know who that is, do you? The award ceremony, a strictly black tie affair, was given front-page attention in the League's monthly bulletin, which praised Dalitz as a great philanthropist who had donated generously to the ADL over the years. Dalitz's generosity was motivated by a lot more than an impulse to help out a favorite charity. As one of the most important figures in organized crime over a period of 60 years, and as a lifetime right-hand man to organized crime's 20th century chairman of the board, Meyer Lansky, Mo Dalitz was well aware of the fact that the Anti-Defamation League was from its founding a powerful, secret arm of the Illuminati, the go-between between the National Crime Syndicate and the respectable arms of the secret organization that is out to control the world. Without the ADL's undaunted public relations work on behalf of organized crime, the United States would have never been flooded with illegal drugs, and gangsters like Dalitz and Lansky would have long ago been carted off to the penitentiary. Dalitz was one of the kingpins of the Prohibition-era bootlegging business. And he, along with 3 other gangsters, Morris Kleinman, Sam Tucker, and Louis Rothkopf, ran the Cleveland underworld. Their self-described, quote, Jewish Navy, end quote, smuggled rot-gut whiskey across the Great Lakes from Canada into the Midwest United States. Now, don't get all carried away by the term Jewish Navy, because the Irish gangsters called themselves the Irish whatever they were called. It's human nature. On the Canadian side of the lakes, the booze was manufactured by the Bronfman gang, led by Sam and Abe Bronfman, second-generation Romanian immigrants whose father had been brought over to Canada by the B'nai B'rith allied Baron de Hirsch Fund and had set up a string of whorehouses. Sam and Abe used their Pure Drug Company, which was established with the help of the Hudson's Bay Company, to manufacture illegal whiskey during the Canadian Prohibition, which was 1915 to 1919. When Canada legalized booze after learning their lesson, and the United States instituted its ban a year later, not having learned anything, they were all ready to become the major suppliers to the gangsters south of the border. United States government documents, these are government documents from the Prohibition era, claim that over 34,000 Americans died of alcohol poisoning drinking the Bronfman brew. Not from drinking alcohol, folks, but from drinking this specific brew. It was poison. Today, Sam Bronfman's son Edgar is a national commissioner of the ADL and the head of its powerful New York appeal. And we'll pick his trail up later, for he's dirty too. Following Prohibition, Mo Dalitz became the undisputed crime boss of Cleveland, expanding his criminal operations, gambling, labor, racketeering, money laundering, tax evasion from Hollywood and Las Vegas to Miami. One of his Miami investments, a night spot called the Frolic Club, was a joint venture with Meyer Lansky. When Lansky moved into Cuba to open his first offshore gambling, narcotics, and money laundering haven, Dalitz was brought in as a privileged partner. When Lansky and the other directors of the National Crime Syndicate decided that his longtime partner, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, had become a liability and had to be assassinated, it was Dalitz who assumed the lion's share of Siegel's Las Vegas casino interests. Interests he still holds, ladies and gentlemen, today. Lansky and Siegel had formed the original Murder Incorporated, otherwise known as the Meyer and Bugsy Gang, to enforce the creation of a national crime syndicate overseeing the Prohibition-era illegal liquor and narcotics traffic. From the very outset, Dalitz had been a member of the National Commission of the Crime Syndicate. Up until Lansky's death in 1983, Dalitz was a regular visitor to the crime boss's Miami Beach condo and was widely presumed by law enforcement officials to be one of the primary heirs to Lansky's crime empire. Now, just 2 years after Lansky's death, Dalitz was publicly surfaced as an ADL philanthropist. It was a sign of the times. By the beginning of the 1980s, decade of greed, drug money, narco dollars had already replaced petrodollars as the primary source of liquidity to fuel the stock market and real estate speculative bubbles facilitated by the Carter and Reagan administration's deregulation of the banking, savings and loan, and brokerage industries. As the power of drug money grew, so too did the political and financial clout of the ADL. Junk bond swindlers like Ivan Boesky and Michael Milken, and dope bankers like Edmund Safra, not to mention Mo Dalitz, regularly poured millions into the ADL war chest. In return for this largesse, the ADL publicly branded anyone who challenged the clout of organized crime as a dyed-in-the-wool anti-Semite. The lionizing of mobster Dalitz was the ADL's way of boasting that their public relations work over a 70-year period had paid off. But things were not always so easy. You see, the ADL had been founded shortly after the turn of the century as a Jewish defense arm of the B'nai B'rith, the nominally Jewish secret society sponsored and controlled by the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, with its headquarters in the Temple of the Supreme Council of the Southern Jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, just 13 blocks from the White House in Washington, D.C., and by some of the leading British and American white Anglo-Saxon Protestant families, including the Bush family. B'nai B'rith, Washington, D.C. Representative Simon Wolfe, the man whom Lincoln's Secret Service Chief Lafayette C. Baker had arrested as a Confederate spy and Union blockade runner during the Civil War, was now working closely with President Theodore Roosevelt in mobilizing Jewish American support for the overthrow of the Russian Tsar. According to Wolfe's 1918 autobiography, he had met secretly with President Roosevelt at his Sagamore Hills estate in New York and had launched an international drive to brand the Tsarist regime as anti-Semitic. After a series of meetings and correspondence with Russia's Prime Minister, Count Sergei Witte, arranged by Roosevelt, Wolfe had denounced the Russian regime for reneging on its promises to curb anti-Jewish pogroms, after which American Jewish organizations, led from behind the scenes by the B'nai B'rith, began funneling guns to the anti-Tsarist insurrectionists. Thus, B'nai B'rith played an active role in the Russian Revolution of 1905 and the formation of the Soviet Union. This activity would lead to widespread allegations that prominent American Jews were pro-Bolshevik. The Warburg family of Kuhn, Loeb and Company did fund, it's a matter of record, V.I. Lenin and Leon Trotsky, and father and son Bolshevik agents Julius and Armand Hammer, who helped found the United States Communist Party, did actively spread the Bolshevik cause in America and spent a decade in the Soviet Union following the 1917 revolution. These allegations of pro-communist sentiments, while grounded in well-publicized, scandalous actions by prominent Jewish families, missed the mark. In fact, the plot to bring down the Tsar and install the Bolsheviks in power in Russia served long-standing Illuminati and geopolitical interests of the sort advanced by the Scottish Rite, and Britain feared the development of a Eurasian alliance among France, Germany, Russia, Japan, and China based on economic cooperation and facilitated by the building of a transcontinental system of railroads linking the East to the West. Such a transcontinental railroad system would render Britain's domination over the seas relatively unimportant. We'll continue this on Monday. Good night, and God bless you all.
According to Wolf's 1918 autobiography, he had met secretly with President Roosevelt at his Sagamore Hills estate in New York and had launched an international drive to brand the Tsarist regime as anti-Semitic. After a series of meetings and correspondence with Russia's Prime Minister, Count Sergei Witte, arranged by Roosevelt, Wolf had denounced the Russian regime for reneging on its promises to curb anti-Jewish pogroms, after which American Jewish organizations, led from behind the scenes by the B'nai B'rith, began funneling guns to the anti-Tsarist insurrectionists. Thus, B'nai B'rith played an active role in the Russian Revolution of 1905 and the formation of the Soviet Union. This activity would lead to widespread allegations that prominent American Jews were pro-Bolshevik. The Warburg family of Kuhn, Loeb and Company did fund, it's a matter of record, V.I. Lenin and Leon Trotsky, and father and son Bolshevik agents Julius and Armand Hammer, who helped found the United States Communist Party, did actively spread the Bolshevik cause in America and spent a decade in the Soviet Union following the 1917 revolution. These allegations of pro-communist sentiments, while grounded in well-publicized, scandalous actions by prominent Jewish families, missed the mark. In fact, the plot to bring down the Tsar and install the Bolsheviks in power in Russia served long-standing Illuminati and geopolitical interests of the sort advanced by the Scottish Rite, and Britain feared the development of a Eurasian alliance among France, Germany, Russia, Japan, and China based on economic cooperation and facilitated by the building of a transcontinental system of railroads linking the East to the West. Such a transcontinental railroad system would render Britain's domination over the seas relatively unimportant. We'll continue this on Monday. Good night, and God bless you all. I'm William Cooper, and you're listening to The Hour of the Time. For those of you who may not realize it, we are also broadcast on satellite. And if you have a satellite dish and a receiving system, you can listen to us in brilliant, stereophonic, high-fidelity sound right in your own home. We're on Galaxy 3, Channel 17, 5.8 wideband audio. That's Galaxy 3, Channel 17, 5.8 wideband audio. Now remember, when you switch over to 5.8 wideband audio, you'll be listening to me. You may be seeing something else on the screen. Don't worry about it. We are on a sub-audio carrier of a video channel. We're also broadcast worldwide over WWCR, Worldwide Christian Radio, 5.810 megahertz on your shortwave dial, originating from Nashville, Tennessee. If you have problems with the reception on shortwave, or if you believe that the signal is being intentionally jammed, or any other thing that is not natural, don't call us, call WWCR, folks. You can find their number just by calling Nashville, Tennessee Information Operator, asking for WWCR, Worldwide Christian Radio. Don't forget, we have our convention coming up August 1st through the 5th, and it's really going to be a good one, folks. I've been working feverishly here to get everything ready and make sure that it's the best ever held in this country. And if you haven't sent in your registration fee to ensure that you have a place, you better do it right away, because we only have X number of seats in this building, and once they're full, we have to turn anybody else away. So, do it now. If you're a CAGI or Intelligence Service member, single registration is $100. If you are an Intelligence Service member with a family membership, it's $150. Anyone else is $250 per person, folks. So, take care of it right away. And don't forget, we reopened membership under the Intelligence Service. Membership for a single membership is $100. Membership for a family, no matter how many family members you have, is $150. We've been sending out the packets. We're sending out the information on the convention or conference for those people who have sent in requesting that information, and all of you should be either have it in your hands or be getting it within the next couple of days. Those of you who have paid for your convention registration fee, you'll be getting a big packet in the mail with all the information on lodging, RV, and camping sites, where to eat, and maps and brochures of all the different things to do around here, plus a little bit about what you're going to be doing here during the convention. Remember, this is Arizona. If you're coming, bring a hat. Remember that in the daytime, the sun is shining, and if you're not used to being out in the Arizona sun in the absolute crystal clear blue sky, make sure you bring the adequate protection, suntan lotion, sunblock, and all that kind of stuff. Otherwise, you might get fried. Also remember, the atmosphere is dry here. There's very little humidity. So you want to bring some kind of a moisturizing cream. For the camp out the last night, you want to bring some warm clothing, because sometimes it gets cool at night, even though it's nice and warm, beautiful in the daytime. Because of the elevation, it sometimes gets cool at night. And you'll want to bring some warm clothing for the camp out. Make sure you bring a sleeping bag for the camp out, or some blankets, or whatever you want to do to sleep out under the stars the last night here. It's going to be a real treat for a lot of you who've never seen the stars in the Arizona sky. It's like a magnifying glass. You'll see stars that you never even dreamed were up there. The Milky Way will look just exactly, ladies and gentlemen, like crystal spread across the sky. It is so beautiful here at night and in the daytime. You'll see shades of blue in the Arizona sky that you've never seen before. You'll see the whitest clouds that you've ever experienced in your life. So, while you may be coming for the conference, there are a lot of other benefits. In fact, I'll bet you some of you, after you've been here, decide to move to some place in Arizona, maybe not St. John's, but I'll bet you that some of you will. It's just a hunch that I have. Stay tuned, folks. Part 2 of our continuing series on the ADL, which is, in its own way, a part of the Mind Control in America series. For as you see how they have manipulated everyone, you'll begin to understand that what you perceived as reality for most of your life isn't real at all. We're all manipulated. The blacks are manipulated, the whites are manipulated, the Orientals are manipulated, the American Indians are manipulated, the Jews are manipulated. Everyone. No one is exempt from this. Because of human nature, it makes it easy for the puppet masters who pull the strings to make us dance to their tune. Yeah. Gangsters and traitors from the start, ladies and gentlemen. The ADL had been founded shortly after the turn of the century as a Jewish defense arm of the B'nai B'rith. At least that's what the Jews were told. The nominally Jewish secret society, which is sponsored and controlled in all actuality by the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry and by some of the leading British and American families who are not Jewish at all, but subscribe to the British Israelite philosophy. B'nai B'rith, Washington, D.C. Representative Simon Wolfe, the man whom Lincoln's Secret Service chief Lafayette C. Baker had arrested as a Confederate spy and Union blockade runner during the Civil War, was now working closely with President Theodore Roosevelt in mobilizing Jewish American support for the overthrow of the Russian Tsar. According to Wolfe's 1918 autobiography, he had met secretly with President Roosevelt in his Sagamore Hills estate in New York and had launched an international drive to brand the Tsarist regime as, quote, anti-Semitic, end quote. They've done the same thing to me, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know. After a series of meetings and correspondence with Russia's Prime Minister, Count Sergei Witte, arranged by Roosevelt, Wolfe had denounced the Russian regime for reneging on its promises to curb anti-Jewish pogroms. after which American Jewish organizations led from behind the scenes by the B'nai B'rith began funneling guns to the anti-Tsarist insurrectionists. Thus, B'nai B'rith played an active role in the Russian Revolution of 1905. This activity, ladies and gentlemen, would lead to widespread allegations that prominent American Jews were pro-Bolshevik. The Warburg family of Kuhn, Loeb and Company did, in fact, fund V.I. Lenin and Leon Trotsky, and father and son Bolshevik agents Julius and Armand Hammer, who helped found the U.S. Communist Party, did actively spread the Bolshevik cause in America and spent a decade in the Soviet Union following the 1917 revolution. These allegations of pro-communist sentiments, while grounded in well-publicized and scandalous actions by prominent Jewish families, actually missed the mark. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, the plot to bring down the Tsar and install the Bolsheviks in power in Russia served long-standing British imperial and geopolitical interests of the sort advanced by the Scottish Rite and the Illuminati. Britain, in fact, feared the development of a Eurasian alliance among France, Germany, Russia, Japan, and China based on economic cooperation and facilitated by the building of a transcontinental system of railroads linking the East to the West. Such a transcontinental railroad system would render Britain's domination over the seas relatively unimportant. B'nai B'rith joined in the effort to sink the Tsar for the same reasons the Order joined in the Confederates' secessionist plot to destroy the Union 40 years earlier, because B'nai B'rith was an arm of the Illuminati, Freemasonic treason, and still is. In fact, one of the most compelling reasons for the hatred of Russia was the role played by Tsar Alexander II in coming to the aid of Abraham Lincoln during the darkest days of the United States Civil War. In 1863, Tsar Alexander dispatched the powerful Russian Navy to the United States ports of New York and San Francisco and threatened to go to war against Britain if the Crown joined the war on the side of the Confederacy. This probably, without any public recognition whatsoever, is what eventually enabled the North to win the war, for Britain stayed out. They didn't want to stay out. They were forced to. At the same time, the so-called Jewish Bolshevik ties were being targeted, frequently by people with actual anti-Semitic biases. Diligent local police around the United States were becoming legitimately alarmed at the growing crime problem. New York City Police Commissioner Theodore A. Bingham, in September 1908, penned an article for the prestigious North American Review titled, quote, "Foreign Criminals in New York," end quote. The article detailed the rise of gambling, prostitution, and drugs on New York's Lower East Side, emphasizing the role of Jewish, Italian, and Irish immigrant gangsters in that crime explosion. Bingham was not alone in his concern about the rise of gangsterism in the Jewish communities of the metropolitan New York area and beyond. You see, in April 1910, the leading Jewish families of the United States, Germany, France, and Great Britain sent delegates to a Jewish International Convention on the suppression of the traffic in girls and women in London. Keynote speaker Arthur R. Morrow delivered an alarming report on the involvement of Jewish gangsters in the worldwide white slave trade and in big-time prostitution. Now, for those of you who believe that this is all being brought about by the Jews, remember, these were the leading families, the leading Jewish families of the United States, Germany, France, and Great Britain, who sent delegates to a Jewish International Convention and brought the spotlight to this illegal and criminal traffic in girls and women. They were not guilty of participation. They, in fact, wanted it stopped. Quote, "I wish I had time to tell you all I know, which goes to show that the traffic of Jewesses is almost worldwide, but I must restrict myself to a few incidents to prove that an extensive traffic does exist. In 1901, A rabbi came from the Transvaal and told me that the amount of Jewish prostitution and traffic in Johannesburg, Pretoria, Lourenco, Marks, Beria, and Salisbury are appalling. In later years, the same story came from another rabbi regarding Cape Town. In 1903, a Jewish schoolmaster who had spent some time in Egypt said that the traffic by Jews of Jewesses to Alexandria, Cairo, and Port Said was an absolute scandal. There were Greek, Italian, and French prostitutes, but they were far outnumbered by the Jewesses. We have received and have correspondence to show that this awful condition of affairs exists in Calcutta to a large extent, and also all along the free ports of China. From the chief rabbi of Constantinople, from a distinguished Jewish American scholar, from a prominent London gentleman, and from a schoolmistress in Calcutta, we have had letters during the past 6 months describing an outrageous condition of affairs in Constantinople, where traffic in prostitutes is carried out openly and shamelessly, and where the traffickers have their own synagogue. They say things in Damascus are even worse." End quote. Already in 1909, the leading, quote, "our crowd," end quote, families of New York had established their own Bureau of Social Morals, headed by Rabbi Judah P. Magnes. The Bureau hired private detective Abe Schoenfeld, an investigator for John D. Rockefeller, Jr., to infiltrate and profile the organized crime structure centered on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. Schoenfeld's mission was hardly that of crime buster, folks. In 1922, Rabbi Magnes took those voluminous files with him when he moved to Jerusalem and founded the Hebrew University. To this day, the genealogy chart of organized crime remains a part of the university's most closely guarded archives. It was during this same period of mounting concern over the exposure of Jewish surnamed gangsters that the Anti-Defamation League was founded, not to protect the Jewish people, but to protect the Jewish criminal element. One of the very first targets of the ADL was New York Police Commissioner Bingham, whom the ADL smeared as an anti-Semite for his efforts to quell organized crime on the Lower East Side. Bingham's crime-fighting efforts were by no means targeted exclusively against Jewish gangsters. His chief detective, Lieutenant Joseph Petrosino, was assassinated in March 1909 in Sicily while meeting with Italian police to establish cooperation in probing links between criminal elements and anarchist networks operating in both the United States and Italy. In 1901, Petrosino had warned the Secret Service about an imminent assassination attempt against President William McKinley. Petrosino had learned of the plot by infiltrating his agents into the Henry Street Settlement House in New York, a hotbed of British Fabian society and international anarchist activity. The Secret Service ignored his warnings, and McKinley was assassinated months later, leaving British agent and B'nai B'rith ally Teddy Roosevelt to assume the presidency. The nascent ADL, still formally called the Publicity Committee of the B'nai B'rith, had assailed Bingham's crime-fighting efforts for maligning Jews and eventually succeeded in having him ousted as police commissioner. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, the ADL is not an arm of the Jewish community, but is an arm of a secret society, a branch of the Illuminati known as B'nai B'rith, which is controlled by the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Organized crime got a big boost as a result. What's more, the effort to establish the links between organized crime, international anarchist circles, and perhaps the Scottish Rite and B'nai B'rith secret societies was stillborn. The man who founded and headed up the ADL for its first 30 years was Sigmund Livingston, a prominent Chicago attorney who had headed up the powerful B'nai B'rith Midwest Lodge No. 6. Livingston was the lawyer for the Chicago and Alton Railways, a company owned by William Moore of the prominent Episcopalian family. From the 1890s, the Moore family had forged a business alliance with the J.P. Morgan banking interests. The Moores, with Morgan Financing, founded the National Biscuit Company, now RJR Nabisco, and United States Steel Corporation. Within 2 generations, members of the Moore family would also control Bankers Trust Company and sit on the board of the International Business Machines Corporation that you know as IBM. The Moore family's sponsorship of Livingston, ADL chairman from 1913 to 1945, was a reflection of the underlying relationship between the leading WASP Freemasonic families and the ADL that continues through to the present. The Moore families, Nabisco, and United States Steel are on record today as major financial backers of the Anti-Defamation League. Ironically, Bishop Paul Moore of the same Moore family served for years as the Episcopal Bishop of New York. Based at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, he was the superior to Canon Edward West. Now remember, folks, what I've told you about the Cathedral of St. John Divine in the Mystery School series. Canon West's promise to get his Jewish friends to take care of Lyndon LaRouche provided crucial evidence that the real power behind the ADL and its organized crime confederates is the Scottish Rite. With the ADL's successful drive to oust New York Police Commissioner Bingham, organized crime began to spread its tentacles out into New York City and across the country. By the onset of Prohibition in 1920, the undisputed chief of the New York rackets was Arnold Rothstein, the son of a prominent garment manufacturer and a junior member of the elite, quote, Our Crowd, end quote. Many of the Our Crowd families, like the Lehmans, had come to New York from the South in the post-Civil War period. They were transplanted Confederates who capitalized on the power of the British Rothschild family's Wall Street representative August Belmont to quickly establish themselves among the city's leading bankers and stockbrokers. They had participated in the unsuccessful Confederate secessionist plot against the Union. Now they would take a leading role in the British effort to direct a new opium war against the American people. Rothstein, ladies and gentlemen, operated a gambling and prostitution syndicate out of the Metropole Hotel in Midtown Manhattan, far from the teeming ethnic ghetto of the Lower East Side. He ran the unofficial gambling commission for Tammany Hall boss Timothy Sullivan. He hobnobbed with some of the country's wealthiest legitimate businessmen, like Julius Fleischmann, the yeast manufacturer, Joseph Seagram, the Canadian distiller, Harry Sinclair of the Sinclair Oil Company, and Percival H. Hill, head of the American Tobacco Company. In 1919, Rothstein engineered the fixing of the Baseball World Series on behalf of his gambling cronies in what became known as the Chicago Black Sox scandal. At the behest of Lower East Side gangster Irving Wexler, also known as Waxy Gordon, and Detroit mobster Max Greenberg, Rothstein put up the initial $175,000 to establish the first bootlegging operations of the Prohibition era, servicing the Midwest and the East Coast with British whiskey transported across the Atlantic. Rum-running ships owned by Rothstein and his partners would smuggle the British whiskey from Long Island Sound into the U.S. Rothstein's British contacts included Winston Churchill, who at the time headed the Royal Commission in charge of liquor. In 1921, Rothstein also opened up a British pipeline for smuggling heroin into the United States via his business agent in China, Jacob Katzenberg. Katzenberg hooked up with the British Opium Cartel, then headed by Lord Keswick of the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation and the Jardine and Matheson Trading Company, and arranged the transit of the illegal drugs through Marseille into New York City. The route, later known as the French Connection, would remain the primary pipeline of heroin into America up through the 1960s. The period of Prohibition, folks, marks the syndication of organized crime. It also marked the emergence of illegal money as a major source of investment capital and so-called legitimate business. As the proceeds of the billions of dollars in illegal whiskey and dope sales were funneled into such lucrative straight investments as the Hollywood, motion picture, and music industries, the Nevada gambling casinos — Nevada conveniently legalized casino gambling just as Prohibition was coming to an end — and post-Prohibition legal alcohol distilleries, the ADL, was on hand to directly reap the benefits. In 1929, ladies and gentlemen, one of Meyer Lansky's New York City crime lieutenants, Frank Erickson, founded the Sterling National Bank. Erickson was a specialist in money laundering. After Lansky replaced Arnold Rothstein, where he was assassinated in 1926, as the chairman of the board of the National Crime Syndicate, Erickson had been put in charge of the nationwide bookkeeping operations. Erickson handled Lansky's hidden interests in gambling casinos, racetracks, and other businesses around the country. Sterling National Bank served as the mob's factor bank in the New York City Garment Center, doling out high-interest short-term loans to thousands of small clothing manufacturers to purchase their raw materials. The loans were collateralized by the garment firm's accounts receivable. On paper, it was a benign, barely legal form of loan sharking. The victims were Jews. In practice, it was the syndicate's foot in the door for taking over the entire garment industry through violence and intimidation. Again, the victims were Jews. Erickson's relationship with Lansky gave Sterling virtually unchallenged control over the garment center. In 1934, Theodore H. Silbert went to work for Sterling National Bank. Within a decade of his arrival, Silbert was the bank's chairman, president, and CEO, posts he would retain up until his death in early 1992. You see, Silbert was the ADL's man on the scene. He would serve as the ADL's national commissioner, treasurer, and chief fundraiser. The ADL established its bank accounts at Sterling National, and according to IRS records, invested in bank stock. The only other outside investment into which the ADL would ever put its own money would be the American Bank and Trust Company, another New York City bank, which listed ADL National Commissioner and B'nai B'rith International President Philip Kletznick as a director. ABT would go under when shady Mossad financier Davy Gravier made off with all the bank's deposits and then ostensibly died in a mysterious airplane crash over Mexico. Gravier's so-called death was so suspect that New York State listed him as a co-conspirator in the ABT bank fraud investigation for years. For you see, they didn't then and they don't believe now that he really died in that plane crash. Although Silbert's emergence as the leading figure at Sterling National was part of a campaign to cleanse the bank's public image by replacing a known gangster with a philanthropist and civic-minded banker, Sterling continued to be entangled in shady financial dealings, sometimes leading to high-visibility civil suits. The most explosive of these scandals hit in January 1982, when the Italian government filed suit in the United States District Court in New York City against Sterling, charging it with constructive trust conspiracy to defraud, fraud, and breach of fiduciary duty. The case, ladies and gentlemen, revolved around Italian banker Michele Sindona's looting of $27 million from the Banca Privata in 1973 to 74. The theft had repercussions across the Atlantic as well. The Franklin National Bank on Long Island, New York, went bust as the result of Sindona's involvement. Sterling National Bank was one of the laundromats through which Sindona washed the stolen cash. Folks, tonight's program is based upon a report by the Executive Intelligence Review, a special report by the editors of the Executive Intelligence Review. This report was first published in 1992, entitled The Ugly Truth About the ADL. It has taken CAGI this long to duplicate the research and verify that every single fact in here is absolutely 100% correct and true. the fact that none of the people, nor the ADL, has ever sued the Executive Intelligence Review over this information further substantiates the value and the truthfulness of this report. This is not an anti-Semitic report. It is an anti-ADL, anti-secret society, B'nai B'rith, controlled by the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, a racist organization promoting the concept of the British Israelism concept that the Anglo-Aryan race is superior to all others. Indeed, has a special covenant with God and all this other baloney. And folks, it is baloney. Someday you will all wake up to that fact. Not surprisingly, Sindona would later be exposed as a pivotal figure in the Propaganda II Freemasonic Lodge, a secret Italian branch of the Scottish Rite with strong ties to the Mafia. Its antecedent, the 19th century Propaganda I Lodge, had been founded by Giuseppe Mazzini, the founder of the Sicilian Mafia, as a branch of the European Illuminati, a leading member of the First Communist International, and an agent of Britain's Lord Palmerston, the Grand Master of the Scottish Rite. Giuseppe Mazzini was in close communication with the Confederate General Albert Pike, who was the head of the Illuminati in the United States. Some things, folks, just never, ever change. The ADL's shady links to Sterling National Bank went beyond Theodore Silbert. Another longtime director of the bank, an ADL man, Maxwell Robb, was a business partner of Meyer Lansky in a company called the International Airport Hotel Corporation. The vice chairman of the powerful New York State ADL, Robb weathered the public airing of his Lansky links and went on to be the United States ambassador to Italy during the Reagan administration. Talk about putting the fox in the henhouse. Arnold Burns was another ADL asset on the board of Sterling. Burns' law firm, Burns & Summit, got caught up in a tax evasion scheme in the early 1980s that almost landed both partners in jail. Under a loophole in the federal tax codes written into law thanks to the Zionist lobby in the United States Congress, American investors in Israel research and development firms could claim their investments as tax write-offs. But nobody else could, investing in the same type of business in other countries and in the United States. Arnold Burns set up a string of tax shelters in the Bahamas, ostensibly to fund these Israeli research and development projects. However, the money, minus a hefty fee to Burns & Summit, never, ever reached Israel. It was laundered right back into the United States, where it could be used by its own owners tax-free. And when the scheme became the subject of a federal grand jury in New York, Burns pointed a finger at some of his cohorts and walked away, completely unscathed. A few months later, Arnold Burns was named Deputy Attorney General of the United States, a post he held throughout most of the Reagan era, Deputy Attorney General of the United States of America. Burns's name had been placed before Ronald Reagan by John J. McCloy, a powerhouse in the New York City white Anglo-Saxon Protestant establishment, a leading Anglophile, British Israelist, ex-head of the Central Intelligence Agency, and the former chairman of the Chase Manhattan Bank. Nor is Sterling National Bank the only ADL bank implicated in the dope trade and organized crime. Leonard Abbas of Miami, Florida, is another honorary national chairman of the ADL. He's the chairman of City National Bank of Miami, one of many Florida banks caught laundering big-time drug money. A top aide to Abbas at City National, Alberto Duke, was jailed in the late 1980s for laundering dope dollars. Another senior bank official, Donald Beasley, was hired by Abess on the basis of his former work for the Nugan Hand Bank in Australia. And if you read my book, you know all about Nugan Hand Bank and the Central Intelligence Agency and the laundering of drug money. Nugan Hand went bust in the mid-1980s when one of its founders, Frank Nugan, was found dead in his car, the victim of what police labeled a suicide. And the other partner, former Green Beret and CIA agent Michael Hand, a veteran of Delta Force, disappeared into thin air with $26 million in bank assets. Nugan Hand had been set up during the final days of the Vietnam War by ex-Central Intelligence Agency and Pentagon officers, including Ted Shackley, to launder black market profits into shady intelligence operations throughout Asia. In the 1985 Mo Dalitz Award dinner was a kind of coming-out party for the ADL's friends in the National Crime Syndicate. It was, ladies and gentlemen, by no means the first time the League publicly flaunted its deep ties to the gangster world. You see, in 1963, as part of an effort to vastly expand its fundraising reach, the ADL appointed Hollywood producer Dore Schary as its national chairman. At the time, Schary was the reigning superstar at the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. Among the Hollywood insiders, however, Schary was known as a lifelong pal of syndicate higher-up Abner Longy Zwillman of New Jersey. Zwillman was one of the first of the Prohibition-era bootleggers and Lansky aides to get involved in the Hollywood motion picture industry, an original member of Murder Incorporated, and the head of the powerful Reinfeld bootlegging syndicate in New Jersey. Zwillman expanded into labor racketeering during the waning days of Prohibition. And by 1930, he had seized control over the Screen Operators Union up and down the East Coast and parlayed that into shares in some of the big Hollywood studios. And you don't think there's any mind control in America? At this time, Dore Schary ran an amateur drama group at the YMHA in Newark, New Jersey. Childhood friend Zwillman sent Schary out to the West Coast and installed him at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, MGM. When Zwillman got into trouble with the IRS in the late 1950s, some of his syndicate associates became convinced that he might betray some of the mob's most closely held financial secrets. And on February the 27th, 1959, he was found hanging from a pipe in the basement of his 20-room West Orange, New Jersey mansion. According to Federal Bureau of Investigation reports, Schary attended the funeral. In the FBI memo citing Sherry's appearance at the Zwillman funeral, the Bureau delivered a kind of eulogy to the mobster, citing an article from the New York World Telegram. The FBI memo read, quote, "Nobody followed so successfully, for so long, the approved underworld formula for success, from rags to rackets to riches to respectability." End quote. And folks, if the rags to respectability formula were to be applied to organizations, the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith would be first on the list of success stories. For the past 2 decades, Wall Street lawyer Kenneth Bailkin has been Mr. ADL, a long-standing member of the League's National Executive Committee. Bailkin served from 1982 through 1986 as the League's national chairman. It was on his watch that gangster Mo Dalitz got the ADL's prestigious, quote, Torch of Liberty, end quote, prize. That junk bond swindler Michael Milken poured millions of dollars into the launching of the League's A World of Difference propaganda campaign to wreck American public education, and that accused drug money launderer Edmund Safra got Bailkin and the ADL to mediate a corporate divorce between his banking empire and the American Express Company. In return for Bailkin's effort to salvage Safra's badly tarnished reputation, the ADL received a $1 million tax-exempt payoff from him. But Bailkin's real claim to fame, folks, is that he was a central figure and the doping, the drugging of America. Without Kenneth Bailken's behind-the-scenes legal maneuvering, the Medellin cartel would have had a far more difficult time establishing a beachhead in the United States. In much the same way Bailken quieted the potentially stormy divorce between Edmund Safra and American Express, he brokered the marriage between renegade financier Robert Vesco and the Medellin cartel's chief of logistics, Carlos Leder Rivas. As a result, the dope smuggling routes through the Caribbean into the United States were consolidated, and the streets of America were flooded during the 1980s with marijuana and cocaine. This sordid story began in 1970, when Kenneth Bailken, the senior partner at the Wall Street law firm of Wilkie Farr and Gallagher, helped engineer Robert Vesco take over the Investors Overseas Service, a Swiss-based mutual fund that was founded by Bernie Cornfield with startup funding from the Swiss-French branch of the Rothschild family. IOS was a front for Meyer Lansky's international crime syndicate. IOS salesmen traveled the globe carrying suitcases full of cash across international borders. Some of the money came from local investors, but the bulk of it was hot money gained from the Lansky syndicate's dope gambling, prostitution, and extortion rackets. Now, if this method of money laundering was labor-intensive and primitive compared to today's high-speed electronic wire transfers, it was nevertheless efficient. The cash eventually wound up in numbered accounts at some of Switzerland's most corrupt and secretive banks. Some of the banks, ladies and gentlemen, linked to the IOS apparatus, like the Geneva-based International Credit Bank, or BCI, and the Nassau, Bahamas-based Bank of World Commerce, were flagrant fronts for the Lansky syndicate. While BCI was owned by a senior officer of the Israeli Mossad named Tibor Rosenbaum, BCI's office manager, Sylvian Ferdman, was identified by Life magazine in 1967 as one of Lansky's top bagmen, and World Commerce Director Alvin Malnick was Lansky's accountant. When Lansky and his controllers decided to shift the center of their underground banking operations from Switzerland to the Caribbean, as part of a planned expansion of cocaine and marijuana smuggling into the United States, with the cooperation and the help of the intelligence community and the military, it was the ADL and Bailken that engineered the move. First, the ADL's Minneapolis, Minnesota apparatus, known inside the league as the Minneapolis Mafia, which ran the notorious Kid Cam, or Isidore Blumenfeld organized crime ring, provided the money for a local Hebrew school teacher turned business entrepreneur named Meshulam Riklis to buy up a large block of shares of IOS stock. Once Riklis had amassed enough stock to control the company, he turned around and sold all his shares to Vesco. Vesco was represented in the transaction by Kenneth Bailken. You see, the circle is now complete. Vesco's next step was to oust Bernie Cornfield as the president of IOS and take over the job himself. Over the next several years, ladies and gentlemen, a total of $270 million was siphoned out of IOS accounts in Switzerland. Officially, the money was never found, and Robert Vesco conveniently fled the United States one step ahead of the FBI and the IRS. The Cornfield to Riklis to Vesco transaction may have been largely a wash of Lansky syndicate dollars. From Prohibition onward, the Minneapolis Kid Can gang had been handlers of Lansky money. Kid Can eventually moved to the Miami area and was a key player in Lansky's big-time move into southern Florida Gold Coast real estate. However, folks, not all of the money siphoned out of IOS by Vesco was family cash. A lawsuit was brought in U.S. District Court in New York City in 1980 by some of the independent investors who had lost their shirts in the looting of IOS. While not revealing the whereabouts of the missing millions, the civil suit identified Bailken and the Bank of New York as partners of the fugitive financier in the scheme. On July 31st, 1980, federal judge D.J. Stewart ordered Willkie, Farr, and Gallagher to pay $24.5 million to a group of iOS investors and ordered the Bank of New York to pay $35.6 million. The case file, which fills 20 cartons stored at the Federal District Court warehouse in Bayonne, New Jersey, shows that Bailkin was the evil genius behind the entire looting scheme. A year before the court ordered Willkie, Farr, and the Bank of New York to pay up for their role in the looting of iOS, some of that money had been used by Vesco to purchase Norman's Cay in the Bahamas. Vesco's partner in the deal was Carlos Leder Rivas, a small-time Colombian car thief and marijuana smuggler who had recently gotten out of jail in Florida. Leder, an unabashed supporter of Adolf Hitler, who would later use some of his smuggling profits to found a neo-Nazi radical environmentalist political party in Colombia, fit neatly into the ADL scheme, with his family ties back in Colombia to leading figures in the then-emerging Medellin cartel. By 1980, the Vesco Leder-owned Norman's Cay was serving as the command center and transshipment depot for a massive marijuana and cocaine trafficking operation protected by the intelligence community from Medellin into the United States. For several years, while running the Norman's Cay operation, Vesco skipped from the Bahamas to Costa Rica to Nicaragua, buying up local politicians and newspaper editors, and always miraculously staying one step ahead of an FBI that never really seemed intent upon capturing the fugitive money man. In fact, it was just a show. On one occasion, on Antigua, Vesco was hosting a lavish party on a boat that he had bought from Saudi financier Adnan Khashoggi. Isn't it funny how the same names always crop up in all of these investigations? While the FBI agents were combing the island, looking for this elusive fugitive. Well, I hope you can sleep well tonight. I hope you're beginning to get the message. I hope you're beginning to understand things just ain't as you thought they were. And they use this branding of anti-Semitic, anti-Semitism to control the Jews and to keep you in your place. You see, you will learn later in the series that when the ADL needs to rally the Jewish community around a cause, it is the ADL itself which sprays the swastika on Jewish synagogues and on their gravestones in their cemeteries. Good night, and God bless you all. You're listening to the Hour of the Time, the last place in this world where you can hear freedom of speech and truth. I'm William Cooper. I want to remind everyone that our conference is coming up August the 1st through the 5th. And if you want to be a part of that, you had better get your registration fee in. For CAGI members or intelligence service members, it's $100. For intelligence service members who have a family membership, it's $150. Everyone else, $250 for the 5 days. This fee does not include transportation, meals, or lodging. Folks, all that stuff is up to you. We have a packet that we mail out as soon as you send in your registration fee, giving you a list of all of the places to stay, all of the places to eat, and also campgrounds, RV sites, and there are a lot of them, real nice ones too. As a matter of fact, Lyman Lake is only 10 miles down the road, and some of the most beautiful campsites, full hookups with showers, and right on a nice, beautiful lake where you can go fishing in the evening and catch your dinner if you want to. Make sure that you have a fishing license because there's a lot of game wardens around here just waiting to catch somebody who doesn't have one from out of state because those fines are big ones. You know what I mean, folks? And if you have reclaimed your sovereignty and know how to fight it in court, that's up to you. Also, remember that the Intelligence Service membership is also open, and it's $100 for a single membership, $150 for family membership. We are not taking CAGI memberships. CAGI News Service will be a continuous, ongoing organization. The Intelligence Service is a quite different ball of wax, folks. Now, tonight, make sure you're paying attention as we continue with our report entitled The Ugly Truth About the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, by the editors of the Executive Intelligence Review. Now, so that you can more accurately judge this information, this report was published in 1992. CAGI has spent a year and a half with 8 of our best operatives investigating the facts published in this report, and we can find absolutely nothing in this report that is not factual, that is not true. It is a complete, factual, true report. It echoes what other people have discovered when they have investigated the ADL. It echoes bits and pieces that we have collected over the years, but they put it all together. We have duplicated their research. It is 100% accurate. And it verifies everything that I have ever said to you, ladies and gentlemen, about how we are manipulated by these people, the Illuminati, the secret societies. For the ADL does not represent the Jewish people. It represents a secret organization, a secret society, a branch of the Illuminati known as B'nai B'rith, controlled by the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. I've been telling you this for a long, long time. Many of the victims of the ADL have been Jews over the years. And as you will see, as you continue to listen to the expose of the ADL, as written in a report by the editors of the Executive Intelligence Review, as you will see, ladies and gentlemen, all of us are being manipulated. And for any of you out there who may be Jewish, this is not an anti-Jewish program. It's not anti-Semitic. And if you blindly support the ADL without thoroughly investigating them, as the Executive Intelligence Review has done and as we have done, it would be exactly the same as if I blindly supported anti-Semitic organizations simply because they claimed to be acting in the best interest of the Caucasian race or of Christianity. So don't be foolish in this. If you've been listening to this program for a long, long time, you know there is no racism here whatsoever. There is no bias for or against any one religion. The only thing we're concerned about here is truth. We want to know who is lying to us, who is deceiving us, who is manipulating us, who is pitting us against each other, who is trying to take our Creator-endowed rights from us, who's trying to destroy the protector of those rights, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and bring about a one-world totalitarian socialist government. All of our efforts are toward those ends. And when the common man learns how stupid, ignorant, and apathetic he's been, how easily he's been lied to, how easily he's been deceived, and how easy it is for the puppet masters to pull the strings and make him dance, then we can cast off the yoke of slavery forever, and all peoples will have finally a chance to maybe live together in peace. And that is our only hope, is that we the common, everyday, ordinary people learn the secrets that have been held from us by those who call themselves the guardians of the secrets of the ages, of which the ADL, the JDL, B'nai B'rith, the Ku Klux Klan, the White Aryan Movement, British Israelism, black racism, all of these things are manipulations of those who call themselves the ones with the only truly mature minds, and thus the only ones entitled to rule. Tonight, the ADL peddles the New Age. In the summer of 1989, the entire world was reeling in shock and horror over the discovery of a satanic burial ground on a ranch in Matamoros, Mexico. Dozens of mutilated, cannibalized corpses were discovered. The grisly details of the kidnapping and human sacrifice of one of the cult's victims, Texas college student Mark Kilroy, prompted Texas state legislators to draft a law stiffening the penalties for satanic ritualistic crimes and making it a criminal offense to conduct certain occult rituals. The governor of Texas convened a special session of the legislature to get the bill passed. But, ladies and gentlemen, the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, while peddling bills all across the country that would make it a crime just to think anti-Semitic thoughts, launched an all-out effort to defeat the Texas crackdown on satanic crimes, branding the bill anti-Semitic. Now, if it was true that the bill was anti-Semitic, it would be an admission by the ADL that Semitic means satanic. However, that's not true, as you will see. Semitic does not mean satanic. However, that's what this reaction by the ADL would imply. In its jaded logic, the ADL claimed that technically the bill made it illegal for rabbis to perform circumcisions on infants. Nothing could have been further from the truth, for not only do Jews practice circumcision upon infants, but most doctors recommend it to all male-born babies in almost every hospital in the country as a hygienic measure. The vast majority of the Jewish community in Texas, including many leading rabbis, refused to buy into the ADL's twisted interpretation and supported the bill as they should have as good citizens of the state, which most Jewish people are. Some people began to smell a rat, and they were right. Not only has the ADL been an integral part of the organized crime structure that has wrecked America's youth through the peddling of drugs, but as a pivotal institution within the Scottish Rite Freemasonry Southern jurisdiction, the ADL has been a part of the century-old effort to paganize America under a variety of labels: secular humanism, new religions, and most recently, the New Age. Not surprisingly, as investigators probed the higher levels of the New Age plot, they found that the New York City Cathedral of St. John the Divine, the headquarters of ADL patrons Bishop Paul Moore and Canon Edward West, was at the very center of the paganization effort. This is the same cathedral that George Bush used to attend. While nominally part of the Anglican Protestant Episcopal persuasion, the cathedral was actually the underground headquarters of the Luciferian movement in America. Since 1948, ladies and gentlemen, the ADL has devoted over one-third of its legal efforts to support activity that may rightfully be called the plot to kill God. You see, the ADL has filed dozens of amicus curiae, friends of the court briefs, in legal cases often settled by the United States Supreme Court, whose results have included banning school prayer, banning released time for religious instruction, banning Christmas carols and spirituals, banning celebration of Judeo-Christian holidays. Now, do you understand that? Not just Christian, but Judeo-Christian. Jewish. And most recently, banning the Bible as unfit for the classroom. The first 5 books of which are the Jewish Torah. Causing federal, state, and local governments to be neutral on religious issues, as well as compelling them to cease participation in any display of art associated with the Christian religion, whether during a religious holiday season or other time, and banning prayers in courtrooms together with religious oaths for courts and government officials. While the ADL has concentrated upon uprooting the traditions of Western Christian civilization from public life, in effect by throwing Christianity out the front door of schools, it has not ever protested as New Age religion has been ushered in the back door now to permeate society. They don't say a word about that. In fact, while condemning any manifestation of Christianity at every turn, the ADL has used First Amendment arguments in court and elsewhere to defend witchcraft and peyote, and hallucinogen derived from a type of cactus, cults. The ADL has not acted alone, ladies and gentlemen, in this drive to paganize America. It has enjoyed the assistance of some friends in very, very high places. And don't forget, the ADL is just an arm of B'nai B'rith, which is controlled by the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Some of these friends in high places include the highest court in the land. It began in earnest on February the 10th, 1947, when Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black rendered the majority opinion in the case of Everson versus Board of Education. Black, ladies and gentlemen, who was a lifelong member of the Ku Klux Klan and was a 33rd degree Freemason of the Southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite, enshrined the following phrase, and I quote, "In the words of Jefferson, the clause against establishment of religion by law was intended to erect a wall of separation between church and state," end quote. During the period of time when the attention of the court seemed to focus on religious clause cases, roughly 1949 to 1956, 7 members of the craft, that's Freemasonry, served on the court along with a former Freemason, Justice Sherman Minton. Freemasons continued to dominate the court while most of the decisions to uproot Christianity were made until 1971. The southern jurisdiction of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, to which the preponderance of Supreme Court justices belonged from the period of 1939 to 1971, is the self-described New Age jurisdiction, and that was their term, ladies and gentlemen, not mine, and not the editors of the Executive Intelligence Review. That's what they called themselves. Not coincidentally, the magazine, the publication of the Supreme Council of the Southern Jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite was entitled The New Age. As Paul A. Fisher aptly demonstrates in his book entitled Behind the Lodge Door, the original intent of the Religious Establishment Clause by the Founding Fathers who shaped this constitutional instrument was to guard against the states establishing a theocracy of the Roman cult variety that would persecute those practicing the tenets of Western Christian civilization upon which the Republic had been founded. Yet through Justice Black's Wall decision in Everson and hundreds of subsequent federal, state, and local rulings, a Manichaean religious cult is on the verge of establishing a New Age theocracy in the United States today. The Founding Fathers, ladies and gentlemen, whatever problems may have existed with their religion in that regard, they believed that each individual had been created in imago viva Dei, in the living image of God with a divine spark of reason which they expressed in the principle that all men are created equal under God. The fallacy of the wall of separation cult dogma is shown by the Northwest Ordinance passed in 1787 and readopted in 1789, which provided, ladies and gentlemen, that religion, morality, and knowledge being necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind, schools and the means of education shall forever be encouraged, end quote. And in his farewell address to the nation in 1796, President George Washington declared that, quote, religion and morality are indispensable supports for political prosperity, end quote, and he warned that we could not expect, quote, that national morality can prevail in the exclusion of religious principle, end quote. For it is a fact, without religion, there are no morals. Undoubtedly, Justice Hugo Black's Masonically dominated court would have found these sentiments to be unconstitutional. As Justice Black's son said of him, he was a man who, quote, could not whip himself up to a belief in God or the divinity of Christ, life after death, or heaven or hell, end quote. When he first ran for the United States Senate, public condemnation compelled Black on July 9, 1925 to, quote, retire from the Robert E. Lee Klan No. 1, but he closed his letter of resignation to the Kligrap, that's the secretary in the Ku Klux Klan, yours in the sacred, unbreakable bond, end quote. And this man was sitting on the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Having won election, Black participated in a secret Klan ceremony witnessed by investigative reporter Ray Spriggle on September the 2nd, 1926, where Senator Black was welcomed back to the Klan with a grand passport of life membership at the Birmingham, Alabama State Klan meeting. At the ceremony, Black swore never to divulge, even under threat of death, the secrets of the invisible empire. And he said, quote, I swear I will most zealously and valiantly shield and preserve by any and all justifiable means and methods white supremacy, all to which I have sworn by this oath I will seal with my blood. Be thou my witness, Almighty God. Amen. End quote. Ironically, ladies and gentlemen, although Spriggle's truthful articles were carried in all the major papers, it was the two flagship journals of American liberalism, The Nation and The New Republic, that chose to believe Black's denials that he was a Klan member in the 1920s, in a scandal that continued after President Franklin Delano Roosevelt appointed Senator Black to the Supreme Court in 1937, and since it has been proven. The ADL, ladies and gentlemen, has been among the strongest upholders of lifelong Ku Klux Klan member and Mason Justice Hugo Black's Wall of Separation decision beginning a year after the 1947 Everson opinion containing this new language. A history of that involvement can be found in the ADL's pamphlet called Friend of the Court 1947 to 1982. To secure justice and fair treatment for all, by Jill Donnie Snyder and Eric K. Goodman. In the chapter titled Separation of Church and State, we find the following, and I quote, since 1948, ADL has filed amicus briefs in practically every major church-state case, consistently arguing for a strict interpretation of the Establishment Clause. ADL continues to work for a strict separation of church and state, a commitment that dates back to the League's first involvement in an Establishment Clause dispute, McCollum versus Board of Education. In the Everson opinion, the court emphasized in strong language the parameters of the Establishment Clause. ADL stands firmly committed to a strict separation between church and state. The wall of separation must be fortified and strengthened so that the religious freedom dreamed of by Jefferson and the other founding fathers may endure now and forever an example to the world. End quote. Among the actions in which the ADL has been the historic friend of a Masonically dominated court and of KKKer Justice Black's Wall reinterpretation of the Establishment Clause are 1. Released time. From the 1948 McCollum case until the present day, the ADL has fought release time from schools, which gives a release for students to participate in religious education. One of the most recent cases was Doe versus Human, which was affirmed when the Supreme Court refused to hear it, and in which the ADL had filed an amicus brief. It resulted in the school system of Gravette, Arkansas, having to end the practice of released time for religious instruction in the schools on a voluntary basis requiring parental approval. In its pamphlet, ADL and the Courts, Litigation Docket 1991, the ADL states that this storytime program in Gravette, quote, presents at least 2 inescapable infringements on the Establishment Clause: impermissible inclusion of religion in the public schools and forbidden state indoctrination of a particular faith, end quote. Paul D. Human, the superintendent of schools in Gravette, told a reporter for Executive Intelligence Review, quote, by such cases, the stage is being set for a one-world religion. Kids are being brainwashed to death by the New Age religions, and it has become harder and harder to take a Christian stand. There is no question but that the real agenda of groups like the ADL is to usher in the New Age. The more the New Age is brought in, the lesser the boundaries on moral action. If it's right for you, it's right is the guideline of the New Age. Moral principles are thrown out the window. 2. Parochial aid. The question of public aid for parochial schools was the centerpiece of the Everson decision written by Justice Hugo Black, and there have been dozens of parochial aid suits since then. For over 30 years, one of the ADL's strongest allies in such cases has been Americans United for Separation of Church and State. According to the managing editor of the Scottish Rite Journal, Dr. John W. Bocher, Sovereign Grand Commander C. Fred Kleinknecht relied heavily upon the staff of Americans United for Separation of Church and State to write his call to arms in the November 1991 issue defending Jefferson's, quote, wall of separation, end quote, which Kleinknecht calls the cornerstone of the Constitution. Now remember, this is the chief high muckety-muck of the Scottish Rite of the southern jurisdiction of Freemasonry. Bocher is himself a member of the National Advisory Council of Americans United Against Church and State that has worked closely with the ADL. Another collaborator of Americans United is Greg Ivers, who wrote the recent ADL call to arms, which parallels that of Supreme Commander Kleinknecht, titled Lowering the Wall: Religion in the Supreme Court in the 1980s. The full import, ladies and gentlemen, of Justice Black's membership in the Southern jurisdiction, New Age, religious, cult, and that's exactly what it is, the New Age, religious cult, emerges in a letter that 33rd degree Mason and Grand Prior of the Supreme Council, Scottish Rite, McIlyar H. Licklider, wrote to Justice Harold Burton 2 years after Everson. The letter described Licklider's pilgrimage to the tomb of Jacques de Molay, who had been Grand Master of the Knights Templar. De Molay was condemned as a heretic after Pope Clement V and the French King Philip le Bel ordered an investigation, which discovered that upon initiation into this crusading order, members were required to spit upon an image of Christ's face. The Templars were shown to be a Manichaean cult, practicing a form of the Middle Eastern Baphomet paganism as an initiation into their inner secrets. You see, their research has confirmed exactly my research and the research of CAGI members that resulted in over 40 hours of airtime of our Mystery Babylon series. After Jacques de Molay was executed in 1314 as 19th century Scottish Rite Supreme Commander, General Albert Pike stated in his book, Morals and Dogma, renegade Templars traveling to Scotland helped King Bruce found a precursor of the Scottish Rite, which is also part of the ritual of the New Age Southern jurisdiction known as the 30th degree Knight Kadash, otherwise known as the Holy Knight, Knight of the Temple, and degree of revenge. According to Pike, the Knights Templar were from the very beginning devoted to opposition to the tiara of Rome and the crown of its chiefs. Their object, Pike said, was to acquire influence and wealth, then to intrigue, and at need fight to establish the Johnite or Gnostic and Kabbalistic dogma. Isn't it strange that everybody who investigates these secret societies ends up at the same door with the same facts? According to author Paul Fisher, the former Grand Commander of the Scottish Rite, Pike, also asserted that the secret movers of the French Revolution had sworn upon the tomb of Desmoulins to overthrow throne and altar. Then, when King Louis XVI of France was executed in 1793, half the work was done. Thenceforward, the army of the Temple was to direct all its efforts against the Pope. Well, you're all sitting out there, and your worst nightmares are coming true all around you, in the newspapers, during this broadcast. When you go to the store, you find that your dollar is worth less and less. You find that your income is shrinking. You find that taxes are increasing and hidden taxes that you can't even discover are taking big chunks out of your paycheck. Government is exerting more and more control over every single aspect of your entire life, from the time you get up in the morning, even until after you have gone to bed at night. You know that something terrible is coming, for as I travel around this country, people I've never seen before, they've never heard me. They see an ad in a newspaper or something, they come to my lecture, and before I've even said a word, they come up to me and say, "Mr. Cooper, I've never heard anything that you've ever said, but I know something is deeply wrong in this country. I can feel it in my gut, and I hope that you are going to finally tell me what it is." I've been attempting to do that for many years now. And I'm warning you, the greatest weapon they have against the middle class in this country, against all of us who are free, is the economy. They will pull the plug. When they do, if you have not prepared for that occasion, you will be devastated, and I fully expect that many Americans who are sitting in their living room listening to this broadcast right now saying, "This can't possibly be true. It can never happen in America, and it certainly won't happen to me." I fully believe that some of those people will absolutely lose their mind when they realize the depths into which they can be thrown literally overnight. Now, I urge you to call the sponsors of the Hour of the Time, Swiss America Trading, who have stuck with us through thick and thin. They believe in the message that I am attempting to deliver to the American people and to the world. They've taken a lot of flack because of this broadcast, and they'll take a lot more. But you see, they really believe that what we are attempting to do here is right. When they listen to this broadcast, they hear things that they can't hear anywhere else. They know that there's no fear behind this microphone, and they know that I will deliver whatever message is required whenever it is required, and that it will be, to the very best of my ability, the truth. Now, if you realize real worth from this program, if you understand this message, If you deal with someone, I hope that it will be with Swiss America Trading. But if for some reason you cannot or don't want to or can't get along with whoever you're talking to at Swiss America Trading, I want you to deal with someone. I don't care who it is, and I don't care where they're at. You see, if you're not prepared, you can't help us in the final battle that is to come. You'll be devastated, and we will not be able to reach out and help you, or we will bring ourselves down to your level, and we need what we have to fight the battle. So call now, 1-800-289-2646. 1-800-289-2646. Do it now. It will take a tremendous weight off your shoulders. You will be able to rest more peacefully. 1-800-289-2646. You'll be very, very, very glad that you did.
Remember, whoever you are, whatever race you are, whatever religion you belong to, the enemy that you perceive is not your enemy. You are controlled by your enemy, and you don't even know it. All of us are controlled by our enemy, except for a small minority who have awakened and refuse to be controlled any longer. The enemy pits us against each other. They teach us to hate each other. They preach lies. They twist Scripture. They twist history. They fake incidents. And so we end up hating each other and fighting each other while they are moving very carefully, surely, and swiftly in the background to enslave us all. And the quicker we all realize this and set ourselves free, for there is no knight in shining armor riding up on a white horse that's going to do it for us. The United States founding fathers well knew the seditious nature of the Scottish Rite, which President George Washington, in a letter to Minister G.W. Snyder, denounced for its diabolical tenets and for having unleashed the pernicious principles of the Jacobin mob during the French Revolution. Now, for those of you who have not studied history, the Jacobin movement was the old Adam Weishaupt Illuminati under a different name. And 3, prayer. These wall of separation cases began in the early 1960s, and they continue today. In the interim, the Supreme Court, with the full approval of the ADL, has been involved in banning non-denominational prayer to a monotheistic God, voluntary prayer and silent prayer in schools, courtrooms, and at other federal, state, and local government functions. In a related case in which the ADL filed an amicus brief in 1961, Torcaso versus Watkins, the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional for people seeking public office to be required to take an oath that they believed in the existence of God. In 1963, with School District of Abington Township versus Shemp, the Supreme Court agreed with the ADL's amicus argument that Bible reading at the start of a school day is unconstitutional. In the recent case of Kenneth Roberts versus Kathleen Madigan, as we shall see, the Supreme Court affirmed the decision of the 10th United States Circuit Court of Appeals that banned the Bible from being in the schoolroom unless a teacher hid it in his desk. It cannot even be on the shelf in the library. In its pamphlet, Friend of the Court, the ADL argues that it is seeking to keep the government completely out of religion and vice versa, lest the Jewish minority be overwhelmed by a Christian minority. Do you understand what I just said, ladies and gentlemen? But at the same time, while claiming to protect Jewry, the Bible is outlawed from the school, even from the school library, which includes, ladies and gentlemen, the Torah. So in the guise of defending Jewry against Christianity, Jews also are prohibited from taking their holy book into school, having it in school,
are reading it in the school library, also from saying prayers. It protects no one. It takes away the right to practice the religion of your choice for all of us, every single one of us, Jew, Gentile, the followers of the Prophet Muhammad, Buddhists, those who follow the Shinto way, Taoism, it doesn't matter. Quote, "The horrible consequences of an officially sponsored religion can be seen in the Crusades and in one of the darkest periods in Jewish history, the Spanish Inquisition. ADL works to ensure a strict separation of church and state so as to protect minority religions. Judaism is a central concern for the League," end quote. Now children saying a prayer in school are carrying a copy of their own personal religious book, whatever it may be, are now compared to the Spanish Inquisition. Do you see how things are twisted, ladies and gentlemen? But the ADL's hostility, rather than being directed against Christianity, is actually directed against the entirety of all of the Judeo-Christian tradition, including Jews, especially Orthodox Jews. It's demonstrated when the ADL filed amicus briefs to ban display of the 10 Commandments in the classroom in cases paralleling the school prayer issue. Perhaps the most ironic case, given the ADL's claims to represent Jewish interests, was its stand in the 1980 Ten Commandments case, Stone versus Graham, where the plaintiffs challenged a Kentucky statute which required the posting of the 10 Commandments in each school classroom. The ADL ended up fighting a small print statement after the last commandment, which read, listen to this, folks, this is what they fought. Quote, "The secular application of the 10 Commandments is clearly seen in its adoption as the fundamental legal code of Western civilization and the common law of the United States," end quote. And this is something that should be taught in every single class which teaches Western civilization, because it is absolutely true. In November 1980, the ADL agreed with the Supreme Court's decision that this was unconstitutional. And 4, Christmas carols, hymns, and spirituals, nearly all of these song forms, which are a most efficient prophylactic to protect children from the horrors of the rock, drug, sex counterculture, and are a bridge to classical music, have been all but banned with the agreement of the ADL from public schools. One recent case, Flory versus Sioux Falls School District, 49-5, grew out of a 1978 school board policy which allowed the singing of Christmas carols, the performance of religious plays, and the display of religious symbols in Sioux Falls public schools. Although the ADL filed amicus briefs at the level of the 8th United States Circuit Court of Appeals and with the Supreme Court, the latter refused to hear the case, thereby affirming the decision of the appeals court that such actions were constitutional, much to the dismay of the Anti-Defamation League. And 5, Equal Access Act. Another decision that drew cries of alarm from both the ADL and the New Age Southern jurisdiction that the wall was being lowered involved the EAA in a June 4, 1990 press release. The ADL said, quote, "The Supreme Court decision today upholding the Equal Access Amendment erodes the wall separating church and state," end quote. The case, Board of Education of Westside Community Schools versus Mergens, involved the efforts of a student, Bridget C. Mergens, to have equal access to school facilities for a Christian Bible study club. According to the ADL release, quote, "The court held that student-sponsored religious clubs in public high schools do not violate the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment," end quote. And of course they don't. In its amicus brief, the ADL argued that the EAA was unconstitutional since it involves the public schools promoting religious activities impermissible from the standpoint of the cult dogma underlying the wall of separation opinion of Justice Hugo Black. In its 1991 ADL in the Courts pamphlet, the ADL describes its amicus brief as having argued the following, quote, "The brief contended that both the legislative history of the EAA and the language of the statute itself reveal its impermissible religious purpose. The EAA arose following several unsuccessful legislative and constitutional initiatives to promote religion in public schools. When these efforts failed, Congress adopted the free speech analysis from Widmar versus Vincent, 454, United States Supreme Court Decision 263, 1983, characterizing student religious activity as a protected form of free expression." End quote. What particularly disturbed the ADL was that by granting Christian clubs equal access to school facilities, where there was an open forum for the debate of often competing ideas, the Supreme Court, in upholding the EAA, had somehow given undue emphasis to the free speech clause of the First Amendment over the Establishment Clause interpretation of Justice Black. Dangerous in the viewpoint of the ADL. 5. Religious symbols. As a result of adjudication since the Everson decision, it has become unconstitutional for schools and governments to celebrate Christmas or other Christian holidays with a display of such religious symbols as crosses, nativity scenes, or depictions of Jesus. Instead, what must be substituted are Santa Claus, reindeer, and Christmas trees, which are of a secular nature and tend to substitute the material aspect of gifts rather than the religious significance of the founding of Christianity with the birth of Christ. Of course, we all know that Christ was not born on Christmas, as Christianity seems to think, but in a completely different part of the year altogether. And we all know that Santa Claus, reindeer, and Christmas trees are not of a secular nature, but are part of an old, pagan, European religion. The ADL has participated in a number of such cases. Among the recent ones described in its 1991 ADL in the Courts pamphlet is Doe versus Small, 934F, 2nd, 743, 7th Circuit, 1991. Quote, "At issue in this case was the constitutionality of a public park display of numerous large paintings depicting scenes from the life of Jesus Christ," end quote. The ADL wrote an amicus brief in this case from Ottawa, Illinois, saying that the local government's assistance to the JCs in preparing the annual display, including the use of public land, violated the wall of separation. Writes the ADL, quote, "The brief contended that the city is not merely acknowledging or celebrating Christmas, but that it is instead supporting Christianity," end quote. Yet in the case of American Jewish Congress versus City of Beverly Hills, case number CV 90-6521, when the American Jewish Congress filed suit against the Lubavitchers for erecting a menorah to celebrate Hanukkah on public property, the Anti-Defamation League worked out a compromise whereby the menorah could be displayed along with a large Christmas tree on land that did not face public buildings. 5. Banning the Bible. On June 29, 1992, the Supreme Court let stand a ruling in the case of Kenneth Roberts versus Kathleen Madigan and Adams County School District number 50. That the Constitution prohibits an elementary public school teacher from silently reading the Bible to himself while his students read secular books. The court declined to review a decision of the 10th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals that Kenneth Roberts, a 5th grade public school teacher teaching in a suburb of Denver, violated the Constitution by reading the Bible to himself during the classroom's silent reading period. End quote. Now I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, why would anyone care what someone reads silently to themselves during a period when there is absolutely nothing for them to do except wait for the students to finish their assignment? The 10th Circuit had ruled that even having the Bible on top of the teacher's desk in view of the students violates the First Amendment, and Roberts had been forced to hide the Bible in his desk after he was admonished by the principal, Kathleen Madigan. The appeals court also ruled it unconstitutional for Roberts to include 2 Christian books, the Bible in Pictures and the Story of Jesus, in his 240-volume classroom library, among such other books as Tom Sawyer, The Wizard of Oz, and Charlotte's Web. Also in the classroom library were 2 books that contained discussions of Indian religions and a book on Greek mythology, neither one of which the ADL was concerned about. The ADL filed an amicus brief with the 10th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to quote ADL in the courts, and I quote, ADL's brief argued that the district court properly denied the injunctive relief when it determined that Roberts was using his role as a teacher to advance religion in violation of the Lemon Establishment Clause test. ADL argued that the Supreme Court has recognized repeatedly that to impressionable school children, religious activities in the public schools convey the message of government sponsorship of religion. This is particularly true when a teacher reads from the Bible in front of students. End quote. Now, someone reading this casually would think that it means that the teacher was reading from the Bible to the students. And of course, he was not. Words can be tricky. And words can tell the truth but convey the wrong meaning, especially to sheeple. However, as even the ADL had to acknowledge, quote, one of the 3 judges in the Court of Appeals panel dissented, charging that the school was converting the Establishment Clause into governmental disapproval, disparagement, and hostility toward the Christian religion, unquote, all of which are forbidden by the Constitution of the United States of America. The ADL's hostility to the basic Judeo-Christian principles upon which the United States was founded is blatant. Its support for overtly satanic or New Age alternatives to Judeo-Christian moral values, while less public, is also clear, very clear, upon close observation. The League's post-Matamoros efforts to sandbag Texas legislation against satanic-related crimes is one case in point. Another case in point, ladies and gentlemen, is the ADL's involvement in one of the most outrageous instances of child sexual abuse in recent memory. The scandal began in Omaha, Nebraska, and many of you have heard about it, but eventually spread to Washington, D.C., implicating officials of the Reagan-Bush White House in after-hours cavorting with male prostitutes. It has been the subject of thousands of pages of news coverage, several criminal trials, and one book, The Franklin Cover-Up, Child Abuse, Satanism, and Murder in Nebraska, written by retired Nebraska State Senator and decorated Vietnam War hero John DeCamp. In late 1988, federal regulators moved in and shut the doors of the Franklin Community Federal Credit Union in Omaha. The institution had been looted into bankruptcy by its founder and manager, Larry King. King, a prominent black Republican Party activist, had been sponsored by some of the most powerful people in town, including the publisher of the only statewide daily newspaper in Nebraska, Harold Anderson, and one of the world's wealthiest men, investment broker Warren Buffett. Following the blowout of Franklin Credit, evidence began to surface that King, along with many of his prestigious local backers, was part of a VIP homosexual cult which regularly tortured and sexually abused area youth in pedophilic orgies. Further investigations, ladies and gentlemen, linked King to Washington lobbyist and homosexual Craig Spence. When Washington bunco cops busted a male prostitution ring in the summer of 1989, Spence's name showed up all over the company's records as one of its biggest spending clients. Spence had high-level White House and GOP connections, and on several occasions had toured the president's home after dark in the company of corporate clients and homosexual prostitutes. According to several accounts, King and Spence were business partners in several callboy services. Back in Omaha, Nebraska, a mad dash to cover up the pedophile activities was launched by local Federal Bureau of Investigation officials and the Omaha Chief of Police, Robert Wadman. Himself a member of the homosexual cult, according to numerous witness accounts, and according to a book recently published, the FBI had a lot of practice covering up this kind of thing, following their director, J. Edgar Hoover, during his tryst with young boys across the nation. Ultimately, King was carted off to federal prison on bank fraud charges, and several efforts to get to the bottom of the pedophile ring were short-circuited. And I might inject here, J. Edgar Hoover was also a 33rd degree Freemason of the Scottish Rite. More questions remain unanswered, but one thing is certain. Alan Baer, a local Omaha multimillionaire and financial backer of the ADL, was personally caught red-handed in pedophile activities. In 1990, Baer was charged with pandering by local police. He pleaded guilty to a lesser charge rather than face a jury trial with all the attendant media coverage. Baer's name came up repeatedly as a major player in the testimony of victim witnesses to the child abuse. The Alan and Marcia Baer Foundation was also listed as a source of money to several charities, including the Girls Club of Omaha, that were apparently victimized by the child abuse ring. The foundation also donates to the Gay Men's Health Crisis Incorporated in San Francisco and the People with AIDS Coalition. In December 1991, Alan Baer put up the money for a full-page advertisement placed by the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, in several major newspapers. The ad headlined, quote, "Not all Nazis are living in South America," end quote, was a fundraising pitch for the ADL. Bad judgment on the part of the ADL, or merely one more instance of raising the curtain on who they really are? The ADL showing its true colors? Ladies and gentlemen, you be the judge. Good night, and God bless you all. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. We're going to go to Phoenix before 5. Then FBI Director William Webster, speaking at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., admitted that a Jewish underground had emerged as a serious threat to the United States during the preceding 12 months. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, he was partially right. For over the course of 1985, the Jewish Defense League, known as the JDL, had been responsible for a string of sophisticated bombings that left 2 people dead, a dozen others seriously wounded, and caused millions of dollars in property damage. Alex Oda, the head of the California branch of the Arab American Anti-Discrimination Committee, or AADC, had been killed when a bomb went off at the group's Santa Ana office. 7 other people were hospitalized in the attack. Shirim Subzokov, a victim of the Justice Department's Nazi Hunting Office of Special Investigations, or OSI, had also died when a booby-trap bomb blew up in his home in Paterson, New Jersey. A Boston police officer responding to a JDL bomb threat at the local office of AADC was crippled for life when a pipe bomb blew up as he was attempting to defuse it. Jewish underground? No. Another terrorist arm of B'nai B'rith and the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League? Absolutely yes. All controlled from the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. In each of these instances, the bomb attacks had been preceded by noisy public demonstrations and inflammatory press statements by Mordecai Levy, the leader of a JDL splinter group, the Jewish Defense Organization, or JDO. Although FBI boss Webster left his National Press Club audience with the impression that the so-called Jewish underground was a mysterious and amorphous outfit about which the FBI had little information, in truth, the Bureau had an exhaustive profile of all of the key personnel and their mode of operation. FBI agents on the scene of the Santa Ana, California murder of Alex Oda knew the identities of the 3 men who planted the bomb before Oda's body was even removed from the murder scene. You never knew any of this, did you? The killers were longtime Jewish Defense League members Andy Green, Keith Fuchs, and Bob Manning. The American-born trio were residents of an Israeli kibbutz in the occupied territories called Kiryat Arba. Kiryat Arba was a training camp and safe house for the JDL and its Israeli affiliate, the Kach Party, spelled K-A-C-H. The FBI, ladies and gentlemen, listed Fuchs, Green, and Manning as suspects in a total of 25 terrorist attacks inside the United States. But you see, most of you sheeple never even knew that there had been terrorist attacks inside the United States until a bomb went off in the World Trade Center in New York City. And then you knew about it only because it furthered the cause of worldwide Zionism, and it was blamed upon a group of Arabs who had direct ties to the Central Intelligence Agency. Fuchs had been jailed in Israel in 1983 for firing a Soviet-made AK-47 rifle at a busload of Arabs on the West Bank. Manning had served time in jail in the United States for bombing the home of an Arab-American activist. When the 3 JDLers arrived in Los Angeles several days before the Oda murder, they were already under FBI surveillance. But as so often happens with the FBI, they didn't prevent anything. It's no wonder that FBI Director Webster was not anxious to discuss details with the room full of reporters at the National Press Club, for unlike this reporter on the hour of the time, he was afraid. The Bureau had been in a position to prevent the bombing of the Santa Ana AADC office, and as they have in many, many instances, they either flubbed it or allowed it to happen because it furthered their own aims. Or worse. At the same time that the Jewish underground was conducting its bombing spree from coast to coast, the FBI was relying increasingly on the ADL for information about extremist groups inside the United States of America. This was the same ADL that would join with the KGB, and the East German Stasi in covering the trail of the assassins of Sweden's head of state, Olof Palme, which we'll cover. You can bet your boots we'll cover it. Even more to the point, this was the same ADL that was instrumental in the creation and deployment of such diverse terrorist groups as the JDL and, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Ku Klux Klan. For how can they keep the Jews together in their own created ghettos to further the political aims of international socialism, also known as Zionism, if they don't present the Jews with a common enemy? All the rest of us, under the guise of the Ku Klux Klan, the skinheads, the white Aryan nation, anti-Semitism. Oh yes, you're going to learn things tonight you never dreamed were happening in this country, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Turns out to be the Liars Club. According to Robert Friedman, the biographer of JDL founder Rabbi Meir Kahane, the militant Jewish group was controlled from its founding days by a secret 3-person committee made up of future Israeli Prime Minister and Mossad Operations Chief Yitzhak Shamir, an Israeli parliamentarian Gela Cohen, and Brooklyn ADL Chairman Bernard Deutsch, whom we've already discussed on earlier programs. It was at a December 1969 meeting between Cohen and Kahane, arranged by Deutsch, that the JDL launched its campaign of terror and intimidation against Soviet diplomats in New York and Washington, aimed at forcing the Soviets to loosen up their immigration laws for Jews. In the early days, before JDL head Kahane hooked up with mobster Joe Colombo, and many JDLers began funding their terrorist operations by selling dope or running syndicate shakedown operations, are performing hits through their Murder Incorporated branch. ADL man Deutsch had been the money bags behind the Jewish militants. Deutsch's involvement with the JDL was such a well-kept secret that his Kahani links remained virtually unknown until 1991. Just as the secret society, the branch of the Illuminati known as B'nai B'rith, had quietly steered other Jewish American groups to smuggle arms into Russia on the eve of the Bolshevik Revolution, the ADL ran the Jewish underground from behind the scenes, often going through the motions of publicly denouncing the JDL violence to make sure that no direct links were ever surfaced. And these Jews were used the same as Ollie North was used, by making them think that they were performing acts of patriotism to protect the Jewish community as a whole, to further the security of the state of Israel. Well, I want to ask you, if you're a Jew and you're listening to this broadcast, if you put the state of Israel above the United States of America, go to Israel and stay there, live there, fight there, and if you have to, die there. Make your dream come true there. This is the United States of America. And if you're an American, I don't care what else you call yourself, you owe your allegiance to America, to the Constitution and to the Bill of Rights. You see, you're being used to help this great nation. The only nation in your history that gave you sustenance, gave you protection, allowed you to prosper. You look around and you see anti-Semitism everywhere where it is not. It does not exist here, except within less than 1/1000th of 1% of the population. It is negligible. But if you continue in the path that you are going, you will create a wave of anti-Semitism that will destroy you. Mordecai Levy, the leader of the JDL splinter group that managed to show up on the doorsteps of Alex Oda and Shirim Subzakov on the eves of their assassinations, maintained direct and frequent contact with the ADL's fact-finding division head, Erwin Sewell. Just 2 weeks before the AADC's Washington, D.C. office was blown up on November 29, 1985, Levy had appeared as the featured speaker at a press conference hosted by the Federation of Jewish Organizations of Greater Washington, an umbrella group led by both the ADL and B'nai B'rith, to present a list of enemies of the Jewish people. AADC was among the groups listed. On more than one occasion, Levy's provocateur antics nearly exposed the ADL's hand in fomenting domestic violence, ladies and gentlemen, and here's the truth of how these people operate, and here's the truth of anti-Semitism in America, and here's the truth of swastikas painted on synagogues and on the headstones in Jewish cemeteries. This is the truth, and you better listen. And you'd better stop being afraid of these people, and you'd better stop being afraid of being called anti-Semitic. And you'd better point to these traitors and these terrorists and these scum and call them what they are. On February the 16th, 1979, Levy, using the pseudonym James Gutman, filed an application with the United States Park Service in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to obtain permission to hold a rally. Now remember, this is Levy using the pseudonym James Gutman, a German name. I wonder why he did that. Well, you're going to find out. The rally permit, ladies and gentlemen, sought by Levy, a member of the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, supposedly existing for the protection of Jews. The rally permit sought by Levy, also known as Gutman on this occasion, was not filed in the name of the JDL, which he was also a member of. Levy was posing as a leader of the American Nazi Party. Levy was posing as a leader of the American Nazi Party, seeking a permit for a Ku Klux Klan and Nazi Party rally at Independence Hall, the site of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Remember I told you about the Hegelian method of political conflict resolution? Remember I told you there's no such thing as a patriot community? Remember I told you that these people who are bringing about the New World Order control both sides of every issue. Indeed, they create the issues. According to the rally permit, Levy was planning a white power rally to show white masses unity of white race and to show the world niggers and Jews are cowards. Among the paraphernalia Levy listed on the application were swastikas, banners, Nazi uniforms, KKK paraphernalia, Will Burn Cross, swastika picket signs saying Hitler was right, gas commie Jews. Verbatim quote. Working out of the Philadelphia offices of the Jewish Defense League, Levy organized local chapters of the KKK, the Ku Klux Klan, and neo-Nazi groups to attend the Independence Hall rally. And these racist fools, not knowing that he was a Jewish member of the ADL and the JDL, fell right into line and did his bidding like the little puppet jerks that they are. In the case of the Trenton, New Jersey Ku Klux Klan, Levy had an inside track. Listen to this. James Rosenberg, also known as Jimmy Mitchell and Jimmy Anderson, a full-time paid employee of the Anti-Defamation League Fact-Finding Division, had successfully infiltrated the local chapter of the Klan. Rosenberg had recently attempted unsuccessfully to get some of the local KKKers to blow up the Trenton headquarters of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. At the same time he was posing as James Gutman, neo-Nazi, Levy was also mobilizing the Jewish community and every ragtag left-wing socialist Nazi. And that's exactly what they are. For Nazis are really left-wing, ladies and gentlemen. Radical group in the greater Philadelphia area to attend a mass demonstration to confront the Ku Klux Klan and Nazis at Independence Hall. You see, if they all really knew the definition of these terms that they banner about, they'd join forces and they'd be a lot stronger. Oh, the world is full of fools. I sit back and I watch all of this. And I alternately laugh and cry and laugh and cry. All the ingredients, ladies and gentlemen, were there for a serious, very serious riot. A riot brought about in its entirety by the Anti-Defamation League and the Jewish Defense League, organizing and manipulating both sides, filing for the permit, urging violence, attempting to get people to blow up a bridge. But fortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this was one time that word of Levy's scam on the Park Service leaked out to the Philadelphia press after one Philadelphia newspaper ran a banner headline saying, quote, "Nazi rally rouser really Jewish," end quote. And you can check on it yourself, by the way. The Park Service yanked the permit. Levy's Anti-Defamation League handlers ordered him to lay low for a while. I wonder why. After all, there was no need to jeopardize Levy or even Rosenberg's standing as professional agents provocateur inside the racist element of the 1/1000th of 1% of the population of this country, who aren't even half as dangerous as these ADL, JDL terrorist agents of a foreign nation, spying on American people, blowing up organizations and offices and killing and maiming people in the United States of America. None of you even knew about it. The ADL, of course, had plenty of other aces up their sleeves, and not all of them were Jewish infiltrators. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, the ADL and the JDL and B'nai B'rith are not the Jews. It is a branch, the Jewish branch, of the ages-old Illuminati controlled by the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. And out of all the Jews in this country, only a handful belong. One of the most shocking instances of racist violence during the civil rights battles in the South of the United States during the 1960s was the execution-style murders of 3 civil rights workers in Philadelphia, Mississippi in 1964. And now you're going to hear what really happened. The murders of Andrew Goodman, Robert Cheney, and Mitchell Schwerner sent shockwaves across America and the world as many people began to realize for the first time that the Confederacy, far from being dead, was very much alive and very much committed to rolling back the tide of equal rights for all races, at least in the Deep South. True to its historical roots in the southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry and in the original Confederate secessionist plot, the Anti-Defamation League, contrary to its own published propaganda, and that's exactly what it is, propaganda, lined up squarely with the Klan, the Ku Klux Klan, where it counted the most, with its checkbook. One particularly sordid instance of collusion between the Anti-Defamation League and the Ku Klux Klan came to light in a hail of bullets on the night of June 30th, 1968, in Meridian, Mississippi, outside the home of ADL official Meyer Davidson. When the smoke cleared, a local school teacher named Kathy Ainsworth lay dead, and a second man, Thomas A. Terrens III, lay dying, after being hit with over 70 bullets, ladies and gentlemen, fired by 22 local police and FBI agents. Shades of Waco. Miraculously, Terrence survived the attack. Terrence and Ainsworth, both local Ku Klux Klan members, had been set up. They went to Davidson's home, ladies and gentlemen, that night to plant a bomb on his doorstep, not knowing that the leader of their own Ku Klux Klan chapter had betrayed them, and that a small army of police and FBI sharpshooters was waiting in the bushes to ambush them. Right after this short break, I'll tell you who planned it and who brought it about. Inside the local Ku Klux Klan chapter, who set up Terrence and Ainsworth, was one of the killers of Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner. Alton Wayne Roberts was out on bail awaiting his trial along with 6 other members of the White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan for the Philadelphia, Mississippi murders, when in the early spring of 1968 he cut a deal with the Anti-Defamation League's regional director, Adolph Botnick. The New Orleans-based Botnick had been a long-standing friend of the late Guy Bannister. Kennedy assassination. The former FBI special agent implicated by District Attorney Jim Garrison in the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Botnick, with the blessings of Meridian-based FBI Special Agent Frank Watts and Meridian Police Detective Luke Scarborough, agreed to pay Alton Wayne Roberts and his brother, Raymond Roberts, $69,000 to become the League's paid agents provocateur. $25,000 in unmarked $20 bills was hand-delivered from New Orleans to the Roberts brothers just days before the Ainsworth-Terrence ambushed. At the time the deal was struck, the White Knights, led by the 2 Roberts brothers, had been on a 9-month bombing spree. 9-month bombing spree. And you thought poor old David Koresh was a bad guy. You stupid sheeple. You need to be sheared. You need to be led to the slaughter. You need your asses kicked. You need to wake up quick. You wonder why I get angry behind this microphone. Sometimes I wonder why I'm behind this microphone. A 9-month bombing spree. The brothers were prime suspects in 10 separate acts of racist violence. In addition to the Philadelphia murders, 3 of these attacks were directed against synagogues and Jewish leaders in Mississippi. Do you understand, folks? It's not the Jews. The Jews are being lied to. They're being manipulated just like all of you are. Are you beginning to understand how it works? 3 of these attacks were directed against synagogues and Jewish leaders in Mississippi. And they huddled in their little self-made ghettos and pointed their fingers at the community who had nothing to do with it and yelled, "Anti-Semitism, the Nazis are coming to get us." And you're so proud of your level of education. You should be ashamed of yourselves, all of you. The Roberts brothers, as per their deal with Botnick, ordered 2 of their Klan underlings to deliver the bomb to Davidson's home. They then tipped off the FBI and the local police about the exact time the attack would occur. In return for their continuing services to the ADL after the Davidson incident, the brothers were given slap-on-the-wrist sentences and placed in the FBI's witness protection program. And for his part in the Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner murders, Alton Wayne Roberts spent less than 3 years in jail and is again very active with you-know-who. The Meridian incident was classic Anti-Defamation League, classic Hegelian conflict method of political resolution. The League used the racist attack against Meyer Davidson as a scare tactic fundraising ploy, and the Jews filled their coffers, emptied their pockets, and asked the same people who had attacked them to protect them, using their own money. The money they raised more than covered the costs of buying up the 2 KKKers as their permanent agents provocateur inside the Klan. The League parlayed their financing of the Roberts brothers into an ever closer relationship with the FBI, which was delighted to have the ADL finance and deploy 2 of the Klan's most violent terrorists. When you begin to study the Waco massacre, you'll find that David Koresh spent time in Israel, that he and some of his fathers were trained by the JDL in infantry tactics, that he attended classes on the Talmud, that he was surrounded by Mossad and ADL agents and JDL personnel. You will find that the original reports from the foreign source quoted in the first press report that they were going to commit mass suicide came from prominent ADL members in Australia. You people better wake up. You better do it fast. Koresh in the Hebrew language means Cyrus. David, of course, the house of David, the famous king of Israel. Cyrus was the one who freed the Jews from Babylonian captivity. David, Koresh, flew the Star of David on the flagpole above what was called Mount Carmel. He claimed that he held the keys to the 7 seals in the book of Revelation. Poor, brainwashed, mind-controlled
manipulated David Koresh. On the day in November 1985 that Israel spy Jonathan J. Pollard was arrested, things went haywire at the Anti-Defamation League's headquarters near United Nations Plaza in New York City. National Chairman Kenneth Bailkin immediately flew off to Israel to assess the damage and to make arrangements for the appropriate American attorneys to be brought in to represent not only the jailed spy but the other more senior players in the nominally Israeli spy ring. Were you aware that the headquarters of B'nai B'rith and the ADL is in the same building occupied by the Trilateral Commission? Among the most important of those senior players was Colonel Aviam Sella, an Israeli Air Force war hero who had been Pollard's recruiter on behalf of the secret Israeli techno-spy unit, Lekim. Sella's cover for his spy recruiting was that he was in the United States taking graduate courses at New York University, and Sella's wife, Ruth, a practicing attorney, reportedly was working on the staff of the ADL's legal department while the couple lived in New York. Any published links between the ADL and the Pollard spy apparatus could naturally prove very, very damaging, especially in light of the cozy relationship the League was enjoying with the Reagan White House at the time. You see, while still in Israel, Bailkin telephoned fellow ADL man Leonard Garment of the politically powerful law firm of Dickstein Shapiro. Garment was then the personal lawyer for United States Attorney General Edwin Meese. He agreed at Bailkin's urging to represent Sella in the Pollard matter, despite the obvious severe conflict of interest. What an understatement. At the ADL's Washington, D.C. office, Myra Lansky Boland was also undoubtedly worried that her own links to Pollard might surface. Lansky Boland had been a classmate and pal of Pollard at the graduate school program in National Security Affairs at the Fletcher School of Diplomacy of Tufts University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Upon graduation in 1978, both Lansky and Pollard had been immediately placed into sensitive posts in the United States intelligence community. Pollard had gone into naval intelligence, my old alma mater, and had almost immediately begun funneling secrets to Israel. Lansky Boland had gone to work for the Central Intelligence Agency, and after a 2-year stint with the CIA, she had transferred to the Pentagon, where she worked under Dr. Andrew Marshall at the Office of Net Assessments, a little-known but very, very powerful unit that prepared technical assessments of Soviet military capabilities. In 1982, Lansky had left the government to work full-time for the ADL in Washington. Now, don't even believe that she ever left anything. Shortly after her arrival at the ADL from the Pentagon, she was assigned as the case officer on the League's multi-million-dollar campaign to smear and jail Lyndon LaRouche and scores of his associates for naming the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, B'nai B'rith, and the ADL in the attempts to destroy the United States of America. Now, don't get me wrong, folks. I am not for Lyndon LaRouche. He's a screaming socialist himself, masquerading as a conservative. But nevertheless, he has brought out a lot of truth about a lot of things, and he was framed and wrongfully imprisoned. All brought about by the ADL. Following the Pollard arrest, Andrew Marshall would be identified, ladies and gentlemen, as a suspected senior member of the Pollard spy ring, although no charges were ever brought against him, and he remains to this day in his post at the Defense Department. To this day, Pentagon officials have never succeeded in pinning down the identity of the Mr. X who gave Pollard the code numbers of the classified documents that the naval intelligence analyst then stole
and passed on to Lekim. Both Pollard and Lansky had gotten their government spy jobs courtesy of Fletcher School professor Yuri Ra'anan. Ra'anan, an Oxford University-trained Middle East expert, had himself been an Israeli government intelligence operative of the Mossad, posted in New York City and Washington during the 1950s and 60s, and also an operative of British intelligence. He was playing all ends against the middle. While serving as a press attaché at the Israeli embassy in Washington in the mid-1960s, Ra'anan had helped set up a unit that would recruit Israeli spies from the ranks of American businessmen traveling frequently to the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. That spy unit, which was unearthed in a series of civil suits beginning in 1967, all on record, was housed at the headquarters of the B'nai B'rith International. Ra'anan's contact point inside the B'nai B'rith was Philip Kletznick, an honorary national chairman of the ADL who would later serve as President Jimmy Carter's Secretary of Commerce. Among the damage control efforts launched by the ADL in the wake of the Pollard arrest was the planting of a string of news accounts and editorials portraying Pollard as a loyal American who was also committed to the security of the State of Israel. No such thing, folks. A loyal American is devoted to the United States of America. Citizens of the State of Israel are devoted to the State of Israel, and stupid fools who are allowed to be manipulated thinking that they owe allegiance to both. I have nothing against Israel, but Israel needs to take off its diaper and stand on its own 2 feet. Harmless, friendly espionage was the term coined by the League and its small army of paid agents inside the news media. Bullshit. Unfortunately, Pollard's spying was anything but harmless or friendly. The Lekim unit, headed by the former chief of European operations for the Mossad, Raphael Dirty Rafi Eitan, was passing on the most sensitive of the American national security secrets heisted by Pollard to the Soviet KGB. In return, Moscow was opening up the pipeline of Soviet Jews to Israel. It was treachery of the highest order, and then Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger was fully aware of the magnitude of Pollard's crimes when he asked the judge to sentence Pollard to life in prison after the spy agreed to plead guilty. He should have been executed. In a 46-page classified affidavit submitted to the judge in the Pollard case, Weinberger showed that much of the Pollard material wound up in Soviet hands and that it would cost the United States billions of dollars to repair the national security damage done by the Pollard spy ring. The ADL is not a friend of the United States of America. The JDL is not a friend of the United States of America. B'nai B'rith is not a friend of the United States of America. The Scottish Rite of Freemasonry is not a friend of the United States of America. Israel is not a friend of the United States of America. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, the millions of pages of classified documents funneled by Pollard to the KGB, a majority were of no critical interest to Israel at all. Did Kenneth Balkin or Myra Lansky-Bullard or any of the other ADL officials who abetted Pollard in his spy work know that the pilfered material was going to the KGB? The answer to that question has never been made public to this day. Only the players in the espionage operation know for sure. But I believe that they knew 100% what was happening and where it was going every single moment, that they were a part of it. And remember, folks, they organized it. They put it together, and they controlled it. It is unquestionably the case that at the same time the ADL was knee-deep in the Pollard stew, top ADL officials were working hand in glove with the Soviet bloc intelligence services on several other projects that would have devastating consequences for the United States of America. You see, the ADL are traitors, murderers, terrorists, and scum, and it has nothing to do with Jews. They use Jews. And they use you because you're so afraid of being called anti-Semitic if you tell the truth about these scumbags. You quiver just thinking about somebody calling you anti-Semitic. Well, take it from me, folks. It don't hurt at all. Not at all. I've never been anti-Semitic in my life, but in their efforts to shut me up, they have tried on several occasions to brand me as an anti-Semite, and it doesn't work, and it doesn't shut me up, and I'm not afraid of them. And if I end up dead, I've already told you what to do. You take my dead, cold body, and you place it up on the steps of the Supreme Council of the Scottish Rite of the Southern Jurisdiction in Washington, D.C., and then you burn it to the ground. And then you do the same to B'nai B'rith and all the other lodges of these scumbag traitors in this country. If I turn up dead, you do that. It's the only thing I'll ever ask of you except to wake up. One such ADL friend of Moscow was whiskey baron Edgar Bronfman. Edgar Bronfman. Remember, we discussed him on an earlier episode of the ADL expose. The third generation Bronfmans had successfully transformed their father's Prohibition-era bootlegging business into a legitimate whiskey empire called Seagram's. And every time you take a drink of Seagram's, no matter what it is, you are furthering the goals of B'nai B'rith, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and the ADL. And you are helping to destroy this country. Don't drink anything that Seagram's bottles ever. This transformation, ladies and gentlemen, had been aided early on by the United States Treasury Department, which cut a deal with Sam and Abe Bronfman in the close of Prohibition, enabling them to pay several $1 million in back taxes in return for a whitewashing of their decade of big-time crimes. See, they used it as blackmail, just as they caused Elizabeth Clare Prophet and the Church Universal Triumphant to get down on their knees and beg for mercy and give up their guns. All their guns, personal guns, guns of all the members had to be given away. They sold out. They sold America down the tubes. They sold out the Second Amendment. And the Treasury Department cut a deal and made sure that Sam and Abe Bronfman didn't go to jail if they paid several $1 million in back taxes and made them legitimate crooks. The Bronfman family came out of the deal as multi-millionaires with all their ties to the Lansky syndicate still intact and their criminal record behind them because they made a deal with the same people that were bowing down to the fire in Waco, Texas. Abner Longy Zwillman was not the only Prohibition-era gangster who profited from the old saw, quote, from rags to rackets to riches to respectability, end quote. By the 1950s, the Bronfman's image had been so cleaned up that Edgar could marry into the Our Crowd Loeb family, and his sister Phyllis could marry Jean Lambert of the Belgian branch of the Rothschild clan. The Lambert family was the European connection in Drexel Burnham Lambert. Ever hear of that? Drexel Burnham Lambert? However, image polishing is one thing, reality is another. You see, as late as 1972, the Montreal, Canada Crime Commission had issued a report naming Mitchell Bronfman as a crime partner of one of the city's biggest gangsters, Willie Obrunt. The pair were implicated in dope smuggling. Willie and Mitchell owned a night spot in the middle of Meyer Lansky's turf in North Miami called the Pagoda North, which was a favorite hangout for Vito Genovese and other big-time hoodlums. Edgar Bronfman, for his part, sought out some very peculiar clientele for his family's whiskey business. In 1986, as the Pollard affair was playing out, one of Edgar Bronfman's assistants at the World Jewish Congress, Bronfman had taken over the World Jewish Congress and turned it into an international arm of the ADL. That's the ADL, on whose national commission he sits, and established ties to the brutal communist regime in East Germany. Bronfman Seagram was made the exclusive distributor of booze to East Germany's ruling SED Communist Party. In 1988, Edgar Bronfman himself traveled to East Berlin, where he was the guest of honor of SED boss Erich Honecker and top party official Hermann Axen. Makes me sick. I don't know about you. On that trip, Bronfman vowed that he would personally arrange for the East German leader to make a state visit to Washington, D.C., to meet with President Ronald Reagan. Even 1 year later, with the Berlin Wall and East German communism about to collapse, Edgar Bronfman was back in East Germany again, this time promising to marshal the resources of the World Jewish Congress and the ADL to block the reunification of Germany, which he dubbed a sellout of socialism. And that is the truth of the ADL, the B'nai B'rith, and the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Socialism. And that's where this country is going, on a roller coaster. Unless you stupid sheep will stand up on your hind feet, take the wool off from in front of your eyes, and become real people. In return for those efforts, Bronfman was given the highest civilian award offered by East Germany, the People's Friendship Medal in gold, to this traitor. Edgar's brother and business partner Charles was also a true friend of the Honecker dictatorship as the head of the Canadian East German Friendship Society. He was able to control all passports and visas between the two countries, but there was much more to the Bronfman East Germany liaison than a lucrative whiskey contract and a few medals, and we'll talk about that tomorrow night. Good night, and God bless you all. Good evening. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. From the Miami Herald, Miami, Florida, June 29th, 1994. ADL launches book against religious right by Peggy Landers, Herald religious writer. Art Teitelbaum minced no words Tuesday in blasting a contingent of the religious right for using what he called murderously mean tactics. Murderously mean tactics in pursuing an exclusionist and dangerous political agenda, particularly in Florida. The Anti-Defamation League's Southern Area Director called a news conference at his downtown office to announce the distribution of a 190-page National Anti-Defamation League report called The Religious Right, The Assault on Tolerance and Pluralism in America. The book, which costs $7.50 and is available through the Miami ADL office, is the result of a year-long national research project to document what its authors call a bitter push to replace the wall of separation of church and state with a citadel of Christianity, while suggesting that those who defend the walls are enemies of God. Well, it sounds like at least they know who they are. It warns that the religious right is seeking to Christianize public school curricula and gain control of the Republican Party. Florida has become a lightning rod state for grassroots campaigns to return prayer to public schools, oppose abortion, elect Christian candidates, and oppose civil rights protections for homosexuals, Teitelbaum said. Florida represents in many of its communities what America will be like in the year 2000 in cultural diversity and changing demographics. The state's future depends on our success in being a multicultural society, he said. He pointed to the murder of Dr. David Gunn by religious anti-abortion activists in Pensacola. I wonder why he didn't point to any of the murders committed by the ADL. The success in Lake County of Christian fundamentalist school board members in mandating that public school students be taught that American culture is superior to all others. And the American Family Association's initiative to block civil rights protections for homosexuals as religious right activities in Florida. Folks, what they call protections for homosexuals are really the granting of rights to homosexuals that no one else has, and that should never be allowed. Teitelbaum warned of stealth candidates who hide their religious objectives in the possibility of religious tests for political office. If he's a Christian, vote for him. If he's not, don't. But Raul Molina, director of the Dade County chapter of the Christian Coalition, says such claims are inaccurate and mean-spirited. The 1.2 million members of the Christian Coalition are people of faith who have felt disenfranchised and underrepresented and want to have a voice in our country's government, Molina said. We are a political movement based on issues, not on religious doctrines. It's the liberals in organizations such as the Anti-Defamation League that are attempting to censor us and take away our voice in government. They are the ones who are intolerant and exclusionary. Amen. On February the 28th, 1986, Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme was assassinated by a lone gunman on the streets of Stockholm. Just before his assassination, Palme was in the process of cracking down on Swedish arms dealers who were funneling guns to the Nicaraguan Contras and to the Iranian regime. Shades of Ollie North. The Iran-Contra scandal had not yet broken publicly, and Palme's probe threatened to blow the lid on the entire covert program of the Israeli Mossad, B'nai B'rith, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, the Anti-Defamation League, and, of course, the American Intelligence Network. Curiously, many of the guns being sold by the Swedes with the collusion of Oliver North, the CIA chief William Casey, and the Israelis were coming from East Germany and other Soviet bloc states. Are you beginning to understand the implications? Was Palme in the process of unearthing a cynical East-West collusion, as I have warned you about previously? An even nastier reality buried beneath the then unknown Iran-Gate scandal? Was he about to blow the lid on the phony Cold War? Had he inadvertently stumbled onto the trail of the Anti-Defamation League's own involvement in this demi-monde of gun and drug dealing? Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely. The answer to that question was implicitly given within days of the Palme assassination, when the Anti-Defamation League joined with the KGB and the East German Stasi, State Security Service, in an effort to blame the Palme murder on Swedish associates of Lyndon LaRouche, who had already exposed all of their dirty dealing. ADL Fact-Finding Division Chief Erwin Sewell, himself an Oxford University-trained active member of the Socialist International, an alumni of our President William Clinton, personally flew to Stockholm to fuel the disinformation campaign linking LaRouche to the Palme murder. Soviet Ambassador Boris Pankin, a major general in the KGB who specialized in planting disinformation in the Western press, directed the Soviet side of the LaRouche-killed Palme hoax. While Georgei E. Arbatov, the head of the Soviet Academy of Sciences USA-Canada Institute, added his voice to those accusing LaRouche, ultimately the Soviet government-owned TV network aired an hour-long docudrama elaborating this lie. And it was a lie. The role of Edgar Bronfman's pals in the East German Stasi in the Palm cover-up would not surface until 3 years later. However, back in August of 1989, the Stockholm daily newspaper Expression revealed that Swedish police had bugged the home of a resident KGB agent and had audio tape evidence that the man knew at least 24 hours before Palm's murder that the Prime Minister would be killed. This alone absolved Lyndon LaRouche. The pivotal role of the Stasi in the Palm murder cover-up was first revealed in the August 20 through 26, 1992 edition of Journalisten, the magazine of the Swedish Journalists Association, which published an interview with a former top Stasi officer named Herbert Bremer. In that interview, ladies and gentlemen, and in a series of subsequent Swedish nationwide radio broadcasts, Bremer confessed that as an official of Department X, which is disinformation of the Stasi, he personally had engineered the disinformation campaign blaming the European Labour Party, ELP, the Scandinavian affiliations of Lyndon LaRouche for the Palm murder. Bremer told Journalisten, quote, "At my desk, I drew up the outlines of how the ELP theory would be conduit into the Swedish police investigation. The plan was to have a national Swedish newspaper receive an anonymous telephone tip-off. As an alternative, the information would go directly to one of the special tip-off phones made available by the police. The content would be along the lines that the caller, quote, knew that the ELP had committed the crime, end quote. In addition, he or she had, quote, witnessed hectic activity in the ELP headquarters in the night, end quote. Nothing was really true, but it sounded well-informed and credible, end quote." Indeed, the 1986 Stasi-manufactured disinformation was conduited into the United States media through the Anti-Defamation League. NBC Television ran the story as a leading news item on their evening news broadcast, interviewing Anti-Defamation League official Sewell as part of their coverage, just as they conducted repeated interviews with Anti-Defamation League officials and officials of the Cult Awareness Network, another branch of the B'nai B'rith, during the Waco massacre. Ultimately, the United States Justice Department would use the Palm disinformation to justify a massive paramilitary police raid against LaRouche's home and offices of his associates in Leesburg, Virginia in October 1986, resulting in a tremendous miscarriage of justice. Am I a supporter of Lyndon LaRouche? Not on your life, ladies and gentlemen, for he himself is a closet socialist masquerading as a conservative. The LaRouche killed Palm hoax was no isolated instance of Edgar Bronfman and the ADL teaming up with a communist secret police agency to target a political enemy or ply a lucrative business scam. It is, and always has been and will be unless you stop it, standard operating procedure for the Anti-Defamation League. According to syndicated columnists Rowland Evans and Robert Novak, on January 23, 1989, Bronfman hosted a secret meeting at his New York City penthouse to forge what the columnists dubbed, quote, a Jews for grain, end quote, deal between the Soviet Union and Israel. Also present at the gathering was Duanes Andreas, the chairman of the Archer Daniels Midland ADM grain cartel and a long-standing ally and financial backer of the Anti-Defamation League. The Wall Street Journal had dubbed Andreas Gorbachev's closest pal in the West. At congressional hearings, Andreas identified former Anti-Defamation League National Chairman Ben Epstein as the man who taught him all he knew about politics.
The Bronfman-Andreas deal was straightforward in return for vast quantities of dirt-cheap grain from ADM and other United States-based grain cartels. The Soviet government would permit the mass exodus of Soviet Jews to Israel. It was an updated version of the Pollard espionage affair, in which United States military secrets were swapped for controlled Soviet Jewish migration to Israel. The invariant in the two efforts was the central role of the ADL. Now, I'd like to ask all of you out there who claim that the Soviet Union is controlled by Jews, why are so many Jews immigrating from the Soviet Union? I know the answer, but I bet you don't. As part of the Bronfman-Andreas deal, the Soviet KGB teamed up with the ADL and Bronfman's World Jewish Congress, the WJC, to foment a diplomatic breach between the Reagan administration and Austrian President Kurt Waldheim, the former Secretary General of the United Nations. The KGB manufactured and the ADL-WJC conduited phony evidence that the Waldheim had been a top Nazi war criminal during World War II. United States Attorney General Ed Meese, still employing the legal services of Anti-Defamation League fellow traveler, that's right folks, fellow traveler, Leonard Garment, bit on the forged material and declared Waldheim persona non grata in the United States. The purpose of the smear job was to shut down Austria as a way station for Soviet Jews coming out into the West. In the past, once Soviet Jews landed on Austrian soil, they were granted political refugee status, which then enabled them to settle in any country of their choosing. The majority either stayed in Western Europe or found their way to the United States. Very few went to Israel voluntarily. With Austria shut down, Bronfman and Gorbachev worked out alternative routes through Warsaw Pact states and eventually set up direct flights from the Soviet Union to Israel to ensure that the Soviet refugees had no choice as to where they would live. By the time Bronfman and Andreas forged their Jews for Grain deal with Gorbachev in early 1989, the ADL had just about perfected their use of forged KGB documents to smear the entire Eastern European community in the United States as closet wartime Nazis. As early as 1979, the ADL had played a pivotal role in getting legislation through the United States Congress establishing the Office of Special Investigations, OSI, a special Nazi hunting unit inside the criminal division of the Justice Department directly against, ladies and gentlemen, all of our laws, our ethics, and our morals. This, in fact, was direct recognition of one specific religion against the Constitution of the United States of America, specifically to reap revenge upon their imagined enemies. ADL Asset Representative Elizabeth Holtzman had sponsored the bill, which effectively stripped naturalized American citizens of Central European and Ukrainian descent of their constitutional rights by providing for automatic denaturalization and deportation without any due process whatsoever, if the OSI could produce evidence that they had been tied to the Nazis during World War II. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, the Supreme Court has ruled that no one can strip an American citizen of their citizenship. Period. For any reason. Yet they do it. And you sit out there and don't say a word. And where did the lion's share of this evidence come from 40 years after the end of World War II? From the Soviet archives, ladies and gentlemen. And how
were they getting information from the Soviet archives, a communist nation behind an iron curtain, supposedly our bitter enemy? The ADL-sponsored OSI provided Moscow with a foot in the door to the American judicial system. For the first time ever, Soviet documents and witnesses were given full standing in United States court proceedings, no questions asked. The enemies of the United States of America, bound by their vows and oaths of office to the Soviet Union, publicly declared their goal is to destroy the United States of America. While a handful of the people targeted by the ADL-OSI may have been low-level Nazi sympathizers or assets during the war, many innocent people fell victim to the KGB's sophisticated forgers, courtesy of the Anti-Defamation League and their friends at the Justice Department's OSI. And what was the purpose of this? To keep the Jews in line by continually whipping them with the threat of another Nazi Holocaust. That's what. To maintain their power. That's what. Remember the man who was sent to Israel and tried and found guilty and then tried again and found innocent? And all the time the Justice Department and the OSI and the ADL and everyone concerned with this knew that he was innocent? And then they wanted to hold him until they could scrape up some other phony evidence and try him again on some other charges not yet imagined? And all of you sat and said nothing? And why did you sit and say nothing? Because you're a bunch of whimpering, scared little sheep. You were afraid that someone would call you anti-Semitic. I would much rather be called anti-Semitic than be called a coward, and that's what most of you are. Karl Linus, falsely accused of Nazi collaboration, was stripped of his American citizenship and shipped off to the Soviet Union, where he died in a prison, reportedly from a heart attack. Sherem Subzakov, accused of working with the Nazis in his native Belarusia, beat the OSI and even won a lucrative out-of-court libel suit against the New York Times. He was then murdered by a Jewish Defense League bomb attack on his Paterson, New Jersey home in 1985 because he had thwarted them and embarrassed them publicly. Dr. Arthur Rudolph, a celebrated German-American rocket scientist who contributed greatly to America's space program, was falsely accused by the Anti-Defamation League and OSI of torturing Jews at the Peenemünde research facility in wartime Germany. Rather than lose his lifetime pension with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, and throw his family into poverty, he renounced his United States citizenship and returned to West Germany. After a 3-year probe based on the same evidence passed on by the East German and Soviet authorities to the OSI, West German prosecutors concluded that there was no evidence against Dr. Rudolph. But by that time, his life was in ruins. John Demjanjuk, a Ukrainian-American retired auto worker, accused of being the Treblinka concentration camp mass murderer Ivan the Terrible, was stripped of his citizenship and hauled off to Israel to stand trial. It was the biggest show trial since the proceedings against Adolf Eichmann, broadcast in its entirety live on Israeli national television. Demjanjuk was convicted and sentenced to death by hanging. Through unflagging efforts by his family and friends, Demjanjuk eventually gathered evidence showing that the OSI had suppressed evidence proving that another man had been identified as the real Ivan. They knew all along that he was innocent and were prepared to allow him to go to his death rather than buck the ADL B'nai B'rith, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry in the State of Israel. They were afraid of being caused anti-Semitic. They are cowards. The case is now pending before both the Israeli Supreme Court and the United States Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals in Cincinnati, Ohio. The ADL's liaison to OSI, Elliot Wells, in a signed letter to the editors of the Washington Post, demanded that Demjanjuk not be set free, using the kind of stilted, stupid logic that would make the KGB blush. Wells argued that even if Demjanjuk is innocent of the Treblinka charges, he must be guilty of some other war crimes and therefore should be held in custody until new evidence can be manufactured. And they're so used to getting away with this kind of ploy that it's actually a miracle that nobody listened. And I mean, ladies and gentlemen, a genuine miracle. In 1974, Richard Nixon went down for the count as the result of the botched Watergate break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C. during the 1972 presidential campaign. A prominent Central Intelligence Agency operative who was involved in the Watergate break-in, G. Gordon Liddy, is now a prominent radio talk show host, and all you stupid sheeple idolize his every word. As reporters, congressional committees, and special prosecutors pored over the details of the Watergate scandal, evidence of a pattern of bribery and cover-ups emerged that ended up contributing to Nixon's resignation even more than the break-in itself. You see, folks, they never had anything that could have impeached Richard Nixon. Since the fall of Nixon, the American political lexicon has been blessed with such Watergate offspring as, quote, Debategate, end quote, Cartergate, Irangate, Bushgate, Iraqgate, and even Spacegate. And we'll talk about Spacegate on another program to do with mind control. Political corruption scandals have become as American as apple pie, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll get to that in just a moment. Despite the growing addiction to political sleaze, the vast majority of Americans are totally oblivious to the fact that on any given day, the Anti-Defamation League and its fellow hooligans in what is euphemistically dubbed the Zionist lobby, the dope lobby, is a far more appropriate description. Commit crimes against the American electorate that make Watergate seem tame by comparison. Blackmail, extortion, and bribery, ladies and gentlemen, are such routine tactics of the Zionist lobby that its primary target victims, the United States Senate and House of Representatives, filled with cowards, have been turned into political mush, incapable of governing under the best of circumstances and completely paralyzed in the face of the current political and economic crises. How do you think we got to the point where we are at now? While the media had led the charge against congressional incumbents, appealing to a justified throw-the-bums-out sentiment building among the majority of voters, the sad reality is that unless the power of the Zionist lobby is cut down to size, any newly elected Congress will be like a bunch of silly lambs walking to the slaughter, and nothing will ever change. You see, they hold this Holocaust and anti-Semitic bullshit over everybody's head. And everybody, being the stupid sheeple that they are, they cower in fear in the corner. Officially, both the ADL and its leading collaborator in this corrupting of the Congress, the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, are forbidden from engaging in political campaigning due to their tax-exempt status. But both groups have managed to systematically break the electoral and tax laws with impunity, largely due to the fact that they have placed fellow travelers, that's right, I said fellow travelers, in key posts in the executive branch regulatory agencies that are supposed to monitor the activities of groups benefiting from the tax exemptions: the Federal Election Commission, FEC, and the Internal Revenue Service. Just a glimpse at how the Zionist lobby has used the power of the narco-dollar to corrupt and control the Congress is contained in a lawsuit filed in federal court in Washington, D.C. on August 10, 1992. Get it, read it. The suit filed by a group of retired United States diplomats against the FEC charges that the agency failed to impose sanctions against the AIPAC for functioning as an unregistered political action committee. Even though the General Counsel at the FEC agreed that AIPAC had violated the law, the commissioners decided in July 1992 not to take any action against the group. According to the court papers, AIPAC secretly controls at least 27 different political action committees, or PACs. Other investigators place the figure at 59 and uses them to funnel enormous amounts of money to candidates for Congress who support AIPAC's political agenda. Under the FEC statutes, strict limits are imposed on how much money can be given to an individual candidate by a single PAC. The purpose of the regulation is to curb the power of special interest groups in the financing of candidates, but as you can see, it does not work. By running dozens of PACs, AIPAC, according to the suit, illegally circumvents the law. And they're not the only ones. The case of the Joint Action Committee for Political Affairs, or JACPAC, one of the 27 PACs named in the suit, underscores the tight relationship between AIPAC, the ADL, and the political committees JPAC lists among its directors the wives of Thomas Dine and Stuart Eisenstadt. Since 1980, Dine has been the executive director of AIPAC. Eisenstadt, formerly domestic policy advisor to President Jimmy Carter, is the head of the National Jewish Democratic Council, or NJDC, an ADL-dominated organization dedicated to winning control over the Democratic Party and placing as many of its members as possible on the staffs of congressmen, governors, and mayors. Why does it want to put its members on the staffs of congressmen, governors, and mayors instead of in the office of congressman, governor, or mayor? Simply because, folks, congressmen, governors, and mayors don't write anything. They very seldom even read what is been introduced. So these people write the law, and the congressman, never reading any of the law, just endorse it and go right on along with it. That's why many times when you call your congressman and confront them with something you found in a bill, they profess ignorance. You know why? Because it's the truth. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. And where does all of the money come from to buy up the hundreds of congressional seats currently owned by ADL, AIPAC? A brief look at the Round Table PAC, one of the 27 outfits cited in the lawsuit as AIPAC owned, answers that question. Round Table PAC was founded in 1981 by a group of leading ADL and AIPAC officials and contributors, led by Malcolm Holine, the head of the Jewish Community Relations Council of New York. From day one, it was housed in the Manhattan offices of a tax shelter firm called the Integrated Resources. And Integrated was a thinly veiled money conduit for Michael Milken and his crew of junk bond peddlers and dope money washers at Drexel Burnham. In fact, Drexel CEO Stephen Weinroth, the liaison between Milken and Ivan Boesky in their insider trading scams, was a director of Integrated. All, ladies and gentlemen, all of Milken's prime investors socked their money into Integrated as a tax dodge. All of them also poured contributions into the Round Table PAC. Among the biggest donors to Round Table, Ivan Boesky, Robert Davidow, Milken's personal aide at the Beverly Hills office of Drexel, and the sons and daughters of Meshulam Riklis. Remember him? Lawrence Tisch, Saul Steinberg, and Paul Milstein of Carl Lidner's United Brands. When the Round Table PAC holds its meetings, guests of honor include respectively New York and Minnesota attorneys General Robert Abrams and Skip Humphrey, and New York Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who is one of the biggest traitors on Capitol Hill. All are regular recipients of AIPAC PAC dollars. In return for such generosity, Senator Moynihan in 1986 shepherded a tax code revision through the United States Congress that gave Integrated Resources and added $43 million in tax breaks. Don't you wish you had friends like that? With friends like Moynihan in key posts in the United States Senate, Integrated could afford to be generous, at least for a while. The relationship between Milken and Integrated was so tight that within 3 months of Milken's indictment in March 1989 for insider trading, Integrated defaulted on $1 billion in short-term loans. It seems that without the running pipeline of hot money from Milken's bottomless Caribbean cash pool, Integrated was lost, because the truth is, it never did anything except wash money. The AIPAC, ADL-run political action committees, in short, represent the combined financial clout of the Lansky Dope Syndicate. Any similarity between Anti-Defamation League, AIPAC, and the genuine national interests of the State of Israel or the Jewish people is purely crap. Absolute horse manure. All told, 211 candidates for the United States House and Senate from 48 states received money from the ADL-AIPAC PACs between January 1st, 1991 and March 31st, 1992. Of the 211 recipients, 187 were incumbents. The total amount given in that 15-month period was well over $2 million, making ADL-AIPAC the second largest source of institutional money to candidates for federal office, second only to the combined donations of all of the labor union PACs. And they're all in bed together. By October 1992, that figure had soared past the $3 million mark. The ADL-AIPAC PACs don't funnel the majority of their money into Jewish candidates or even into candidates running for office in states where there are large Jewish populations. Are you listening to me? If you're Jewish, you had better be learning from this program, from this series of broadcasts. Or will you continue along as you always have been, afraid that your friends and neighbors will call you anti-Semitic? And they will, you know. Takes guts to be a real people instead of a stupid sheeple, no matter who or what you are. More typical of the kinds of office holders and candidates who receive AIPAC payoffs is Richard C. Shelby, a first-term Democratic United States Senator from Alabama who has recently gained notoriety for pushing a death penalty bill for the District of Columbia. Shelby received $67,800 from the AIPAC PACs in the 15 months beginning in January 1991, with a career total of $133,825. Another record-setting recipient of AIPAC largesse is Senator Tom Harkin, the Iowa Democrat, who ran an unsuccessful bid for the Democratic presidential nomination in 1992. Harkin came into the Senate in 1984 by defeating incumbent Roger Jepsen, who in 1981 had cast a decisive vote against AIPAC in a fight over the sale of AWACS surveillance aircraft to Saudi Arabia. In his first Senate bid, Harkin received over $100,000 from the AIPAC Combine. His career total in AIPAC money is a staggering $366,130. And we are accurate to the penny. A total of 29 current incumbent senators and congressmen have received over $100,000 in illegal contributions from the ADL-AIPAC PACs. A dozen have received $50,000 or more dollars just for their 1992 reelection campaigns. That, quote, dirty dozen, end quote, are Richard Shelby, Democrat, Alabama; Mel Levine, Democrat, California; Timothy Worth, Democrat, Colorado; Daniel Inouye, Democrat, Hawaii; Barbara Mikulski, Democrat, Maryland; Christopher Bond, Republican, Montana; Kent Conrad, Democrat, North Dakota; Robert Packwood, Republican, Oregon; Arlen Specter, Republican, Pennsylvania; Harris Wofford, Democrat, Pennsylvania; Thomas Daschle, Democrat, South Dakota; and Robert Kasten, Republican, Wisconsin. Narco dollars, dope money. Narco dollars are the key to the ADL's hold over the United States Congress, but the League and its AIPAC associates have other trump cards as well. Both groups operate secret, highly illegal spy units that gather blackmail material and carry out dirty tricks against political opponents. When Richard Nixon got caught running such a plumber's unit at the offices of the Committee to Re-elect the President, CREEP, aptly named, in 1972, the American people demanded his scalp. It remains to be seen what the reaction will be now that AIPAC has had its first damaging defection from its own plumber's unit. You see, Gregory Slobodkin worked for a number of years in AIPAC's Policy Analysis Unit. Slobodkin eventually got turned off by some of the dirty deeds he was ordered to carry out by the unit's chief, Michael Lewis, and he quit his job and went public with his story. Not surprisingly, Michael Lewis is the son of Dr. Bernard Lewis, the Oxford-trained, always coming back to the same places, Oxford-trained Arabist who was the architect of the Carter administration's Ark of Crisis policy, which abetted Ayatollah Khomeini's Islamic Revolution in Iran and the spread of fundamentalism throughout the region. Policy Analysis, the super euphemistic name given to AIPAC's plumbers, maintains dossiers on thousands of American activists, many of them Jewish. Many of them Jewish. University professors who criticize AIPAC or the Anti-Defamation League's activities are placed on a blacklist and labeled anti-Semitic. Their lectures are monitored by spies who occasionally stage noisy disruptions. Their homes and cars are vandalized. University alumni linked to ADL and AIPAC threaten to pull financial backing from the schools unless the targeted faculty members are immediately fired or blocked from tenure. And every day, Americans turn their heads because they are afraid that someone will call them anti-Semitic. The Anti-Defamation League has learned to use this label to get whatever they want from whomever they want, whenever they want. Members of Congress are cast as either friends or targets of the ADL, AIPAC. There is no in-between. If they are on the friendlies list, They may be the recipients of weekly computerized blackmail dossiers on some of their colleagues and other policy shapers, which are called activities. Remember lately, folks, in San Francisco when the ADL was caught red-handed operating a spy ring from inside the police department, gathering information on Americans? When the investigation began, it was found that they were doing this across the country, infiltrating supposedly secure records system, collecting information on American citizens to use against them. How long are you going to put up with this bullshit from these lying scumbags? The activities dossiers are sent out in plain white envelopes bearing no organizational emblems. Deniability is a priority, and the whole filthy blackmail and extortion program was 100% deniable until Slobodkin's defection, complete with reams of AIPAC documents which proved it. AIPAC's unit maintains a singularly close link to the ADL's parallel fact-finding department, which engages in the exact same kind of activity. In fact, shortly after Thomas Dine took over as executive director of AIPAC, he hired Amy Goot as the first full-time staffer of the Policy Analysis Unit. Goot had worked for years at the ADL. Her shift of address was apparently blessed by her bosses at the League, and she continued for a period of time to work for both agencies, thereby assuring near total integration in the covert operations level. One feature, ladies and gentlemen, of the job that ultimately got under Gregory Slobodkin's skin was the fact that many of his targets were themselves prominent Jewish activists, usually affiliated with left-wing causes in both the United States and Israel. See all you silly people out there who think it's the Jews. You're off your rocker. And the ADL does not work for Jews or in the interest of Jews, and never has. Neither does B'nai B'rith. I don't know how many letters I've gotten from you stupid jerks out there who think you're going to solve all the world's problems by killing all the Jews. How stupid. Most Jews don't know any more about what's going on than you sheeple did before I told you. And then most of you will never know if it's true or not, because you won't get off your butt and go check it out. You see what a state of affairs we've sunk to? A nation out of control, run by scumbags, with an agenda emanating from deep inside the secret societies of the mystery schools, right under the noses of the sleeping watchdog, the American people, who are so ignorant, stupid, and apathetic that anybody that wants can get away with anything that they want at any time that they want, and they can tell any lie that they want because they know that you will believe whatever they tell you and you'll never check anything out. For all you know, I might be one of them. I might be sitting here telling you lie after lie after lie, and you won't get off your ass and go check it out. It's too hard, and I'm just one lonely little person. I don't have the capabilities to check anything out. Boy, I hear that all the time. Hear it all the time. God, I must be some super spirit from some foreign planet. I must have the biggest brain in the world. I must have some secret access to every source of information that there is. 'cause I'm just one lonely little old helpless individual, and I'm busy too, and I got a family to run, and I don't have any more time than any one of you out there has. So when you spout that bullshit at me, I just know that's another stupid sheeple standing in front of me that's too damn lazy. And that's the truth of the matter. Many of these people that Slobodkin was supposed to target, many of them were simply outspoken critics of the Israeli Likud government's brutality toward the Palestinians living in the occupied territories. Many simply favored a peaceful and equitable solution to the Arab-Israeli conflict. Many of these Jewish activists were treated to the same violence and vicious smearing by the ADL-AIPAC that was meted out to Palestine Liberation Organizations or PLO officials. This McCarthyite targeting of prominent Jews who simply bucked the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, on some policy issue or financial deal underscores the fact that the League and AIPAC are anything but Jewish defense organizations. They are, in fact, liars, deceivers, and manipulators. And whether you believe it or not, most of their victims are innocent Jews, many of them patriots, who love this country and love the Constitution and the Bill of Rights just as much as any of you listening out there. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Major Clerkin. Good night, folks, and God bless you all. Seek ye the truth, and the truth will make you free. Nothing else will or can do it.
Well, I know some of you have been going up and down the shortwave bands looking for the hour of the time earlier tonight. Well, we're here, and I'm William Cooper. About a little over a month ago, received a call from Craig Smith to tell me that WHRI in South Bend, Indiana, was interested in broadcasting my program on their radio station, WHRI in South Bend, Indiana, and not KWHR, but WHRI in Hawaii. And so we checked the frequencies, and they didn't sound too good at that time, to tell you the truth, and we relayed that to the management at WHRI. And they pursued me, ladies and gentlemen. Pursued me, wouldn't let me rest, kept calling, wanted to get me on the air. So we talked, and we listened to some more frequencies at different times, had other people listen around the country. And then Craig Smith received a call from Joseph Brazier, who told Craig that he'd do anything to get me on the air. So we got on the phone and made a deal with him. One of the stipulations of the deal was that they would not censure in any way any of the content of my broadcast whatsoever. And we signed a contract for a 3-month trial period, after which time, if either one of the parties were not satisfied, we would terminate the contract and everybody would be happy. Well, folks, World Harvest Radio, WHRI in South Bend, Indiana, listened to 4 episodes of the hour of the time and got scared. Scared them to death. And they have canceled us on 7.315, 9.930, and on Galaxy 4, Channel 15, and all the different times that we were broadcasting. So, we're back on WWCR, the old stalwart defenders of the freedom of speech. George and I have our differences once in a while. But George me tell you something about George. He is not afraid. And as you know, neither am I. WHRI missed out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to air the best radio broadcast in the world on their station. Folks, we are the most popular, most listened to shortwave broadcast in the world, bar none. They missed an opportunity to help us make history by broadcasting the truth to the American people and the rest of the world, and they got scared. Scared. And that's what's destroying this country, folks, is people afraid. You see, if everybody's afraid, nobody will ever air the truth. And that's one way of controlling the media. In fact, it's the best way to control the media. People are more easily controlled through fear than through any other method that there is. Second best is money. If you can't scare them, buy them. Well, I don't believe that anyone bought WHRI, but I do know from talking to them that they're scared to air this broadcast. And that's okay, because I've been scared in my life until I made peace with death. Now I'm no longer afraid. Nothing can scare me now, and nothing ever will. And I will continue to broadcast the truth to whoever wants to listen on whatever medium that will carry this broadcast. And if at some future date WWCR should get scared too, then we'll figure out another way to do it. This is not my profession. It does not kill me to lose airtime. In fact, I never would be on the air at all if the socialist broadcaster Chuck Harder had not aired some disparaging remarks and then refused to give me 10 minutes to set the record straight. So that's why I went looking for airtime. And that's why I'm here with you tonight, folks. Now, since the ADL has declared war on the patriots in this country, including patriotic Jewish people, all people, in fact, who are patriots, who understand that the Constitution and the Bill of Rights is the only thing that protect us from despotism, from the same kinds of things that happened to the Jews, to the Gypsies, to the Poles, to the blacks, to the Catholics in Germany during World War II. And believe me, folks, the ADL is not Jews, and it is not a representation of the Jewish people. They serve their British masters only. They manipulate the Jews through lies and deception, through that old bugaboo anti-Semitism, by painting swastikas on walls, and by taking out parade permits for the Nazi Party. You hear what I'm saying? Don't go away. I'll be right back, because I'm not going to wait for Monday. I'm angry. Patriotic Americans in this country of all races, religions, and creeds have been labeled as right-wing fanatic terrorists threatening to overthrow the United States government, and it is a lie. The label has come from the ADL. We have been called racist and anti-Semitic, and it is a lie. Before I go any further, I want to thank all of the Jewish patriots in this country who have called me and faxed me with their support in this effort and their denouncement of the ADL. And since the ADL is so powerful, I can't tell you who these people are, because I don't want them to get a visit in the middle of the night. For the ADL is also a pack of goons and terrorists who have been known to perpetrate violence on several occasions. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, you're going to hear the truth for the first time in your life. about the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith. And you're going to hear it Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday of next week. And if necessary, on and on, until you understand just exactly who these people are. What is the ADL? The Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith proclaims itself to be a non-profit corporation designed to eliminate defamation of Jews and other religious and ethnic groups, to advance proper understanding among all peoples, and to preserve and translate into greater effectiveness the principles of freedom, equality, and democracy. This statement is taken directly from the bylaws of the ADL of B'nai B'rith as amended by the National Commission June 1982. And nothing, dear listeners, could be further from the truth. In repeated flagrant violation of Section 501C3 of the Internal Revenue Service Codes, the ADL operates as a tax-exempt public interest corporation. While in reality, ladies and gentlemen, it engages in a wide range of activities that are inherently criminal in nature, including interference in the judicial and law enforcement process, support for domestic and international terrorist organizations, instigation of hate crimes, espionage, support for suspected international narcotics traffickers, unregistered political activities, and covert activities on behalf of both hostile foreign governments and United States government agencies generally linked to the international social democracy. It is a matter of historical record that before, during, and immediately after World War II, the Anti-Defamation League functioned as a covert action arm of the British Special Operations Executive under its North American chief, Sir William Stevenson, in close liaison with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Division 5, the division that I have named as being implicated in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Through its 151-member National Commission and its paid staff maintaining regional offices in 31 cities in the United States and a number of locations in Europe, the Middle East, Ibero-America, and the Soviet Union. In fact, a Moscow office is in the process of being opened at the invitation of President Mikhail Gorbachev at the time this report was written. The ADL operates as a covert strike force whose corrupting influence extends into the pores of the financial community, the legal establishment, the media, and the United States government at the federal, state, and local level. And everything that I am stating tonight and will state in the following nights have been proven, can be proven, and is a matter of fact, and most of it is in the public record. Above all else, ladies and gentlemen, the ADL is a public relations front for that branch of American organized crime founded by Meyer Lansky during the early decades of this century under the patronage and sponsorship of leading Anglo-American financial interests. American Defamation League officials, for this reason, were reportedly deeply dismayed when a man by the name of Lyndon LaRouche dubbed the ADL the American Drug Lobby. More recently, the ADL has moved to deepen its ties to the Soviet foreign intelligence services operating in the West and in the newly liberated nations of Central Europe. The ADL, folks, according to its bylaws, is run by a national commission which currently consists of 151 members. It is chaired by a national chairman, currently Abe Foxman. The National Commission formally meets once each year. According to Article 7 of the bylaws, you can tell what I've got on my mind. According to Article 7 of the bylaws, in the interval between the National Commission annual meetings, the ADL's National Executive Committee acts for it. The NEC is composed of a chairman, a senior rabbi at Temple Emmanuel in New York City, and vice chairman. The elected officers of the National Committee, the president, executive vice president, and honorary past presidents of B'nai B'rith, together with their counterparts from B'nai B'rith women, the appointed chairman of all of the ADL standing committees, and the president of the ADL Foundation, together with 15 additional members of the National Committee who are elected by it. The ADL is formally affiliated with B'nai B'rith, which is the Jewish arm of the southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. However, this link is principally maintained through the B'nai B'rith's representation on ADL's National Commission. Unlike its parent organization, the B'nai B'rith, the ADL is not a membership organization. In other words, you cannot join the ADL, as many Jewish people erroneously believe. You cannot join the ADL. Membership is by nomination or invitation only. In this sense, the ADL bears a greater likeness to the secret lodges of Freemasonry than its B'nai B'rith parent organization, which was originally conceived in the mid-19th century as a Jewish branch of British Freemasonry. Remember, British intelligence and the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry was behind the Civil War. You see, it was okay for the states to secede from the Union, but it was not okay to fire upon a United States fort. The current president of B'nai B'rith is Seymour D. Reich, a long-standing activist and officer of the ADL prior to his election to head B'nai B'rith. And that's not correct, folks. I'm reading from a report. It is now Abe Foxman. Of the current 151 active National Commission members, a smaller core group directs the overall activities of the ADL's staff through participation in standing committees of the National Committee. The standing committees are organized in precise parallel to the ADL staff divisions and departments, thus permitting the maximum flow of marching orders and other inputs from the National Commission into the day-to-day activities of the League's paid employees. In this sense, Edgar Bronfman and other leading national commissioners run the ADL. Standing committee chairmen of the ADL, who together with their committee members are appointed by the national chairman, include Howard P. Berkowitz, Planning, Donald R. Mintz, Civil Rights, Michael Nachman, Community Services, Sherwin Newer, Budget, Melvin I. Salberg, Communications, Michael E. Schultz, Administration, Joel Sprayrigan, and Lucille Cantor, International Affairs, David H. Strassler, Intergroup Relations, Robert G. Sugarman, Leadership, and William Vetrin, Development. These committees, ladies and gentlemen, correspond to the divisions of the ADL's full-time staff, and the divisions include the following. Administration, concerned with the ADL's internal affairs, it is directed, or was directed, by Philip Seamus, who had previously been controller for the American Jewish Committee. The Civil Rights is a division that works through departments on fact-finding, research and evaluation, legal affairs, a Washington, D.C. office where a task force on Nazi war criminals is based, and 4 regional area coordinators. Community Service, this division directs the 31 regional offices throughout the United States, whose directors work closely with regional boards appointed by the National Committee. Communications handles public relations and the production of material. Until January 1990, its director was Lynn Aniello. And I'm not sure that I pronounced it right. It's spelled I-A-N-N-I-E-L-L-O. Development. It oversees the fundraising activities of the ADL Appeal. Intergroup Relations is made up of departments on education, higher education, campus affairs, interfaith affairs, television, radio, and film publications. Television, radio, and film publications. television, radio, and film publications, and an International Center for Holocaust Studies. International Affairs comprises departments in the United States concerned with European, Latin American, and Middle Eastern affairs, and yes, I meant compromises, and is in charge of ADL's overseas operations, including the offices in Paris, Rome, and Jerusalem. Leadership recruits potential future leaders and coordinates an ADL National Leadership Conference. The ADL, ladies and gentlemen, has over 300 people who hold leadership or honorary leadership positions. Among this list are a number of honorary vice chairmen who are closely linked to the ADL, but who for various reasons, including government service, cannot serve as active officers. This group includes Senators Rudy Boschwitz, Republican, Minnesota, and Howard Metzenbaum, Democrat, Ohio. Former Carter Administration Secretary of Commerce, Philip Kletznick, former Reagan Administration Arms Control Negotiator, Max Kampelman, and former Senator Abraham Ribicoff, Democrat, Connecticut, and Representative Sidney Yates, Democrat, Illinois. World Jewish Congress President Edgar Bronfman is also an honorary vice chairman, along with two other major crime figures from the old Meyer-Lansky orbit, bankers Leonard Abetz and Theodore Silbert. With the exception of the members of Congress, all of those that I just read off are honorary vice chairmen and were at one time active National Commission members. Among the active corps of ADL operatives are Burton S. Levinson, ADL National Chairman since 1987, and his work with ADL dates back to 1950 when, as a student at Los Angeles City College, he infiltrated a group affiliated with Gerald L.K. Smith. Now he's a senior partner in the Beverly Hills-based law firm of Levinson and Lieberman. Abraham H. Foxman, who is now the head, the ADL National Director since 1987. He has worked on the staff of the ADL since 1965. He was born in Baronowitz, Poland in 1940. Foxman is one of the most mysterious figures in the ADL leadership. United States intelligence sources and even some top-ranking ADL members reportedly suspect Foxman may be a Soviet illegal, a long-term penetration agent operating without any links to the official Soviet diplomatic corps. Arnold Forster was Associate Director of the ADL under Ben Epstein since 1946 and is now a member of the National Committee and ADL General Counsel. He has been of counsel with the New York law firm of Shea and Gould, a firm intimately tied to the late mob lawyer Roy Cohn. Kenneth J. Balekin, this former ADL National Chairman from 1982 to 1986, is today an honorary chairman and National Committee member, as well as president of the ADL Foundation. Theodore H. Silbert, an honorary vice chairman. He works with Edgar Bronfman and the lucrative Greater New York Appeal for the ADL. Silbert is chairman of the Sterling National Bank. Burton M. Joseph, ADL National Chairman from 1976 to 1978, is today an honorary chairman. His family runs the Minnesota-based agricultural products firm I.S. Joseph. After World War II, Joseph teamed up politically with liberal Democrat Hubert H. Humphrey, through whom he became friends of Max M. Kampelman, now ADL Honorary Vice Chairman and ADL top funder Dwayne Andreas. Together, they formed the Indianapolis ADL Mafia. Edgar Bronfman, ADL Honorary National Chairman and head of its Greater New York Appeal. Erwin Sewell, since 1966, he has headed the fact-finding department of the ADL Civil Rights Division. Meyer Eisenberg, ADL Vice Chairman and former head of the National Commission's Civil Rights Committee with oversight over the fact-finding and legal departments. He served from 1959 to 70 as an attorney with the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, attaining the position of Deputy General Counsel of the SEC before his retirement from government. In private law practice with a string of Washington, D.C. area firms, Eisenberg remains one of the nation's experts on securities law. It was no public relations gaffe when in 1985, the Anti-Defamation League gave its Torch of Liberty Award to gangster Morris Dalitz, founder of the notorious Purple Gang and longtime crime partner of the late mobster Meyer Lansky. The present leadership of the ADL is dominated by figures with long-standing ties to organized crime, particularly to the international drug money laundering apparatus. Foremost among these contaminated ADL officials is Kenneth Bailkin, the ex-national chairman who is still an honorary national chairman and a director of the ADL Foundation. While with the New York law firm of Wilkie Farr and Gallagher throughout the 1970s, Bailkin masterminded Robert Vesco's looting of Investors Overseas Service, IOS, of more than $60 million. Vesco, the fugitive financier now living in Havana, Cuba, was an early partner of Medellin cartel dope smuggler Carlos Leder Rivas, helping Leder to set up his marijuana and cocaine smuggling routes through the Bahamas. On April 17, 1989, Robert Vesco was again indicted by a federal grand jury in Jacksonville, Florida, which charged him with involvement in a Medellin cartel cocaine smuggling conspiracy from 1974 to 1989. In January 1980, a jury in the U.S. Southern District of New York ordered Wilkie Farr and Gallagher to pay $35 million to victims of the IOS looting and found that Bailkin had been instrumental in structuring the money laundering and theft scheme at every level. Law enforcement officials believe that IOS was one of the early conduits for billions of dollars in drug profits and was a cash repository used by Meyer Lansky. Recently, Bailkin left Wilkie Farr to join the country's largest law firm, Skadden Arps, in much the same way that Wilkie Farr pioneered the elaborate offshore money laundering schemes that today constitute the bloodstream of the international drug trade. Skadden Arps pioneered the junk bond and leveraged buyout schemes through which billions of dollars in dubious offshore money have been repatriated through hostile corporate takeovers and asset stripping of America's industrial sector. Two of Skadden Arps' most notorious clients are Drexel Burnham's Michael Milken and Ivan Boesky, both of whom, not coincidentally, have been ADL contributors. Another ADL national chairman, Burton Joseph, played a pivotal role in the Robert Vesco takeover and looting of IOS by putting Vesco into contact with his protege, financier Meshulam Riklis of the Rapid American Corporation. Riklis, according to court records, purchased a controlling block of IOS stock as a surrogate for Vesco. Riklis was later linked to Bailkin. Edgar Bronfman, Henry Kissinger, and other Anti-Defamation League figures in a real estate scandal involving the illegal purchase of large tracts in the Israeli-occupied territories and Christian and Muslim sections of Jerusalem. During Bailkin's tenure at Wilkie Farr, the firm also handled pro bono legal work for the Anti-Defamation League and represented major Anti-Defamation League donor and suspected crime figure Edmund Safra. Bailkin represented Safra in the Syrian bankers' takeover of American Express, a transaction that ended years later in a fiasco with American Express officials accusing Safra of money laundering. On January the 3rd, 1989, officials of the United States Customs Service and the United States Drug Enforcement Administration in Bern, Switzerland, identified Edmund Safra as a major figure in an international drug money laundering scheme involving the Shakarki Trading Company. The government reports identified Safra as a lifetime friend and business associate of Mohammed Shakarki, and identified numbered accounts at Safra's New York City Republic National Bank as pass-through accounts for drug profits from Syrian, Lebanese, Bulgarian, and Colombian trafficking organizations. Now, according to aides to Safra, he arranged that the ADL receive $1 million from money he won in a lawsuit in 1989. There is one financial institution that is more closely linked to the ADL than any other. Sterling National Bank of New York City. On January 29, 1982, Italian authorities filed civil suit against Sterling National Bank and other U.S. financial institutions on behalf of depositors in Banca Privata Italiana, charging that $27 million had been looted. Don't go away, folks. We'll be right back. The chairman of Sterling, both at the time of the alleged theft and today, is Theodore H. Silbert, another honorary vice chairman of the ADL and the former head of the ADL Appeal, its major fundraising arm. Law enforcement sources have identified Sterling National as a mob front since its founding in 1929 by Meyer Lansky. Associate Frank Erickson. You understand what I'm saying, folks? These people are solidly and completely linked to organized crime. Meyer Lansky's associate Frank Erickson founded Sterling National as a mob front. Sterling National was also implicated in a tax evasion scheme in the early 1980s through another ADL-linked bank director, Arnold Burns, a Reagan-era U.S. Deputy Attorney General. Burns' law firm, Burns & Summit, apparently set up a string of Caribbean tax shelters which shielded millions of dollars in taxable income through non-existent R&D investments in Israel. Former Reagan official, Ambassador to Italy Maxwell Robb, is another long-standing Sterling National director. Robb was a one-time business partner of Meyer Lansky in the International Airport Hotel Corporation. Yet another mob-linked banker who sits on the ADL's National Commission and is listed in the League's most recent purpose and program as an honorary vice chairman is Leonard Abbess of the City National Bank of Miami. In 1981, Abbess bought Colombian cartel money launderer Alberto Duque into the bank's board, where he remained until he was jailed on money laundering charges in 1986. The following year, Donald Beasley was named City National's chairman. Beasley was the former director of the Nugan Hand Bank, believed to have been a major laundering conduit for Southeast Asian heroin proceeds as well as black funds derived from the illicit arms trafficking of Theodore G. Shackley and other former top Central Intelligence Agency officials later implicated in the Iran-Contra scandal, and I wrote about the Nugan Hand Bank in my book 5 years ago. A listing of ADL financial contributors and award recipients over the recent decades reads like a who's who of the Meyer Lansky International Crime Syndicate. Longtime Lansky cronies such as Victor Posner, Hollywood attorney Sidney Korshak, and Mo Dalitz all appear as ADL patrons. The same pattern holds true at the regional levels of the ADL. For example, Phil Baskin, a Pittsburgh attorney and Democratic Party fixer known to be the chief operator of the ADL in western Pennsylvania, was forced to resign as the senior partner in his law firm after being implicated in an effort to deliver a major airport construction contract to a top figure in the New York City Gambino family, Nicky Sands. Further south, Paul Lipkin, the chairman of the Virginia Regional Board of the ADL, was for decades the personal attorney for Arthur Bootsy Goldstein, the biggest pornography distributor in Norfolk. Goldstein was arrested 85 times and served 3 jail terms for crimes including selling glue to minors and peddling sex paraphernalia. No discussion of the ADL's ties to organized crime and the drug apparatus would be complete without reference to Edgar Bronfman, ADL honorary vice chairman and chief of its New York appeal. Today, touted as a leading international businessman, philanthropist, and the chairman of the prestigious World Jewish Congress, Bronfman has been unable to erase the taint left by the fact that his entire family fortune, Seagram's Corporation, its majority share in E.I. DuPont, de Nemours Company, etc., derived from his father's Prohibition-era bootlegging activities. Known at the time as the Bronfman Gang, the Canadian Bronfmans were the main illegal suppliers to America's crime syndicate known as Murder Incorporated. By no later than 1920, when Edgar's father, Sam Bronfman, and Arnold Rothstein, agent Jacob Katzenberg, were dispatched to Hong Kong to arrange opium supplies, the bootlegging routes were also utilized for the smuggling and retail distribution of illegal drugs. To this day, elements of the Bronfman family remain tied to the gutter levels of organized crime, while Edgar and his brother and cousins have managed to wrap themselves in a somewhat ragged cloak of respectability. Edgar's nephew, Mitchell Bronfman, was named in a 1972 Montreal Crime Commission report as an intimate of local crime boss Willie O'Brant. Their relationship extends into illegal activities in which they have mutually or jointly indulged, the special kinds of favors they did for each other, and the resulting advantages of each in the fields of loan sharking, gambling, illegal betting, securities, tax evasion, and corruption. Taken directly from a book entitled The Bronfman Dynasty by Peter C. Newman. O'Brant and another Mitchell Bronfman crime partner, Sidney Rosen, were both jailed in the mid-1970s for drug money laundering and related crimes. When in 1978 the links of the Bronfman family to organized crime were published in the book-length study of the international illegal drug trade entitled Dope Incorporated, I advise all of you, everyone listening, purchase the book entitled Dope Incorporated. That is, Dope Incorporated. This book was commissioned by the LaRouche Organization, and the research was done by the Executive Intelligence Review. The Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence and the Intelligence Service have duplicated the research long ago. You remember, folks, we did a 5-part series on the ADL already once before. Bronfman, according to Quebec police sources, ordered his attorneys to prepare a multi-million-dollar libel suit, but after careful deliberation, the attorneys strongly argued against such an action. Instead, Bronfman reportedly poured large amounts of money into the Anti-Defamation League. Almost immediately, the Anti-Defamation League began a shrill publicity and dirty tricks campaign slandering LaRouche as an anti-Semite and demanding his elimination. They eventually framed him and sent him to jail. He is free now. He has been released. He has documented his frame-up. The facts say that Lyndon LaRouche, no matter what you think of his politics, was innocent. He was put away because he did what I'm doing tonight. He told the truth about the ADL. In its March, April 1990 edition, the West German magazine, Semite, self-described, or Semite, as self-described as the independent Jewish magazine, published a blistering expose of ADL honorary vice chairman Edgar Bronfman's dealing with the now toppled regime of East German communist dictator Erich Honecker. The article by Jacob Dachauer, entitled, quote, A Whiskey for the Holocaust, end quote, documents how Bronfman used his post as president of the World Jewish Congress to make deals with the Honecker regime on behalf of his Seagram's liquor empire, and it's accompanied by a picture of Bronfman receiving the highest state medal of People's Friendship in Gold from Honecker in October of 1988. The essence of the Semite expose is that Bronfman used his credentials as head of the once respected World Jewish Congress to absolve the German Democratic Republic of any responsibility for the wartime Holocaust, in return for a series of lucrative concessions to market his whiskey in the German communist paradise. If you're a Jewish patriot, I hope you were listening to that. As the Executive Intelligence Review has reported, Bronfman's courtship of the Honecker regime began in 1986, when an associate of his traveled to East Berlin to meet with Klaus Gysi, the communist regime's Secretary of State for Religious Affairs. Klaus Geisey's son is Gregor Geisey, the reformer successor to Honecker as chief of the SED Communist Party, now called the PDS. In subsequent trips, Bronfman met with Honecker and SED Central Committee member Herman Axen. During one visit in 1988, Bronfman pledged that he would personally arrange a state visit to Washington, D.C. by Honecker by 1990 at the latest. Subsequent events, of course, made that impossible. Edgar's brother and business partner, Charles Bronfman of Montreal, became a prominent figure in Canadian East German friendship groups and had veto power over all GDR visas issued to Canadians until the collapse of the communist regime in November 1989. These extensive GDR links have led some intelligence analysts to conclude that Edgar and Charles Bronfman have especially close ties to General Marcus Wolf, the head of the East German, and I can't even pronounce it, but it's called Stasi. Stasi. That's the East German Intelligence Service, and also to a leading protege of the late KGB and Soviet Communist Party boss, Yuri Andropov. Edgar Bronfman enjoys equally close ties to the regime in Moscow, and those links have grown even firmer since the accession to power of Mikhail Gorbachev in 1985. According to sources familiar with Bronfman's Russian links, the Canadian whiskey baron has been a long-time associate of Alexander Yakovlev, the former, excuse me folks, I still have a little flu here. That's better. Had to take a drink. A longtime associate of Alexander Yakovlev, the former Soviet ambassador in Ottawa, who is now one of Gorbachev's closest advisors. Was one of Gorbachev's closest advisors. Gorbachev is now in San Francisco at the Presidio, trying to bring about the one world government. Yakovlev sits on both the Politburo and the newly formed Presidential Council. In scores of speeches and commentaries written since Gorbachev rose to power, Bronfman has called upon the United States to grant the Soviet Union most favored nation status, membership in GATT, and access to the most advanced Western technologies. In a press release issued by his office on March 22nd, 1989, for example, Bronfman hailed Gorbachev for overturning socialism in one country, declaring, "It is in the United States' interest to prevent even a partial reversal of perestroika." Bronfman is a board member of the United States Soviet Trade and Economic Cooperation Council, called USTEC, a collection of American Fortune 500 executives and Soviet trade officials actively pushing expanded trade between the two superpowers. According to a United States State Department document, the Soviet delegation to USTEC is known by the CIA to be dominated by KGB and GRU, which most of you don't know about. It is the Soviet military intelligence operatives. Up until recently, the Soviet co-chairman of the group was KGB General Yevgeny Petrovich Petrovanov, a longtime Stalin ally who survived the post-Stalin shifts and became the head of the Soviet Chamber of Commerce. On January 23, 1989, syndicated columnists Evans and Novak reported on a secret meeting at Edgar Bronfman's New York City apartment, which also involved USTEC officials Dwayne Andreas and James Giffen, together with Morris Abrams and Simak Dinitz. The group reportedly hatched plans to mobilize Zionist lobby support for the repeal of the Jackson-Vanik Amendment in exchange for unrestricted Soviet Jewish immigration to Israel. The genesis of that scheme dates back to January 1985, when Edgar Bronfman, at the governing board meeting of the World Jewish Congress in Vienna, proposed that the organization oppose the Reagan administration's Strategic Defense Initiative on Jewish grounds. Oh, brother. When Bronfman also announced in April of that same year that he would lead the World Jewish Congress in an effort to prevent President Reagan from visiting a German cemetery at Bitburg during his state visit to the Federal Republic. Moscow reciprocated by inviting him to the Soviet Union in his official capacity as World Jewish Congress chairman. The invitation, extended by Russian Federation Justice Minister Alexander Sukharev, specifically proposed to discuss Soviet Jewish immigration. In similar gestures of support for Gorbachev, Bronfman has taken the point in forcing the resignation of the head of the West German Parliament, Philipp Ginninger, for a speech delivered in November 1988 on the 50th anniversary of Nazis' Night of the Broken Glass anti-Jewish pogrom. In addition, at a widely publicized press conference in Budapest, Hungary, on May 4, 1987, Bronfman branded Austrian President Kurt Waldheim an essential component of the Nazi killing machine. Now, the charges against Waldheim were based largely on Soviet-forged documents and perjured testimony and were part of a major destabilization of Austria and the Vatican. No wonder Bronfman became a frequent commuter between New York and Moscow. You see, weeks after Bronfman's secret New York City planning session on February the 11th, 1989, Edgar Bronfman led the largest delegation of Jewish leaders to ever visit Moscow. On December 13th, 1989, Bronfman was back in Moscow again, this time heading a delegation of 100 Western Jewish leaders to attend the opening of a Jewish cultural center. 1 week later, Kenneth Jacobson, the International Affairs Director of the ADL, announced that an ADL delegation would also visit Moscow in early 1990 to pursue President Gorbachev's offer to open an office in the Soviet capital. Next to Edgar Bronfman, Minneapolis grain merchant Dwayne Andreas, who participated in the Bronfman apartment meeting in which the Jews for Grain plot was activated, is the ADL patron most responsible for the deep ties between the League and the Russian regime. Although Andreas is not Jewish, he is one of the ADL's most generous donors. At a critical point in the late 1970s, when the ADL was financially on the skids, Andreas, at the request of ADL National Chairman Burton Joseph of the Minneapolis agricultural equipment firm I.E. Joseph, put up the seed money to establish the Anti-Defamation League Foundation. Andreas's relations with the ADL date back to his early political training by ADL National Chairman Ben Epstein, a relationship that Andreas described during congressional testimony in 1987 as, quote, Mr. Ben Epstein, may he rest in peace, who was my friend for 20 years to his everlasting credit, was my mentor and guidance on the matters of diplomatic positions. I worked with him for weeks on this problem of how to expand trade with the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, end quote. The September 26, 1986 Wall Street Journal, in a front-page piece titled Gorbachev's Pal, Dwayne Andreas, gains a position as the Kremlin's apparent favorite, identified Andreas as the successor to Occidental Petroleum's chairman Armand Hammer, now 91, as the Soviet regime's favorite capitalist. Actually, Armand Hammer is no longer with us, ladies and gentlemen, and has been exposed as a raging communist. It was apparently Andreas, who has had more private audiences with Gorbachev than any other Westerner, who arranged the invitation for the ADL to set up shop in Moscow, ostensibly in order to help combat anti-Semitism inside Russia. A former State Department intelligence officer told the Executive Intelligence Review that the real purpose of establishing the ADL office in Moscow was to improve the Anti-Defamation League coordination with the KGB in running pro-Gorbachev propaganda inside the United States. Another feature of the ADL's current Go East push is the effort by Bronfman and others to move in on the lucrative new markets in the liberated nations of Central Europe on behalf of organized crime. For instance, the Canadian real estate billionaires, the Reichman brothers, represented by the ADL-linked law firm of Shea Gould and the ADL-linked investment house of Bear Stearns, are part of a new investment consortium seeking to establish a major financial hub in Budapest with the blessings of both Gorbachev regime and the United States State Department. ADL links to the Bolshevik regime and its intelligence services date back literally decades. Even during World War II, when the Soviet Union and the United States were allied against the Nazis, certain ADL officials were kept on United States military intelligence watch lists as suspected Soviet agents. According to one eyewitness account, Sanford Griffith, who headed the equivalent of the fact-finding division during and immediately following World War II, was on such a list. And if you'll remember, the ADL was caught spying not too long ago on American citizens, American groups, and even Jews. The April 5th, 1955 issue of Headlines and What's Behind Them catalogs a controversial instance in which the ADL provided cover for a known Soviet intelligence agent. The Soviet agent in question, Vladimir Stepankowski, that's Vladimir Stepankowski, had been deported from France and Switzerland in the mid-1930s after having been identified as the head of the Bolshevik Information Bureau, only to migrate to the United States and immediately go to work for the Anti-Defamation League's Mitchell Solomon. Through Solomon's ties to United States Army Lieutenant Colonel Eugene Prince, an intelligence officer in charge of immigration background checks, Stepankowski was able to penetrate American wartime intelligence operations. In 1954, he was identified by Elizabeth Bentley as a member of a Soviet spy ring. However, he was saved from prosecution through the intervention of his Anti-Defamation League case officer, Mitchell Solomon. By this point, the ADL had deployed the Soviet agent into the National Renaissance Party of Robert Madoll, a neo-Nazi counter-gang that had been set up largely by the Anti-Defamation League infiltrators in order to create the specter of a new fascist menace inside the United States in order to control Jews and keep them in line. According to the Headlines account, the Madoll group attracted a small core of members, principally on the basis of the Anti-Defamation League providing NRP founder Madoll with a stable of prostitutes from the Mickey Jelke Vice ring. Anti-Defamation League officials Ben Epstein and Arnold Forster then reportedly used Stepankowski's information to inundate the Veld Commission, that's the House Un-American Activities Commission, with scare stories that the NRP had swelled to 200 to 700 members in New York City alone. Joseph McCarthy was right, and this nation as a whole did him wrong. Good night until Monday, and God bless you all. I am an American patriot, and I am proud of it. I have sworn to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign or domestic, and I fully intend to fulfill that oath. How about you? You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with our expose of the Anti-Defamation League. This will be the second hour in this second live broadcast series. You can remember, if you are a long-time listener, that we did something similar to this months ago, and a lot of this information you're hearing in this series is new. It was not included in the last one. So, get your pen and paper ready, and don't go away. I bet you didn't know that post-World War II, the Anti-Defamation League was on the United States watch list. Watch list, you say? You don't even know what that is, do you? The Anti-Defamation League links to the Bolshevik regime and its intelligence services date back decades. Even during World War II, folks, when the Soviet Union and the United States were allied against the Nazis, certain ADL officials were kept on United States military intelligence watch lists as suspected Soviet agents. According to one eyewitness account, Sanford Griffith, who headed the equivalent of the fact-finding division during and immediately following World War II, was on just such a list. The April 5th, 1955 issue of Headlines and What's Behind Them catalogs a controversial instance in which the Anti-Defamation League provided cover for a known Soviet intelligence asset. The Soviet agent in question, Vladimir Stepankowski, had been deported from France and Switzerland in the mid-1930s after having been identified as the head of the Bolshevik Information Bureau, only to immigrate to the United States and immediately go to work for the Anti-Defamation League's Mitchell Solomon. Through Solomon's ties to United States Army Lieutenant Colonel Eugene Prince, an intelligence officer in charge of immigration background checks, Stepankowski was able to penetrate American wartime intelligence operations. In 1954, he was identified by Elizabeth Bentley as a member of a Soviet spy ring. However, he was saved from prosecution through the intervention of his ADL case officer, Mitchell Solomon. By this point, the ADL had deployed the Soviet agent into the National Renaissance Party of Robert Mado, a neo-Nazi counter-gang that had been set up largely by ADL infiltrators in order to create the specter of a new fascist menace inside the United States. According to the Headlines account, the Mado group attracted a small core of members principally on the basis of the ADL providing NRP founder Mado with a stable of prostitutes from the Mickey Jelke vice ring. ADL officials Ben Epstein and Arnold Forster then reportedly used Stepankowski's information to inundate the Veld Commission. That's the House Un-American Activities Committee. Remember, I told you, Joseph McCarthy was right. They inundated the committee with scare stories that the NRP had swelled to 200 to 700 members in New York City alone. ADL officials and the Anti-Defamation League as an organization are guilty of the same crimes for which Carl Spitz Chanel and Richard Miller were indicted during the 1987 Iran-Contra probe, illegally using private, tax-exempt organizations to conduct covert operations. However, unlike Chanel and Miller, who were low-level flunkies in the overall secret parallel government plot, the ADL was deeply involved in every facet of the Iran-Contra scandal and the Project Democracy scheme at the very highest levels, on both the government and private sector sides. The ADL's central role in the official Project Democracy apparatus of the Reagan-Bush era was an outgrowth of the ADL's long-standing position as a major agency within the United States branch of the Socialist Internationale, which has always been dominated by members of the old Bukharinite right opposition to Stalin. This link is typified by fact-finding division head Erwin Sewell, who was trained by the International Ladies Garment Workers Union of former United States Communist Party Chairman Jay Lovestone. Sewell was later schooled at the premier Fabian Labor School, Ruskin College, at Britain's Oxford University, William Clinton's alma mater, and then passed through the Socialist Party and the Jewish Labor Committee before graduating to his ADL post in 1967. Today, Sewell sits on the board of the League for Industrial Democracy and the Social Democrats USA. The direct links between the ADL and the Iran-Contra fiasco run through the following key players. Take note. Carl Gershman, a former paid staffer of the Anti-Defamation League's fact-finding division, was the director of the National Endowment for Democracy, or NED, throughout the Iran-Contra fiasco. From 1966 to 1972, Gershman was employed by the research department of the ADL. According to Jerome Baxt, his supervisor at the time, Gershman used his extensive experiments as a New Left activist at Yale University to provide the ADL with detailed dossiers on Students for a Democratic Society, the Black Panther Party, and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. According to documents, ladies and gentlemen, procured under the Freedom of Information Act, as well as a recently published book-length account of the FBI's COINTELPRO efforts against the black student movement in the 1960s, the ADL dossiers, apparently including Gershman's work, were regularly passed on to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Division 5. Early this year, Gershman hired ADL Fact-Finding Division Deputy Director David Lowe as his executive assistant at the State Department United States Information Agency Unit. NED was a major government funding conduit for Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North and for the White House Deputy Walter Raymond's Public Diplomacy Project, a black propaganda and active measures effort launched to shape media coverage of the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua. Anti-Defamation League Latin American Affairs Director Rabbi Morton M. Rosenthal was directly financed by the NED in 1985 to conduct an electoral fact-finding trip through Central America. Among Rosenthal's assignments for the NED was the monitoring of the presidential elections in El Salvador. On May 23, 1983, Rosenthal issued a report charging that the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua was guilty of anti-Semitism. The Rosenthal attack on the Sandinistas was part of an effort to marshal Jewish support for the Reagan administration's Contra effort. That month, Rosenthal addressed a closed-door White House meeting sponsored by Faith Whittlesey, at which aspects of the covert Contra support program were apparently discussed. In a memorandum to the Latin American Affairs Committee of the ADL, dated June 9, 1983, Rosenthal described the ADL's direct role in the anti-Sandinista propaganda offensive. The ADL's Sandinista anti-Semitism stories' unusually wide international and domestic coverage by both print and electronic media stimulated a flood of calls and mail to Nicaragua's embassy and consulates, and also elicited strong comments from members of Congress. A few days after the story broke, folks, the Nicaraguan embassy contacted us through intermediaries and inquired if we were willing to meet and discuss the issues. The embassy then called officially to invite ADL representatives to meet the Nicaraguan ambassador, Antonio Yarpin, and the meeting was held at the Nicaraguan embassy in Washington on Monday, June the 6th. Kenneth Bailkin, then the national chairman of the ADL, was the attorney for Saudi billionaire Adnan Khashoggi during 1984 and 1985, when Khashoggi provided the initial funds through which the Iranian government purchased arms from the North Seacord Hakim enterprise. At the time of these transactions, Bailkin was also a member of an administrative commission revamping United States federal codes. Another member of the commission was C. Boyden Gray, the general counsel to Vice President George Bush, who formerly ran the administration's Special Situation Group Crisis Pre-Planning Group, the White House interagency units set up under National Security Decision Directive No. 3 to oversee the Reagan-Bush's government's Central American policy. The Lake Resources Front Company in Geneva, Switzerland, through which General Richard Secord and Albert Hakim laundered the Iranian profits to the Contras, was controlled from the outset by attorney Willard Zucker, a former partner of Bailkin's at Willkie Farr. Zucker had been installed by the ADL national chairman in 1972 as the chief of the IOS legal department. This made him a key inside player in the Vesco looting of the fund. Edmund Safra, One of the ADL's major financial angels was the co-owner with Willard Zucker of the fleet of corporate jets which were used to shuttle then National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane and Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North to secret meetings in Tehran. The Anti-Defamation League itself was directly involved in the Active Measures Department of the enterprise, though its sponsorship of a series of propaganda broadsides attacking as anti-Semites leftist groups which opposed the administration's Central American policy. One such study, commissioned by the ADL in 1983, resulted in a book-length attack by writer Harvey Clare on the group called Clergy and Laity Concerned. Another study by longtime ADL stringer Rael Jean Isaac made similar attacks against the Institute for Policy Studies. In 1984, ADL chapters around the country hosted a speaking tour by Isaac. Both Clare and Isaac were funded during the same period by the Smith Richardson Foundation, a North Carolina-based tax-exempt foundation with very strong ties to the social democratic wing of the United States intelligence community. Reagan-era National Security Advisor Richard Allen and the United Nations Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick both currently sit on the board of Smith Richardson. This report, ladies and gentlemen, is taken tonight from the pages of Dope Incorporated. That's Dope Incorporated, researched and compiled by the editors of the Executive Intelligence Review, research done by the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence and the Intelligence Service. Today, more than ever, the Anti-Defamation League as an organization represents a major agent provocateur factor within the United States, fomenting racial and ethnic tensions, all the while claiming to be the great defenders of civil rights. Freedom of Information Act records show that the ADL played a major role in the Federal Bureau of Investigation's COINTELPRO racial matters and white hate groups operations targeting the civil rights movement as well as its opponents. Among the paid informants used by the ADL during the civil rights struggles of the 1960s were Ku Klux Klan members implicated in the murders of 3 civil rights workers in the state of Mississippi. A February 13, 1970 article in the Los Angeles Times by investigative reporter Jack Nelson first revealed FBI and ADL joint patronage of the Roberts brothers in the June 30, 1968 murder of a Klanswoman named Kathy Ainsworth. At the time of the shootout in front of the Meridian, Mississippi home of ADL official Meyer Davidson, which resulted in the death of Ainsworth and the near death of her associate, Thomas A. Terrence III, who survived over 70 shotgun rifle and pistol wounds miraculously. Alton Wayne Roberts and 6 other Klansmen had already been convicted for federal civil rights violations in connection with their infamous murder of civil rights workers Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner in Philadelphia, Mississippi in 1964. Roberts' case, ladies and gentlemen, was under appeal when, according to various newspaper accounts and local police reports, the brothers were approached by Adolph Sam Botnick, who is still the ADL's regional director in New Orleans, with the proposition that they would be paid $69,000 to act as agents, provocateurs, in setting up a Klan bombing of Anti-Defamation League official Meyer Davidson's home. In other words, the ADL hired Klansmen to bomb their own official's home. Botnick had been a close associate of the FBI Division 5 counterintelligence chief in New Orleans, the late Guy Bannister, implicated in the John F. Kennedy assassination, in whose home, ladies and gentlemen, was found Stone Thalases, who had established the left-wing Fair Play for Cuba group that was part of the milieu of President John F. Kennedy's purported assassination of Lee Harvey Oswald. Bannister had also been a controller of an agent provocateur network in the Minutemen, which, according to one well-informed United States intelligence source, helped break James Earl Ray out of prison so that he could be used as a similar patsy in the April 4th, 1968 murder of Dr. Martin Luther King in Memphis, Tennessee, just a few weeks prior to the Meridian, Mississippi shootout staged by the Roberts brothers at the behest of the ADL and the FBI. A police file report dated June 10, 1968 by Detective Luke Scarborough confirms the Los Angeles Times report of the Ainsworth setup, namely, that there was a three-way deal between the ADL, FBI, and local police in the matter, for which the ADL had provided all of the money. As the apparent result of such Anti-Defamation League Federal Bureau of Investigation cooperation, much like the Waco massacre, the federal government trod lightly in punishing Alton Wayne Roberts for his part in the murder of Schwerner, Goodman, and Cheney, when on March 17, 1970, he was sentenced to only 10 years and was paroled in only 3. The Roberts brothers were reportedly later given the status of federally protected witnesses and remain on the FBI and ADL's informant roster to this day. As for the ADL officials, Sam Botnick still runs the ADL's New Orleans regional office, and his then-assistant Richard Lobenthal took over ADL operations in Detroit. Lobenthal was later caught funding local members of the Communist Labor Party, a violent Maoist group infiltrated into local auto plants. Justin J. Finger, who ran the ADL's Atlanta-based Southern Legal Department during the heyday of civil rights activities and Klan murders, is now Associate National Director of the Anti-Defamation League. The ADL dirty tricks, in collusion with the FBI, were later run against segments of the anti-war movement during the late 1960s and early 1970s. Freedom of Information Act documents released by the FBI, CF 100-530-X, from the special agent in charge, Los Angeles, to FBI Director Hoover on the subject, entitled Black Panther Party, Racial Matters, points to ADL-FBI collusion against the Black Panther Party as well. The document in question is an October 22, 1968 ADL report on the Black Panther Party by Carl Gershman and Jerome Baxt, which concludes, and I quote, "For the present at least, increasingly frequent and increasingly violent encounters can be expected between the Panthers and the police," end quote. The discovery of this inflammatory report in FBI files corroborates a passage in the recent book entitled Racial Matters by Kenneth O'Reilly, and a chapter titled The Only Good Panther, which says, quote, "Division 5 tried to disrupt the Panthers by manipulating Rabbi Meir Kahane and the vigilante-type Jewish Defense League, JDL, leaking information to college administrators and sources in the Anti-Defamation League, and working with newspaper columnists. The FBI compared Panther ideology with the traditional anti-Semitism of organizations like the American Nazi Party and the even more traditional anti-Semitism of the late Adolf Hitler. And in the case of the JDL, the FBI did not limit itself to the furnishing of factual information because Kahane's group could not be motivated to act unless the information concerning anti-Semitism and other matters were furnished with some embellishment," end quote. The ADL, ladies and gentlemen, has continued its involvement in such COINTELPRO type operations to this very day. In fact, well-informed United States intelligence sources charge that after the scope of the FBI's criminality in COINTELPRO had been exposed and condemned by the United States Congress, the FBI temporarily chopped out all such COINTELPRO operations to the Anti-Defamation League. And I'm going to give you 2 examples of just such cases. James R. Rosenberg, also known as Jimmy Mitchell, Jimmy Anderson, is a full-time paid agent of Anti-Defamation League Fact-Finding Division. Police reports corroborate statements to the Executive Intelligence Review that Rosenberg was the Anti-Defamation League's infiltrator into the Ku Klux Klan chapter in Trenton, New Jersey, who sought to provoke the group into bombing Trenton's chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. Pay stubs from the ADL to Rosenberg at this time have been recovered. Like many provocateurs employed by both the ADL and the more overtly violent Jewish Defense League, Rosenberg was given military training in Israel as an Israeli Defense Forces soldier on loan from the U.S. National Guard. David Koresh spent time in Israel, studied in an Israeli school, the Talmud. He was also trained by the Jewish Defense League, of the Jewish Defense Forces, in infantry tactics. In 1981, a female Jewish Defense League member, using the codename Ricky, told the Executive Intelligence Review, quote, "I met Jimmy in Israel around 1978 when I was at the Kfar Saba kibbutz near the West Bank. He was always bragging about how he worked for the Anti-Defamation League to infiltrate the Ku Klux Klan. Jimmy got all messed up on Valium. He even had to go for drug treatment, and that upset him because he got impotent for about 6 months. Jimmy really wanted to be in the Israeli military, and he made it. He sent me a picture. But he's a jobnik, a paper pusher. They wouldn't trust him in combat," end quote. Rosenberg returned from Israel in 1979 to continue his work for Irwin School, who apparently used Jimmy's new military training to have him infiltrate the paramilitary right, which had become a major target of the ADL. On December 7, 1981, Rosenberg appeared in his undercover capacity on a WCCO television documentary in Minneapolis titled Armies of the Right, where he made the most violent and anti-Semitic statements of any of the members of the Christian Patriots Defense League on the show, and he himself was an operative of the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, the Jewish arm of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry Southern Jurisdiction. Either by oversight or intent, the producers never identified Rosenberg as an ADL provocateur, even though they knew. They simply identified him as Jimmy Anderson, an official of the Queens, New York chapter of the Christian Defense League. Rosenberg and another ADL infiltrator, provocateur in the group, were later arrested on the roof of a Manhattan brownstone brandishing automatic weapons. Mordecai Levy, also known as James Gutman, James Frank, Mark Levine, Mark Levy, Morty, etc. On August 10, 1989, Mordecai Levy was apprehended by the New York Police Department after he mounted the roof of his 6 Bleecker Street apartment building in Greenwich Village and wounded an innocent passerby in wild sniper fire. The shooting occurred after Jewish Defense League JDL leader Irv Rubin tried to deliver a subpoena to Levy. Levy now heads the rival Jewish Defense Organization for a civil libel case. The arrest, ladies and gentlemen, of the 30-year-old terrorist on charges of attempted murder, first-degree assault, and reckless endangerment brought to light a new chapter in the pattern of FBI and ADL collusion in domestic terrorism reminiscent of COINTELPRO. In a July 18, 1984 court deposition, the Anti-Defamation League's Irwin Sewell admitted that he has met and has had telephone conversations with Levy from time to time for quite some time. Sewell's admissions drastically underplayed Levy's long-standing role as one of the ADL's agents provocateurs. But in an interview with Village Voice reporter Robert Friedman, another ADL fact-finding division official, Gail Gans, confirmed Levy's status as an ADL operator. Levy was in fact a shared asset of the ADL, the FBI, and many other police agencies. Two of Levy's FBI controllers are known to be FBI special agents Joseph Valaket and Paul Locke, both of the New York Field Office. Freedom of Information Act documents show that the New York Field Office had an official liaison with the ADL's national headquarters since, at the very least, the 1960s. In February 1979, Levy was caught attempting to provoke a major riot in Philadelphia. Mind-boggling, isn't it? When you heard me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that this is the age of lies and deception, you haven't got the faintest idea in your wildest imagination. If you knew what I knew, you'd be hiding somewhere in the deepest underground shelter that you could possibly find, or you'd be right up here on the front lines fighting this battle with me. There is no place that you can look or that you can turn to trust in this day. There will be terrible confrontations in the near future as more and more people begin to realize how we've been lied to, manipulated, cheated, robbed. Our children have been sent off to fight wars in god-awful places, supposedly in the best interest of the United States of America, but in reality filling the agendas of people like the ADL. Times are going to get tough. They're going to get hard. They're going to try your very soul. One of the ways that you're going to have to prepare to meet these challenges is by protecting at least a part of whatever wealth you have, whether it's just a very small fortune or a very large one. And yes, there are small fortunes, folks. I can remember one time in my life when $5 was an awful lot of money to me. Those who do not prepare may not survive. And I'm not pulling your leg, and I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to prepare you, because what I'm telling you is absolutely true. Our sponsor, Swiss America Trading, can help you. But they can't help you if you don't call them. They have several different plans that you might be interested in. They're also very creative. If you have a special situation, you can work with them to take care of your particular needs. If you have a plan that you want to implement and you're not particularly interested in hearing their recommendations, they will also work with you to make your plan become a reality. They're good people. They're honest. They're the only ones I know of a buyback program. They're also the only ones I know who record every conversation that you make with them so that there is no misunderstanding. And so that recording will reveal if their people misrepresented or if you misrepresented. You see, they've made it impossible for them to cheat you because they don't want to cheat you. And it's also possible that a very zealous salesperson, eager to earn a commission, could stretch the truth just a little bit. They've made that impossible at Swiss America Trading. Everything's on tape. Everything is recorded. It's absolutely impossible, folks. And not only that, but you have my personal guarantee that if you feel that the slightest thing in your dealings with Swiss America Trading was not right, I don't care what it is, if you let me know, I'll get with Craig Smith, who's become a very good friend, and he's an honest, very good man.
I've seen him do flip-flops and bend over backwards to make people happy. I'll get with him, and I guarantee you it'll be straightened out. And if it can't be straightened out, you'll get every penny of your money back. Now, you can't get that from anybody else. I don't care how hard you look or how far and wide you look, you cannot find that kind of a situation. The precious metals in their various forms have been the only commodity throughout the history of the world that's ever maintained its value no matter what has happened with the economies, whether they fluctuated up or down or just flat disappeared. And today you can buy the exact same numbers of loaves of bread with 1 ounce of gold or 1 ounce of silver that you could in 1850 or 1750 or 1650 or in 300 BC. Give or take 2 or 3 loaves. So call now 1-800-289-2646 and protect some of what you have. Now, I'm not giving you a means to get rich quick, and I'm not telling you you're going to make any profit. I'm telling you you're going to protect what you have. If you make a profit, that's fine. But that's not the purpose of our accepting Swiss America Trading as a sponsor. Nor is it the purpose of their sponsoring this broadcast. They stick with this broadcast because they care about the message that's delivered over these airwaves through the hour of the time. And they know that they can help you prepare for what's coming. And I also know that they can help you. I've investigated them, I've worked with them, and I know that they're probably the best, most honest sponsor that we could ever have, and who can help you in one of the areas in which you need to prepare. We also have Tim on here from Surplus and Stuff because he can help you in another area. We also went out of our way to carry food storage items, knowing that you would need those things also. And in one memorable recent period, we gave them to you. Literally gave them to you. So if you doubt our sincerity, folks, look at our record. And if you want to be one of the survivors in the coming tribulations, call Swiss America Trading right now, 1-800-289-2646. That's 1-800-289-2646. Do it, folks, and do it now. You know that you tend to procrastinate, as we all do. Get that burden off your shoulders. You'll feel a whole lot better. 1-800-289-2646. And now, folks, back to the ugly, stinking, rotten, putrid truth of the ADL. Something, many things, that most of you have never dreamed possible in your wildest imagination. In February 1979, Mordecai Levy, also known as James Gutman, James Frank, Mark Levine, Mark Levy, Morty, etc., was caught attempting to provoke a major riot in Philadelphia. Using the pseudonym James Gutman, Levy obtained a rally permit for a neo-Nazi rally, at which he planned to display banners reading, quote, "Hitler was right, gas the commie Jews," end quote. Working out of the Philadelphia offices of the JDL, Levy, under his phony neo-Nazi cover, was in the process of contacting all of the local Ku Klux Klan and Nazi groups to draw them into the event. Simultaneously, he was working with local left-wing and Jewish groups and black churches to organize a counter-demonstration. When some local reporters learned of Levy's scheme and informed the National Park Service, the rally permit was canceled. Local press headlines exposed the plot with headlines such as in the Journal, quote, "Jew applied for the permit for Nazi rally," end quote, and the Philadelphia Bulletin, quote, Nazi rally rouser really Jewish, end quote. At the same time, the Anti-Defamation League ordered Levy to conduct a harassment campaign against associates of Lyndon LaRouche, which involved scores of death threats phoned into the offices of campaigner publications in New York City. By Levy's own admission, that effort culminated in an attempted JDL armed assault against Lyndon LaRouche's Riverdale, New York apartment and a menacing demonstration of JDLers and Yippies, which is the Youth International Party, in front of the campaigner offices. The ADL's direct use of Levy in criminal activities came to light in an affidavit submitted in October 1984 during LaRouche's civil libel suit against the National Broadcasting Corporation and the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith in the United States District Court in Alexandria, Virginia. Levy admitted to a California LaRouche associate that he had been ordered by the ADL to launch a telephone harassment campaign against the Alexandria jurors, which would be blamed on followers of LaRouche. The Anti-Defamation League, according to the affidavit, provided Levy with the names and addresses of the jurors. FBI Special Agent Richard Wade of the Alexandria Field Office was ordered by federal judge James Kacharis to investigate the Levy jury tampering evidence, but the investigation was quashed. On November 20th, 1984, Levy fired a .45 caliber bullet into the Los Angeles house of a LaRouche associate who was investigating this jury tampering incident. In 1985, Levy also emerged as a suspected accomplice in several of the most significant domestic terrorist acts in years. On August 15th, 1985, Sherem Subzokov, a leader of the Circassian Muslim community in Paterson, New Jersey, was the target of a bombing of his home, which caused his death on September 7th. Just days before the explosion, Mordecai Levy had been in Paterson publicly attacking Subzokov in a local synagogue with the very same charges by which the United States Justice Department's official Office of Special Investigations had unsuccessfully tried to prove Subzokov was a Nazi war criminal. A few days after the bombing, Levy held a press conference in Paterson applauding the attack, but denying responsibility. 1 week prior to the bombing, Levy had phoned a death threat to Subzokov's attorney in the OSI case, Michael Dennis Esquire, during which Levy also vowed to kill Subzokov. On October the 11th, 1985, Alex Oda, the Santa Ana, California head of the Arab American Anti-Discrimination Committee, died at precisely 11:21 a.m. after a bomb rigged to the door of his office exploded as Oda was reporting for work. The night before he was assassinated, Oda had been interviewed on 2 national television shows on the hijacking of the Achille Larousse cruise ship, which Oda said had been the work of an anti-Arafat terrorist splinter group from the Palestine Liberation Organization. Highly reliable sources report that Oda had been the recipient of multiple threats from Mordecai Levy, the JDL, and the JDO. Although FBI Director William Webster, a longtime friend of the Anti-Defamation League, was obliged to publicly identify the Jewish Underground as the most active terrorist organization in the United States during 1985, no arrests were ever made in either the Subzokov or Oda cases. Now let me say that once again just in case it didn't sink in. Federal Bureau of Investigation Director William Webster, who was a longtime friend of the Anti-Defamation League, was forced to publicly identify the Jewish Underground as the most active terrorist organization in the United States during 1985. Sources close to the late Alex Oda were candidly told by the Federal Bureau of Investigation that there would be no arrests because of the killer's links to Israeli intelligence, the Mossad. The sources were also told that Levy would not be prosecuted despite evidence of his complicity before the fact, because he was to be used by the government as a witness in upcoming federal trials of Lyndon LaRouche. Top officials of the Anti-Defamation League are suspected accessories in a number of major international political assassinations, including the murders of Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme and Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. While no evidence is known to exist linking the ADL to the actual executions, very strong evidence does exist in all three cases implicating top Anti-Defamation League officials in the preparation or the cover-up of those crimes. In the case of the assassination of Indira Gandhi on October the 31st, 1984, eyewitness accounts of a courtroom encounter with Anti-Defamation League officials Irwin Sewell and Barbara Wall just hours after Mrs. Gandhi was murdered by a Sikh fanatic who was a member of her own security detail report that the two were visibly elated over her assassination. The key link between the Anti-Defamation League and the Sikh extremists who murdered Prime Minister Gandhi runs through Rabbi Rosenthal, a senior ADL employee and head of the League's Latin American Affairs Division, who is directly linked to the man who ordered the assassination, Dr. Jagjit Singh Chauhan. It also runs through Rosenthal's longtime intimate political collaborator and sometimes business partner, John Speller. Speller, ladies and gentlemen, is widely believed to be a high-level intelligence agent for British intelligence and Scottish Rite Freemasonic networks associated with Lord Nicholas Bethel and Julian Amery, although he also had documented links to Israeli, Soviet, and American intelligence services. 1 year before Mrs. Gandhi's assassination, Speller sponsored a United States visit by Jagjit Singh Chauhan, which included meetings with conservative members of the United States Senate. It was partly on the basis of that American tour that Soviet news agencies blamed the Reagan administration for the Gandhi assassination, even though then Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger was in the process of deepening United States-Indian military cooperation, which was threatening Soviet influence in the subcontinent. After Mrs. Gandhi's death, Rabbi Rosenthal and Speller, operating through a front company they had jointly established called Trans-Global Resources, arranged a series of secret meetings in Washington, London, and Quito, Ecuador, which resulted in the Ecuadorian government offering Chauhan a large tract of land on which to establish a Khalistani home as the ADL's full-time director of Latin American Affairs. Rosenthal had utilized the agency's channels inside the Ecuador to help establish a safe haven for Sikh extremists, some of whom had recently blown up an Air Canada flight and had plotted the assassination of Mrs. Gandhi's son and successor, Rajiv Gandhi, during a state visit to Washington in December 1984. The Sikh extremists have never tried to hide their intention of eliminating Mrs. Gandhi. Jagjit Singh Chauhan, the president in exile of the non-existent separatist state of Khalistan, issued his widely publicized call for Mrs. Gandhi's assassination on June 9, 1984, 3 days after Indian Army troops had stormed the Golden Temple in Amritsar and liberated it from the hands of armed Sikh radicals linked to Chauhan. Less than 1 week before Mrs. Gandhi's murder, Chauhan had told a caller into his Reading England headquarters, quote, "Some man will come forward and take off the head of Mrs. Gandhi," end quote. Chauhan's call led immediately to the formation of the terrorist World Sikh Organization. Representatives of the World Sikh Organization were soon meeting with officials of the Anti-Defamation League's Interfaith Affairs Department, according to Rabbi Leon Klinicki, the department's director. The meeting had been set up at the request of Landrum Bowling, the chairman of the Eli Lilly Endowment, which heavily funds the League's Interfaith Unit. Surjit Singh, a top official of the World Sikh Organization, who has been intimately linked to Calhan since 1947, is also a close personal friend of Anti-Defamation League Honorary National Chairman Kenneth Bailkin. We will continue with this next week, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't know how much of it will be live. And you may hear some reruns next week because I have to go on a trip. But if your eyes are beginning to be opened, if you're beginning to have an inkling of understanding of the lies and the deception and the way that all of us have been manipulated, Orientals, Jews, blacks, American Indians, Caucasians, different religious organizations, churches, congregations, and yes, folks, even nations. Listen to everyone. Read everything that you can lay your hands on. But if you are really intelligent, if you want to be a real people and not a sheeple, you will never believe any of it, not one single word, including what you hear on this broadcast, unless you yourself can validate it with facts in your own investigations. And if you're too lazy to do that, or if you're unwilling to do that, or if you're in some situation where you cannot do that, then it's best that you just never believe anything at all. For to believe one word without validation is to place yourself in the control of the person who uttered that word. In effect, you become his or her puppet, and when they pull the strings, you will dance. As all puppets dance when the puppeteer pulls the strings. Read Pinocchio again. Read it again. It's about a dummy that grew up. That's right, folks. Walt Disney was an initiate of the Illuminati. He's been pulling your strings all your life. Pinocchio represented the sheeple. Pinocchio, unlike most sheeple, became a real boy who could think and who became worthwhile. How about you? Are you going to stay a wooden head all your life? A bunch of sticks and string and glue and paint? Or are you going to become a real person? Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless you all. I know, folks, that I said I would continue this next week. Take that back. We'll continue this tomorrow night. You see, even I can sometimes have a wooden head. Don't miss the hour of the time. Tomorrow, Friday night. Or any night, for that matter. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be speaking in Phoenix pretty soon. I guess the main event is December the 10th. It's over a weekend, December the 9th, 10th, and 11th. It's called Campaign USA, presented by the Foundation of America, a mainstream political forum addressing the important issues that affect us all. Main event, December 10th, 1994, from 2 p.m. until 8 p.m. at the Mesa Amphitheater, 210 North Center Street, Mesa, Arizona. That's 210 North Center Street, Mesa, Arizona.
And for information, call the Foundation of America at 1-800-REFOUND, spelled REFOUND. 1-800-REFOUND. Easy to remember, folks. The guest speakers, remember, folks, I'm not presenting this. I have nothing to do with who's invited. I'm just going to speak because there's going to be a lot of people there who need to hear what I have to say. And of course, you know me, I'm going to say it. Red Beckman will be there. Mr. Beckman is a highly respected author, speaker, and researcher who for many years has championed the importance of the Constitution, and in his book, which you should all read, entitled The Law That Never Was, he proves the 16th Amendment was never properly ratified. He's going to be discussing those fundamental principles upon which this nation was founded so that you can discover what's great about America, if you don't already know. Dr. Gene Schroeder will be there. Dr. Schroeder is a driving force for the American agricultural movement, and he's going to present a precise and powerful overview of perhaps the most shocking legislative events in our nation's history. Learn how Franklin Delano Roosevelt used the war and emergency powers to undermine the Constitution and enslave the American people. And John B. Nelson's going to be there. Now, I hold Mr. Nelson in very, very high esteem. In fact, one of his research papers is included in our set of treason documents to show you the foundation upon which the cornerstones of the nation were pulled out from under us. John B. Nelson. If you don't go for any other reason, folks, go to listen to John B. Nelson. I can hammer that in your head if you want me to, but I better not. Mr. Nelson is the undisputed authority in the area of natural law and how it applies to the formation of governments and communities. He holds the title of General Advocate Liaison and is working directly with the Kingdom of Hawaii. His unrivaled legal research clearly documents how the power of the government was used to impair our nation, and he lays the foundation of the treason that has taken place. John Nelson will reveal exactly what it means to be a citizen and how you, the people, can enforce your rights and reinstate our limited constitutional government. And you all know me. I'll be there too. And last, Jack McLam. Jack McLam will be there. Also, Carl Klang will be there. He'll be performing all of his songs, which you've heard on this broadcast and many others. Advance tickets are $15, folks. Get advance tickets because if you wait and pay at the door, it's going to cost you another $5. It'll be $20 at the door. $15 advance tickets, $20 at the door. Now, for more information, call 1-800-REFOUND. That's December the 10th, 1994, in Mesa, Arizona, which is just a suburb of Phoenix. The people in Mesa won't like me to say that because to them it's a separate city, but it's like L.A. Phoenix, Mesa, and Tempe are all just run together, and several other little towns, too. So it's at 210 North Center Street, Mesa, Arizona, at the Mesa Amphitheater, 2 p.m. until 8 p.m., December the 10th, 1994. Don't miss it, folks. And if for no other reason, go to hear John Nelson speak. I think that event alone will make your trip more than worthwhile. You'll be very happy to hear him speak. Okay. Now, after our broadcast last night, I have a prediction to make, folks. I predict those people in Montana will not do what is suggested and change their leadership and get in line with the rest of the nation. What I predict that they will do is mount a very vicious personal attack against me. And don't worry about me, folks. I can take care of myself. They have no idea what they're getting themselves in for if they take that route. But that's the kind of people that I perceive them to be. It's happened to me many times in the past. Therefore, I think I'm very safe in making that prediction.
And if that happens, we'll get all the material and whatever they say, and we'll air it on this program. Whatever they say, wherever they say it, I'll air it on this program, and then I'll tell you the truth about the matter, whatever it is that they're going to do. But I predict that that's exactly what will happen and what will come from the mouths of the militia of Montana. They will not straighten up. They will not make themselves better. They will not change their leadership. Instead, they will prove that they are exactly what I said they were last night, and they will mount a vicious personal attack against me instead of dealing with the facts that were presented and dealing with the lies that they've spread across this country. That is exactly what those people are going to do. Don't go away, folks. I'll be right back, and we'll start hour 3 of our expose of the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, a branch of the southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. That's right, they want it all. They get the money, you get the shaft. Don't ever forget that, folks. That's the way it's been for hundreds of years, thousands probably. The information in tonight's broadcast comes from The Ugly Truth About the ADL, a report published by the Executive Intelligence Review, from Dope Incorporated, published by the editors of the Executive Intelligence Review, from the research of the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence, and, of course, the premier organization, the Intelligence Service. Recently, the San Francisco Chronicle, ladies and gentlemen, shocked the nation with the revelation that the office of the Anti-Defamation League in San Francisco was at the center of a scandal involving a San Francisco police officer and a Bay Area art dealer, self-described Private Eye, who were suspected of selling illegally obtained information to agents of the South African government. This scandal quickly spread across the nation as it became evident that this was not the only or the first, nor does it appear that it will be the last incident of the ADL spying upon American citizens, groups, organizations, churches, and, as you will see, many others. The two men, Sergeant Tom Gerard of the San Francisco Police Department and Roy Bullock, a long-time paid undercover operative for the local office of the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, had been under Federal Bureau of Investigation scrutiny since 1990, when federal agents discovered that secret bureau records on American black Muslims had been obtained by South African spies. The trail pointed to Bullock, who in addition to his full-time paid work for the ADL, had been moonlighting as an undercover snitch for the Bureau. And on at least one occasion, Bullock received a $500 cash payment from the FBI for infiltrating meetings of two Bay Area groups. Bullock, you see, had access to confidential Bureau files and became a suspect when FBI files showed up in the hands of the South African government at the very same time he was regularly meeting with two South African spies and passing confidential data to them. Bullock received cash payments that eventually totaled over $16,000. The early meetings between Bullock and the two South African agents, identified as Humphreys and Louis, included policeman Gerard. Later, Bullock would meet with the South Africans alone. According to one version of the Bullock South Africa story, it was Anti-Defamation League officials who put him in touch with the foreign agents. Nearly 3 years later, the FBI probe of South African spying mushroomed into one of the biggest espionage scandals in many years, and the center of the scandal shifted from cops and art dealers to an alleged command center. The central target became the Anti-Defamation League. On April 1st, 1993, San Francisco Assistant District Attorney John Dwyer told reporters, and I quote, The ADL is the target. Their involvement is just so great. People have called this the Girard case. Now it's the ADL case. Girard is just their guy in San Francisco. The ADL is doing the same thing all over the country. There is evidence that the ADL had police agents in other cities. The case just gets bigger every day. The more we look, the more we find people involved, end quote. The San Francisco probe soon proved that the profile of the ADL contained in this broadcast is right on the mark. Far from living up to its thoroughly undeserved and self-promoted reputation, the Anti-Defamation League has been caught by San Francisco police investigators, 1, illegally spying on at least 950 political organizations, including the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, the Rainbow Coalition, Greenpeace, the Simon Wiesenthal Center, the United Auto Workers, the Christic Institute, New Jewish Agenda, Operation Rescue, the Liberty Lobby, the Nation of Islam, the United Farm Workers, ACT UP, the American Civil Liberties Union, the National Lawyers Guild, the Boegreitz Presidential Campaign, the political movement led by Lyndon LaRouche, and the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence. 2, infiltrating countless police and sheriff departments across the country, bribing police officers, and illegally obtaining classified government data on at least 20,000 American citizens. 3, selling information on anti-apartheid groups to agents of the South African government. 4, passing surveillance and classified police data on Arab Americans to Israeli authorities, who then used the ADL data to illegally detain American citizens visiting Israel. 5, passing off Israeli intelligence propaganda as Anti-Defamation League generated research in an effort to sway American public opinion and government policy while never being forced to register as foreign agents and while even enjoying tax-exempt status with the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS. The San Francisco District Attorney and police investigators, ladies and gentlemen, have concluded that the pattern of illegal spying that they unearthed in California is but a small part of a large nationwide spy operation run centrally out of the Anti-Defamation League's national headquarters in New York City, under the direction of its fact-finding director, Erwin Sewell, who is a member of the Marxist Socialist Internationale. In the San Francisco probe alone, police uncovered evidence that the ADL had illegally penetrated 20 different police agencies in California alone and had also gained access to classified police files in Chicago, St. Louis, Atlanta, and a half-dozen other cities across the nation. On April 8, 1993, San Francisco police released nearly 800 pages of documents providing previously classified details of the Anti-Defamation League's nationwide criminal operations. Those documents were released as attachments to a search warrant affidavit, which police executed the same day. In raids on the San Francisco and Los Angeles offices of the Anti-Defamation League, police obtained a mountain of new evidence of the spying and agent provocateur operations of the League. The April 8 search warrant actions, which garnered financial records and internal ADL correspondence between Sewell and West Coast regional ADL officials, were the second raids on Anti-Defamation League offices in but 4 months. On December 10, 1992, San Francisco police raided the San Francisco and Los Angeles ADL offices as well as the residences of Bullock and Girard. Now, shortly after the April raids and document disclosures, the Anti-Defamation League launched what local San Francisco newspapers labeled a massive damage control effort. They sent out several delegations of national officials from New York and Washington, D.C. to try to derail the probe. Leading these delegations were Anti-Defamation League National Chairman Melvin Salberg, ADL Executive Director Abraham Foxman, who is now the head of the ADL, and ADL General Counsel Barbara Wall of the Washington, D.C. law firm of Arent Fox. In San Francisco, Richard Goldman, the city's chief of protocol and a longtime Anti-Defamation League ally, was caught arm-twisting Chief of Police Tony Ribera into bringing the investigation to a halt. Now, although the city's police commission did bend to the ADL pressure and dropped its own probe of the League's interference in local police operations, District Attorney Arlo Smith vowed to continue his criminal investigation despite the pressure and subsequently identified the ADL's National Fact-Finding Director, Sewell, as a prime target. In behind-closed-door meetings with publishers, editors, and reporters from the Los Angeles Times, the Anti-Defamation League tried to silence the press through cajoling, arm-twisting, and not-so-very-subtle allegations of anti-Semitism, their old fallback main battery weapon. But the ADL-run Jewish weekly, called the Heritage Southwest Jewish Press, more openly expressed the ADL's true feelings about the probe. Publisher Herb Brin just returned from a trip to Belgrade, Serbia, where he gave his unabashed editorial endorsement to the Serbian slaughter of Bosnian Muslims and Croats, wrote on April 16th, Lyndon LaRouche from his federal prison cell must be gloating. Calypso Jean Farrakhan is singing away at the chagrin of Anti-Defamation League. These, among a host of skinheads, pinkos, and nuts, are dancing because San Francisco cops are on a vicious hunt to embarrass the Anti-Defamation League for doing what ADL has always done and must do to serve mankind after Hitler. And the bastard decision by some idiotic editors of the Los Angeles Times to play into the game, and Heritage will find out what prompted the malicious hunt into the fact-finding efforts of ADL. Better believe it. Speaks for itself as the Times played the trumped-up ADL investigated story on page 1 on Good Friday. Hardly a week passes that I don't supply Jewish defense material to David Lehrer, head of ADL in this region. A people must have the will and moxie to defend themselves, and that, to me, is what ADL is all about. The San Francisco police charge that ADL maintains political intelligence operations in some 7 U.S. cities, in which case I say, hooray for ADL. It also, ladies and gentlemen, says an awful lot about the Jewish motto, Holocaust never again. Remember, this man, ladies and gentlemen, was in Serbia to give his endorsement to the slaughter of Bosnian Muslims and Croats. And he continued here. Brin, a promoter of the terrorist Jewish Defense League and gutter-level Anti-Defamation League snitch for 40 years, was openly threatening revenge. Now, soon after Brin's diatribe, some local news outlets experienced nastier treatment than the name-calling directed against the Los Angeles Times. KPOO-FM, a local black community radio station in the Bay Area, began receiving threatening calls after they aired a series of interviews with victims of Anti-Defamation League spying. The calls left messages are flatly stated to those who answered the phones the following remarks, quote, Jew-hating nigger, end quote, quote, nigger Nazi, end quote, and other similar epithets bombarded the station's phone lines. In the past, these kinds of Anti-Defamation League hooligan tactics never failed to work. This time, however, the sheer weight of evidence has made this one scandal too big to bury. And every time they've tried it with William Cooper, the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence, the Intelligence Service, or the Hour of the Time, it has never worked and never will. These kinds of hooligan tactics have destroyed honorable, good citizens of this country in the past. By late April, after police publicly released the inventory of documents seized from the Anti-Defamation League, the League's fact-finding director, and also, as I have stated in the past, member of the Marxist International Socialist, or Socialist Internationale, I should say, Erwin Sewell, hired a top criminal defense lawyer in San Francisco. The clearest signal yet that the ADL is shaking over the idea that at long last they got caught in the act of just being themselves. David Gervitz was a man who was very unhappy about his pay from the ADL as the League's chief fact finder in their Los Angeles office. The 35-year-old Gervitz was married with one child. He had a second one on the way. His full-time job at the ADL paid him slightly more than $20,000 a year, barely enough to live on in a high-cost town like Los Angeles. So in June 1992, Gervitz went to the Los Angeles Simon Wiesenthal Center, another Jewish group involved in monitoring the activities of so-called hate groups, to ask them for a better-paying job. Unfortunately, the Wiesenthal Center already had a full-time staff researcher, Rick Eaton, and Gervitz was given the brush off by Wiesenthal Center Director Rabbi Cooper. No relation. Gervitz's response to the job rejection was typical Anti-Defamation League. He staked out the Wiesenthal Center to get Eaton's car license, plate number, and passed the plate number to his ADL counterpart in San Francisco, Roy Bullock. Gervitz would later tell San Francisco police and FBI investigators that Bullock was his mentor. Bullock contacted Sergeant Tom Gerard and had Gerard get Eaton's California Department of Motor Vehicles record. The state of California has very strict laws, ladies and gentlemen, prohibiting private citizens from possessing DMV records. Those records contain photographs, addresses, social security numbers, fingerprints, and other sensitive personal data. Unauthorized possession of even one DMV record is a felony, punishable by a stiff fine and a 5-year term in a California state prison. When Gervitz got Bullock and Gerard to obtain Eaton's DMV record, all three were committing a serious state crime. But that has never bothered the ADL. When police raided the home office of Roy Bullock on December the 10th, they found far more than the Eaton records. They found DMV records on more than 1,300 Californians in a computer spy base, which included data on 12,000 individuals and 950 political groups. Among the files in the Bullock computer were the DMV records of nearly 1/3 of the membership of the Arab American Anti-Discrimination Committee, called AADC. It's a nationwide Arab American organization involved in legitimate political activities. And for years, leaders and officers of the AADC had been the targets of threats of violence. In 1985, Jewish Defense League terrorists, that's right folks, terrorists, carried out bomb attacks against AADC offices in Santa Ana, California, Washington, D.C., and Boston, Massachusetts. In the Santa Ana attack, Regional Director Alex Oda was killed. Anti-Defamation League agent Bullock has admitted to police interviewers that he had infiltrated the AADC and personally had a key to its Santa Ana office at the time of the Oda murder. The Gervitz-Bullock efforts against Eaton did not stop with the illegal spying. Next, to intimidate Eaton, Gervitz asked Bullock to contact a leading member of the White Aryan Resistance, known as WAR, a West Coast-based white supremacist organization. The war leader, whose ADL code name was appropriately Scumbag, is a convicted felon and an undercover agent provocateur on the payroll of the Anti-Defamation League and the Treasury Department's Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, known as the BATF, the perpetrators of the Waco massacre. Scumbag had been regularly meeting with Bullock and San Francisco BATF agents, providing inside information about war. Through this channel, Bullock and the ADL apparently maintained wiretaps on the war phone, codenaming the effort Operation Eavesdrop. This is fun, folks. You see, the ADL has people around the country who listen to radio talk shows whenever they hear anything about the ADL or any other organization that they don't want known to the public. They begin calling. And if you answer the phone, they start screaming, anti-Semite, Nazi, Jew hater, and all this other kind of stuff, which is not true at all. This isn't about Jews. It's about the Anti-Defamation League, a criminal organization which manipulates Jews and everybody else. That's what it's about. So when they call, when I do these programs and the phone just rings off the hook, I just engage their phone line and leave it engaged so it runs up their phone bill for about 10 minutes, and then I just click it right off. And they've never caught on to that. They keep doing it all the time. Every time that I do a broadcast on the ADL, the phone rings off the hook. And we just engage their line and leave it engaged for about 10 minutes, and then we cut them loose. And when they get their phone bill, they're standing there scratching their head, wondering what happened, because they're not smart enough to understand that they're not the only ones in the world that have any brains. Too bad. The case of Scumbag, folks, opens questions on another level of criminal activity. Receipt of federal confidential records. You see, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms had offered to share the infiltrator Scumbag if the ADL would pay informant fees, some several $100s a week. The money for Scumbag was approved by the ADL's chief fact finder, Erwin Sewell, from the League's national headquarters in New York City. So, when in the fall of 1992, Bullock contacted Scumbag and gave him details about Rick Eaton's efforts to infiltrate and spy on war, it was a textbook dirty trick. Bullock hoped to enhance Scumbag's position within the war group by having him expose the infiltrator Eaton. You see how they double-cross their own people? The ADL would gain greater hands-on control over the group through its own informant. Bullock also hoped that war might take some kind of action against Eaton that would scare him into leaving his job with the Wiesenthal Center, opening the position for Gervitz. There was only one problem. You see, apparently, unbeknownst to Bullock, the FBI was tapping his phone as part of the South Africa espionage probe. His conversations with Gerard, Gervitz, and Scumbag were all being recorded. The FBI had no choice but to warn Eaton at the Wiesenthal Center about a possible physical attack against him by war. According to documents released by the San Francisco police, the FBI could not rule out an actual assassination attempt against Eaton. FBI agents also went to the Los Angeles ADL office in October 1992 to alert them to the Gervitz-Bullock dirty trick. The ADL response was striking. Gervitz was fired up on the spot. Despite his family financial problems and pregnant wife. Only employed by the ADL for 4 years, Gervitz, you see, was expendable. They have no loyalties whatsoever. Bullock, however, a 40-year employee of the ADL, was too valuable to fire. He knew too much. Otherwise, he would have been gone with the boot just as quickly. At that very moment, Bullock, just caught running a possible assassination through White Aryan resistance, was in Germany as part of a high-level ADL delegation meeting with the government, officials, and top German law enforcement to peddle their credentials as experts on extremist groups. You see how they manipulated their own people? An organization that says it exists to protect Jews from slander and libel and hate groups sacrifices Jews in the process of committing illegal and criminal acts and in the process of spying on American citizens and groups for foreign nations. And they manipulated the white Aryan resistance to do their bidding. And you all think you're so secure and so smart in what you do. You're manipulated by so many groups, organizations, governments, and people on a daily basis. You have no idea the extent of it. One of the ways that you serve their bidding is to hate each other and fight amongst each other while they are busily going about the business of putting the chains upon the legs of all of us. Most of you aren't smart enough to figure that out. Nope, you have to be better than everybody else. You have to be the chosen people, or the superior race. Or because you're in a secret society and someone has conned you with a bunch of bullshit, you think you have the only truly mature minds. Or your religion is better than everybody else's. And I could go on and on and on. The truth of the matter can be stated in one word: fools. Bullock personally met with the head of the German Constitutional Protection Office, Germany's equivalent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to receive and pass on information about United States skinhead and neo-Nazi activities. Needless to say, Bullock did not report on his own role in running agents provocateurs inside those very circles. When Bullock did return to San Francisco, and the prospect of being dumped for his antics with war, he did not lose his job. Erwin Sewell, the chief dirty trickster for the Anti-Defamation League, his Washington, D.C. aide, Myra Lansky, that is, Myra Lansky Boland, David Lear, the head of the ADL's Los Angeles office, and Rick Hershoff, the League's San Francisco director, all threatened to quit on the spot if any action were taken against Bullock. You see, he knew too much. He could bring them all down. Sewell even wrote a memo, which police uncovered in their searches of the San Francisco ADL office, lauding Bullock as the ADL's #1 investigator. The impromptu rally in support of Bullock by top ADL officials speaks volumes about the real nature of the Anti-Defamation League. Bullock's dirty tricks with war were not restricted to the targeting of Eaton. Bullock regularly tried to recruit white supremacists, KKKers, and others from the radical racist right to join AADC and other Arab American groups in order to later expose those groups for their alleged anti-Semitic ties. Usually, by submitting a plan to these groups through Jewish ADL agents to commit some atrocious violent act, which these stupid people usually did. Eaton wasn't the only Jewish activist, ladies and gentlemen, targeted by the ADL. Stuart Alpert, a national leader of the New Jewish Agenda, and other members of the group were ADL targets. Vera Katz, the mayor of Portland, Oregon, who lived for years in a kibbutz in Israel, discovered that her sister city program was spied upon by the ADL. You see, the ADL has no allegiance to Jews, despite what they preach. They manipulate Jews and use them in their efforts to bring about the New World Order. The ADL, in reality, obeys only their British masters. Shortly after the Eaton affair, ladies and gentlemen, the FBI asked the San Francisco police to take charge of the probe of Bullock and Girard. Once the investigation had turned into a probe of the ADL, the Bureau ran up against a very embarrassing dilemma. The most serious was the record of FBI collusion with the Anti-Defamation League. On February the 4th, 1985, then Director of the FBI, William Webster, wrote a priority cable to the special agents in charge of the FBI's 25 largest field offices, ordering them to establish permanent local liaison to the ADL. The Webster order coincided with a major effort by the Anti-Defamation League to solicit a federal prosecution of Mr. Lyndon LaRouche, a long-standing target of ADL spying and dirty tricks. Ironically, this FBI order came precisely when the Jewish underground, which FBI Director Webster later identified as the #1 terrorist threat in the United States, was on a terrorist spree that covered New York, New Jersey, and California. Terrorist activities had left 2 people dead, including Alex Oda, the American Arab leader. By December 10th, 1986, documents obtained under the Freedom of Information Act showed Anti-Defamation League National Director Nathan Perlmutter writing to Webster to work details for the ADL to give annual training lectures at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia on, and I quote, directly from the FBI files, hate crimes, end quote. On November 21st, 1989, Thomas F. Jones, Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI in charge of the Criminal Investigations Division, wrote to Erwin Sewell to invite Sewell and his ADL associates, Alan Schwartz and Michael Lieberman, to lecture the top 50 FBI agents on, quote, civil rights law, end quote. The marriage between the FBI and the Anti-Defamation League since February 1985 raises many serious questions of legality. Was the ADL handed authority to run a revised parallel COINTELPRO program after the United States Congress had essentially outlawed the FBI spying on non-criminal political groups in 1975? That's exactly what it was, ladies and gentlemen. The ADL's intimate ties to the Treasury Department's Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms rang similar alarm bells. When the San Francisco Anti-Defamation League office was caught in possession of dozens of police intelligence reports on skinheads prepared by the Portland Police, ADL Northwest Regional Director Marvin Stern told reporter Phil Stanford that perhaps the files show ADL's, quote, work for the government, end quote. Under the Reagan administration's Executive Order 12333, which spelled out guidelines for domestic and foreign spying, the FBI was given broad latitude to use non-government personnel as, quote, assets, end quote. No wonder the FBI dropped the probe of Bullock Gerard on the grounds that it might jeopardize FBI secrets, methods, and procedures. Can you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, if all of this dirt had come out in the court records? What a shock that would have been. With the Bullock Gerard case in its hands, the San Francisco police launched an ambitious investigation late last year under the supervision of Captain John Willett, head of the Special Investigations Division. On November 1992, shortly after being interviewed by the FBI, Tom Gerard fled to the Philippines, which has no extradition treaty with the United States. From his retreat on a remote Filipino island, Gerard formally submitted his resignation from the San Francisco Police Department. Ironically, Gerard's very last assignment was in the Special Intelligence Division offices. That's the division that was later broken up due to its own illegal and criminal activity. You see, some people in this country have a feeling
that there are more criminals in the police departments than there are on the streets. And occasionally, that proves to be exactly the case. On January the 22nd, 1993, Girard told a San Francisco Examiner from the Philippines that he had first met Bullock at the San Francisco Anti-Defamation League office in 1985. And he said this, quote, "We sat there one morning with everyone in the office, shook hands, and made friends," end quote. Girard freely admitted he funneled classified police data to Bullock with the full understanding that it was for the ADL. And he said, quote, "The guy had no criminal record. It's like we're talking to someone in the neighborhood community watch organization," end quote. Girard had just returned to the San Francisco Police Department after a 2-year leave of absence in which he worked for the Central Intelligence Agency, ostensibly as a bomb expert. You see how these organizations interlock exactly as I said they did over 4 years ago in my book entitled Behold a Pale Horse. Many people said I was wrong. Folks, I've only been wrong once so far, and that's when I said Manuel Noriega would not be found guilty in a court of law in the United States and would not spend any time in prison because we had no authority under international law to do so. He was the president of a foreign government. He was taken prisoner after we illegally invaded his nation. But I was wrong. I had no idea that the New World Order was so far in its advanced stages. And neither do you. According to documents and interviews, Girard's Central Intelligence Agency assignments included El Salvador, Afghanistan, and a covert operation targeted at the African nation of Ghana. On his return to the police department, Girard frequently boasted to his colleagues that he was also working closely with the Israeli Mossad. In retrospect, the references to Mossad may have been based on his budding relationship with the Anti-Defamation League, which has done much work for the Israeli Mossad. Girard's work, ladies and gentlemen, did not go unrewarded. In May 1991, Girard was one of 11 police officials from across this nation who traveled to Israel on an all-expense-paid ADL junket. The group's escort was Myra Lansky Boland, the ADL's Washington, D.C. fact-finder who personally put the delegation together. Sergeant Tim Carroll, a detective with the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, described the journey as a payment for services already rendered to the ADL, and that should tell you who and what he is. He says, quote, "A lot of it was for past work or relationship with the ADL, and kind of an emotional thing that we spread the word when we get back," end quote, so that others can be ensnared in this web. Police officers from Boston, Washington, Mobile, Dallas, Maryland, Virginia, and Georgia also went along on the junket, which featured meetings with senior Israeli police, military, and intelligence officials. One junket participant, Donald Moore, was subsequently indicted on kidnapping conspiracy charges. When on behalf of the Cult Awareness Network, he joined in a plot to kidnap a DuPont family heir, Louis DuPont Smith, a close associate of the LaRouche organization. When Moore was arraigned in late September 1992, his attorney, Mark Rash, was from the ADL's law firm. Myra Lansky Boland was in court throughout most of the trial, representing the Anti-Defamation League. In taped conversations with the FBI's undercover informant inside the kidnap conspiracy, Moore boasted that he had worked closely with the Anti-Defamation League against LaRouche, and that as a deputy sheriff in Loudoun County, Virginia, he had conducted illegal wiretaps, break-ins, and other crimes against the LaRouche group. Though Moore was acquitted, his co-defendant, Galen Kelly, was convicted of federal kidnapping charges in May 1993. Good night. Wake up. If you can do that. And have a good night. And God bless you all.